And welcome everybody to the Titan Series Season 2 Premier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections, I'll be your host for today. We've had 3 wonderful weeks of qualifiers action, and it comes down into the Premier Finals today. The top 12 best teams will be joining into the mix, and well, I can't wait to see them. But if you're not familiar with the format, let's get you caught up with how everything works when it comes to the Titan Series.
This is the Titan Series, mobile gaming's ultimate esports showcase. Teams will battle for ultimate battleground supremacy and a prize pool that stands at $2,000. Each Titan Series season is 4 weeks long, and teams will play in 2 divisions, the Premier Division and the Challenger Division. Both Premier and Challenger teams will play in the Qualifier stage that spans the first 3 weeks of the season. From there, the top 12 teams from the Challenger Qualifiers will join the bottom 4 teams from the Premier Qualifiers to play in Week 4's Challenger Finals. In the Challenger Finals, anything can happen, as the top 4 finishers will join the Premier Qualifiers top 12 in the Premier Finals later on in Week 4. The prize pool will be divided amongst the top 3 teams in the Premier Finals, and the top 12 Premier Finals teams will be guaranteed a slot in next season's Premier Division. In the Titan Series, the stakes are always high, as teams have the ability to climb up or plunge down the leaderboard. If you think your team has what it takes to compete at the highest level, prove it. Sign up to play by visiting titanseries.gg. You can also stay up to date with your favorite teams, look up detailed team and player statistics, and even grab custom Titan Series player cards to share with the community. This is the Titan Series, forged in fire.
Series, it's been a lot of fun, and it's about to get even better because the Premier Finals get started now. Let's bring our crew in. It's the familiar faces you all know and love, and well, it's going to be the same thing tonight. We got PB, Enigma, and Neptura. They're ready to go, and PB, I'm excited to be here. How's everything going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm so excited to get into it after an amazing Challenger Finals that went down on Tuesday night. Had some incredible action, some ridiculousness. I want to see how much of that carries over to the Premier Finals tonight.
That's right, 4 teams from Challengers looking to bang it out with the big boys. We'll see how well they can play. Enigma, always great to have your insight. Is wonderful. How you feeling about tonight?
Feeling good, had the breakfast this morning, a few eggs and bacon, gotta get the morning off strong, but we're looking forward to tonight, baby.
Hey, looking forward to tonight. Breakfast is always a great thing. Wheaties makes you strong, okay? And Neptura, great to see you as always. We're going to be having your Neptura moments tonight, I'm sure of it, breaking down the action. Glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I missed the Challenger Finals, and apparently I missed a whole lot of good action, so I'm here tonight. I will not miss the Premier Finals. I am so ready for this. Let's go.
I hope you don't unless something happens, but hey, all good vibes here tonight. Let's start running it down though, right? We had 3 weeks of the Premier Qualifier action, and we had a lot of teams battle out, 16 to be exact, and we had our top 12 PB who ended up moving forward. The big talking point was in Hyper week in and week out. They finished with a total of 165 points. They dominated their competition.
Yeah, I would say they narrowly eked that one out, Taylor. They barely got that first place. And, after such a dominant performance in the regular season here in Season 2, this is something that we have seen before in Hyper, consistently winning the regular season, but have yet to actually stand on top of the podium after the finals. So that's what I'm going to be looking at tonight is can they take the momentum that they have built over the last 3 weeks and continue with it all the way through the finish line?
Enigma, one-shot Mazexis, C4, right? They barely made it through. That was the big talking point from last week. We were looking at Execute potentially making it in, at least when it came to the Premier standings, but those were the 12th through 19s that we had, and, good to see one-shot Mazexis make it through. C4, they won last Premier Finals. Can they win again this time?
Well, it's always a possibility, but the main talking point for me right now has got to be that execute factor. They're a team that just, underperformed in my book. Thankfully, with the Challenger Series final or with the finals portion, they're actually able to qualify back into Premier. So I'm hoping to, see a lot more performance out of them this time around.
Yeah, hoping so. And for me, Jaguar being in second place. Can't wait to see what they could do. I've become a bigger and bigger fan each and every time I watch over them. They're a talented bunch. And speaking of talent, right, when it comes to Premier Finals, we always have to crown an MVP. And this time around, we made sure we crowned the for sure MVP. And it's going to be Kindness Neptura for back-to-back season. This man on your screen will be Qualifier's MVP. Talk about holding the trophy high.
Oh, I know. I mean, Kindness, he's just come in, blown everybody else out the water 100%. And, I've been kind of thinking about what he's been doing and how he's been doing it. And honestly, I'm kind of feeling like Enhyper's strats themselves actually make Kindness. They kind of create their own MVP here. Because if you notice that survival time is like 19 minutes, something crazy like that. Because every time they lose a fight, Kindness is always the solo. He's always the last one up. He always just hangs out to like top 5, and he is that person that ends up getting all that survival. So that on top of all that he does as being their fragger, I mean, he's insane on his own, but I think the strategies often will come into play with that as well. So that's really interesting to kind of think about. But Enigma, I want to ask you, I've just said my theory. That is my theory. But, maybe is it that they make him the solo because they choose to make him the solo if things go bad? Or is it that he's just so darn talented that one cleaning up after the team dies? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think a lot of it comes down to, what each player is comfortable in terms of their role. Zfon in their situations, most likely, I believe, the IGL of the team. For Kindness, maybe it's just a fragger role. A lot of the times we just saw in that last end of the clip, it's him, playing that back angle, overwatching for his team. Some people are better at it than others. And for him, he plays it to the best of his ability, and that's why he's up at the top.
Well, Kindness up at the top, back-to-back seasons. You can't argue with that. I mean, that's success in my mind. Plus, he also earns 5,000 UC for his good efforts. So good on him. And who knows, will he be earning MVP for Premier Finals tonight? Maybe so. That would be something special to say the least. Now, PB, we've been talking about these challenger teams. We've got 4 great teams joining today. Let's run through challengers that happened on Tuesday. What was special about it and who stood out?
The Zombie Boys! At the end of the rifle there of Execute, Zombie Boys actually coming through with a clutch 4th place finish. But I gotta talk about a couple of the teams that we saw that are moving on, and that is Max Split and Ruck. Ruck having an insane qualifiers, very much similar to the qualifier run that Enhypers had, but they did it in Challenger. They finished with 182 points through 3 weeks of play, almost 100 points more than, some of the next runners-up in that division. So Ruck, we got to keep our eye on for sure. And Max Split honestly looked like the class of the lobby yesterday. They narrowly finished in 2nd place, just behind Execute. So a great group of teams coming up, trying to make a name for themselves. And then obviously, we've got Execute, who didn't have a great Premier Series, but with the Challenger win, maybe they got some momentum back on their side and a couple of fresh roster pickups to boot.
This was a massive 3-piece, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Enigma, break down this play for me because it really stood out there in the Challengers Finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Max Split. And ultimately, it was him in a 1v3 situation, last zone. And for Max Rage, we saw, all 3 of them essentially just taking 1v1 situations with the guy, and he just hit those DBS shots, baby. I mean, we talk about that gun time and time again, and it just proved there that some people are able to hit shots with it.
See a lot of big names on this list, but I see the top 4 that we had. Zombie Boys, I'm with you, PB. I'm excited to see how well they're going to play. Execute, though, making some roster shifts. They barely skate through by just 2 points. In my mind, that makes Max Split look even stronger, right? Because they were hanging out with Execute, a team that very well knows these premier teams. And while they've been there since week 1, they make their return, and they're going to try and place into top 12 to be in the next Titan Series Season 3. So that's going to be a big opportunity for them. Challenger teams, they're a mixed bag. You never know what you're going to get whenever it comes to them, but one thing's for certain, they always have a chance to prove themselves, and tonight is that chance to prove that they can very well be that team. Now, Neptura, we've got a lot of great teams, though, that are competing today. 16 of them will go toe-to-toe with each other, and so many names stand out to me. What names stand out to you?
Immediately, well, of course, Hyper. I'm really rooting for them to take the win on this one. You know, after having such a dominant performance all Challenger finals, we've never seen anything like it. So for them to lose now would be so heartbreaking. So I'm rooting for them. But C4, man, where have C4 been this entire time? I need them back where they were. Black Mamba were a really good team, I remember.
They were.
And I'd like to see them in do well here as well.
You know, Black Mamba, a challenger team, this was their first time in Titan Series Season 2, PB, and I expect a lot from them coming into Premier Finals today, their first time competing. Now, let's talk about it though, right? First and foremost, we got bonus points. I want you to break that down, but I also want you to talk about potentially that curse for Hyper, right? They win 3 seasons in a row, but they cannot seem to find a victory in Premier Finals.
They absolutely can't. You know, I'm looking across the board here at all of these teams, Taylor, and I like the chances of literally all of them. I can find a use case where one of these teams pops off, they go tackle the top of the standings, but those bonus points on the screen right there, ultimately, I'm calling it now, are going to prove to be the difference in the eventual winner tonight. It's always comes down to 1, maybe 2 points, and for those that aren't familiar, consistent performance over the period of the qualifier, so the last 3 weeks, actually is what gave those teams those bonus points. So the likes of Hyper, they got 10 points coming into it as a bit of a head start. And for those that are a little rusty at math, that's equivalent to just 1 chicken dinner. So Hyper getting a bit of a head start here tonight. But again, I'm looking at the Black Mambas. I'm looking at the Zombie Boys. I'm looking all across the board. But for me, the story is, can the NA teams hold home court here, or will the intense games, the loops, the second place Jaguars come in and steal the show?
Great point that you brought up, right? Because we talked about the introduction of Latin America, Brazil, right into the Titan Series for the first time when it came to Season 2. Enigma, that's a big deal because these other regions, they're going toe-to-toe with NA, and NA, they're sweating.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, thankfully Hyper is showing a lot of NA representation and, popping off and stuff like that. But Jaguar, proving that they're able to hang with the best, too.
Well, let's find out. Let's look at our maps, and for Neptura, I want you to break them down and really tell me what you're going to be excited for, because when I think about these maps, I've seen a lot of victories for Hyper on each and every one. They won 4 out of the 8 that were competed against, and for you, though, who's going to stand out map 1? Maybe not your prediction, but just what 3 teams?
Execute, YKG, and probably C4. I think your whole 3 teams want to really make a stand in the first game. They tend to want to do that in other seasons that we've seen, so that's kind of my thoughts.
Sure, and Black Mamba as well, right? Black Mamba's a team that can doing exceedingly well when it comes to Erangel specifically. They started off strong, I believe in week number 2, if I'm not mistaken. But that timer, it's clicking down. The teams are getting ready to go, and map 1 is about to get started. So let's get some rapid fire predictions. Neptura, throwing it right back to you. You gave me 3, now give me 1.
Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go with... We'll C4. Come on, I gotta go with my boys.
C4 once again? Hey, you gotta be a believer in them. You're pumping them up last season. Enigma, rapid fire, who you going for?
Hyper, baby. NA on top.
Heck yeah.
Hyper, NA on top. PB, what about you?
Zombie Boys! I'm just joking. We're not going with Zombie Boys.
Oh, come on.
So we're going to go with Max Split. I got my money on Max Split here for first game.
Max Split. Okay. Zombie Boys excited me, though. I can't lie. I can't go with them.
At some point tonight, I'll pick them.
At some point, you have to, right? I got to go Black Mamba. Black Mamba, for me, I think they're going to be just fine. They performed well throughout the, qualifiers. I think today they're looking to make a bit of an impact. Well, without further ado, let's get into map 1, right? We're heading into Erangel to start off Season 2 Titan Series Premier Finals. Let's see who's going to end up on top. Hey, PB, Enigma, have fun with it.
Fun we shall have. The fly through is real. Let's check out this beautiful map we're about to jump into for game 1 of Season 2's Premier Finals. Enigma, I'm so excited, man. Do you think, I know I saw the Hyper pick for this game, but do you think they're in the driver's seat right now to win this thing overall, especially given their 10-point bonus start?
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're one of the teams that are able to frag out, even if they're not getting the placement points. We see how heavily that comes into play if you're not getting those consistent placement points. With it being, just those few 3-4 points you're maybe getting if you're out 5th, 6th place. So for them, I'm really wanting to see them, if they're not going to at least win the game out, they need to be dropping 6, 8, maybe even 10 kills, just trying to slaughter the lobby and keep themselves in that sort of flow state for the match.
100%. I'm really curious to see how some of these challenger teams coming up stack up. Honestly, we know how Execute has performed so far. Maybe they've got a bit of confidence, but at least we know they can hang with this lobby. We've seen them perform well at times. But the likes of Max Split, they looked fantastic yesterday, but quite honestly, the rotations weren't nearly as crisp in the Challenger finals as we've seen so far over the Premier Series. And I'm really curious to see how that translates, right, to some of these teams. You can see Max Split out of the plane first, actually going up to Stalbert, not a common drop spot. Ooh. So that means they're going to have an opportunity to loot up without any pressure from anyone else. Got to think that's a calculated draw from them, having done a bit of scouting so far over the past few weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, we're able to look at the maps ourselves. There's no one really that dropped on that northeast side of the map from what I'm looking at. YKG had done it a few times, but they're probably sticking to a more traditional drop spot. We obviously know Execute's going to drop on that western side of the map. But I mean, these challenger contender teams essentially that made their way up, they're going to be finding spots, and they're going to be looking for spots on the map that's more so just, hey, we know these name brand teams, these namesake teams like Loops and stuff land here. Let's go around them for a bit. We're not too egotistical of ourselves making it in the top 4, and we're going to be going for just that safe sort of play, because ultimately you said it yourself with the rotations and all that, they're not used to this high level gameplay stuff. So a lot of it's going to be them being able to adapt and overcome a lot of these either issues or little niches they have from playing challengers and contender stuff so much that these upper teams don't allow to happen.
Absolutely. Look at the zone here. We got a nice northeastern zone. Again, that's going to be favoring the likes of Max Split. We did pick them to win, or at least I did. And this zone has blessed them for this first circle. We'll see how they capitalize here as we take our attention to the South George Crates. Got to Execute and Jaguar starting to clash here. Jaguar grabbing the early vehicle, starting to grab position. And let's just get rid of that machete now. I don't know if he's going bird hunting or what's going on, but Victex, not a fan of the machete early on in this one.
Yeah, but notice how Tully's already up there. He's going for it. Oh, he doesn't get the knock, though. Really was thinking you'd hit the shots at the 8K, but that's one thing that a lot of players like doing is when you're looting, you move side to side. You don't stand still. Some, lower end players choose to do it, or people that, think they're more lax and are fine with whatever looting. But I mean, Telly, one of the few players that rarely misses shots like that. A lot of these players on this team now, we see Casper. We don't see Killswitch here tonight playing. I'd like to see him make an appearance coming back in, because he is a player that's been on Execute. Execute previously when they had first made PMGC. He's been on Xset. He's been on Back-to-Back Gaming. He's been on a lot of name brand teams. Same with Telly. He's been on Omen Elite, EFC, of course. Best team in NA at the time. My team. But
conflict busting out here. Check this out though.
What the?
We got Loops into it right now with one shot. It looks like one shot out in the water along with Loops. What is happening out here? How has this happened?
I think Loops is trying to drop on this western side and just got beat to the compound maybe, or one shot took some whips. But I mean, this is essentially a free kill for Loops, and Loops, one of the teams that performs tremendously well with 3 players. So maybe this is the strat, PB. I mean, just a sacrificial lamb to start off game 1 strong. I'm not the...
You just lose one early and hopefully make it to the late game here. Loops, so far, has not been super affected by losing players early. They tend to always make it to late game. And again, Loops maybe didn't see as much as we would have liked to see from them during the qualifiers. Again, one of the strongest teams historically in the region. They finished in 7th overall over the first 3 weeks of play. Again, the lowest of all of our invited international teams. But again, I don't think we can count them out just yet. Loops is very scary as far as their total roster is concerned.
Oh, for sure. And I think Ayala was a new member on this roster up to a few months ago, possibly. So maybe they're working out some kinks and errors that those players need to develop. That synergy needs to be built. So, I mean, for these sorts of tournaments and stuff like that, I mean, this is the best practice you're going to get for working on all that sort of stuff. So for them, Loops, a lot of it's going to be, they're wanting to perform well. They're wanting to, get that namesake out there, that top 1, because everyone wants to be a winner. And if you're not first, you're last in my book. But For them, you know, like a lot of it's just going to come down to, are they going to use this as practice to work on their team synergy, or are they looking to win this thing? And I believe it every time that Loops is one of those teams that is looking to win this all out.
Absolutely. I'm going to be keeping my eye on them, that's for sure. We also got the likes of Intense Game, one of the teams that had a pop-off performance and really showed us what they were capable of. And what they are capable of is steamrolling the lobby. That's not how the whole rest of the season went. Remember, they finished, I believe, in 4th place overall in the Premier Qualifiers, and they missed the entire first week. Didn't even register a point and still managed to get 4th in the lobby. So Intense Game's got to be somebody that I'm keeping an eye on as we start to get into it here. And starting the finals off with 5 bonus points, that is great for them because it puts them ahead of many other teams and also only 5 points behind in Hyper.
Yeah, I mean, with the bonus points and all that, we look at how it affected yesterday. Rucker essentially would be out of contention for top 4 if they did not have such a pop-off performance in the qualifiers for the Challenger Series and stuff like that. But, I mean, I'm looking at N-Hyper. Not a good track record with performing with bonus points, with PMPL, NA, and stuff like that. I mean, they were one of those teams, same with YKG, one of the teams that had a lot of bonus points in PMPL, NA, and just unfortunately did not, you know, meet expectations. They allowed the Panthers to essentially get more than like 15-20 points in them in such a short final span of that tournament. And, you know, unfortunately for them, you know, with the DQ stuff with the points, it switched up the leaderboard a little bit. But N-Hyper, I'm really wanting to see them get over some of these maybe mental blocks they're having of coming in and being able to start off strong and get these kills and placement points.
Absolutely. We got our eyes on Jaguar on the rotation. These guys have been on the prowl. Again, having a pretty quiet qualifiers, but I think if you've been quiet and still managed to finish in 2nd place, that's pretty successful. Again, Jaguar, the LATAM powerhouse. They finished 1st overall in the LATAM region for PMPL. They are here as guests invited to the Titan Series Premier Division for Season 2, and they have not disappointed so far. They've been a very, very solid squad, and looking for them to perform well here in their first Titans Finals.
Yeah, and we see them, you know, actually crossing Mazexis a little bit, almost just mirroring each other. Hopefully they don't get caught out trying to get a little car pickup going on. And this is on the edge of the zone, PB. We could possibly see them take a 4v4 fight right on the edge on the first map.
I wouldn't mind it. I like me some action, and they are headed right towards Mazexis right now. They should be breaking into sight lines here momentarily, but they do turn back at the last moment here. At least Mercy does. Seba's still up on that front edge, and it looks like our first engagement of the game that results in some knocks is Ruck versus Intense Game, and so far they've traded.
I mean, Ruck's one of those teams that really wasn't doing well yesterday, but that last match is the key point for them that, you know, we talked about them being an absolute N-Hyper of the Challengers tournament and stuff like that. For them, they were able to perform in that last match and get 15 plus kills. So one of the teams that possibly can handle these, you know, premier teams with their gun skill, with their team play. And it looks like it's 2-2 right now in terms of knocks, PB. This is a fight that could just wipe Intense Gaming out in the first match.
Absolutely. It looks like they're getting into it for sure, and it looks like the third party has come in strong. And Black is just doing a tremendous job, though, driving around the map. Really spectacular driving, weaving in and out of them trees. But here we take our attention over to Ruck. They're getting patched up, and we saw the likes of Intense Game as well as Execute. Again, Execute normally dropping in North George. These teams just a bit south of the hospital down there, west of Gatka. They've gotten into it. And again, some trades, and unfortunately for them, a few members have been trimmed off of, I believe, Intense Game. A little bit of a haircut there. I think it's just Cielo left north of Ruins there. But Execute has moved on, trying to prioritize Circle. And now Ruck will do the same. Those guys are way, way out in the blue zone, given that the zone has centered up over towards Stalber on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, this zone is just a little unpleasant in my books because a lot of it's just flat ground. It's almost like that sort of zone where you get where it's towards shelter, and a lot of it's just wasted flat ground space. There's one compound that overlooks 200-300 meters worth of field, and for them, a lot of these teams are wanting to. We saw there earlier Extreme Slayer or Extreme Rage and other teams, but hold up. Loops getting a little bridge camp going on the team that was trying to fight them early on. That is not something you want to have. Vigilante getting finished immediately. 2 kills for Loops. A little bridge camp action. And they're one of those teams that always loves bridge camping. They love, if there's teams on the south side with them, they don't mind tanking blue zone and just slaughtering you.
Man, what a laser beam from Loops. He just immediately takes one shot and puts one shot into him, and like that, out of the vehicle. And they're down some members early, so that's not ideal for them. And now we've got Mazexis starting to surround, looks like the likes of Extreme Slayers, but also we've got Max Split there as well. So we've got, a fight brewing and a potential third party on the horizon. It looks like Skur was spotted out there by Blue. Teams are starting to get a bit closer right now. And this is not a zone that is commonly fought. This easternmost edge, especially up towards Stalber, you don't see a lot of end circles here on Erangel. So again, I'm going to be interested to see how these teams position, where they try to use the land to their advantage, how they can use it to hide behind. That'll be very interesting to watch this thing develop.
Yeah, and we're seeing it right now. Mazex is essentially just driving around in the middle of nowhere, just trying to find a spot. I think Blue's trying to calm to his team. Hey, this spot on me, a little bit of a ridge. We're far enough out from the cliff side to not get shot out, but Black getting knocked on the rotation. I'd like to see Blue almost go back. Skur getting the finish. Actually, C4, the team that I believe Neptura chose this match, is starting to pick up some kills, PB.
Love to see it. Max Split starting to own. That's what I'm hopeful for. We'll see. I see 3 of them up over there. And now we've got C4 on that high ground looking down. They've got good control here, but they've got to hope they stay in the dead center of the zone. And just like that, the zone resets. They are still in it, so they won't have to move far here. C4 squeaking out some control early. They got YKG on the horizon. We haven't seen much of YKG so far yet this game, but again, finishing 3rd overall in the Premier Qualifiers. They have to be hungry. They are our Season 0 champions, after all, for the Titan Series and also the PMPL NA champions. So YKG has some lofty expectations. Did go through a bit of a slump in the early part of Season 2, but it seems like they're starting to fire a bit more on all cylinders after these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Joey was kind of, the name that we're all talking about in terms of YKG and stuff. He was the player that stepped up when his team just wasn't, performing that well. And, it's always great to see those sorts of players come out and, represent some of these teams in the region. And we had seen, too, N-Hyper, this eastern side of the map right now where YKG's at. We're looking at 3 powerhouse teams right now, possibly fighting for C4 spot. Because C4 right now, I think, has the best position in zone. They're on the southern side. They're able to overlook the next possible spot in zone where they need to rotate. But right now, they're having to take a fight right now without Aton, I believe. Or AT7.
Yeah, I like their spot.
I mean, they're
I like their
good.
spot. They just got to hope that they don't get the hard shift on the zone. You know what I mean? Have it go away from them. Looks like Execute has scrabbed center zone as well, so they're situated pretty nicely. Over on that western side, we got Ruck sneaking in, but now it's up to Atone to try to survive. And right now, they're getting picked apart, quite admittedly.
Yeah.
It looks like YKG getting beat up a little bit as well, but they're going to be okay. Fear's getting back into the fight, but Joey knocked on the front lines, and that's going to be big.
Yeah, and I think Joey just thought that was another Aton member. Loops coming in clutch, but still a player in the compound catching out 24k. This is not what you're wanting to happen. Loops might honestly just do a little reach around and just push the upper hill of the compound and just take this spot from YKG.
That's not a maneuver I'm familiar with, that's for sure. But we've got Milos up the hill looking down, and now YKG. We just talked about him, and now they're in trouble. Joey eliminated Fears, 24k down on the ground, and Chico, the last hope here for YKG. It doesn't look like he's prioritizing those revives. He's headed to zone, and Milos is staying behind as well. Milos, the lone survivor right now for Atone Esports. Atone has been actually very solid through the course of the Premier Qualifier, sitting at 5th overall. And they're going to like their initial performance in this game, picking up a few points. They've got 2 elims to their name and ultimately trying to avoid going out in last place. So one final hope here for Atone, and that's Milos.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the buggy. Missing the 2 front tires, probably going to try to swap vehicles. But YKG, a really just unfortunate start for them. They had it, and then they fumbled. And unfortunately for them, a lot of that's going to come down to, can we mentally reset and go for the next game? But the zone shift happens. C4 gets the shift onto an Hyper's basically dead center. And I'm looking at all these teams on the Northwest, Execute, Black Mamba, Ruck, Esports, all having to essentially fight for possibly just 1 or 2 extra spots in zone.
Awesome. So here we have it. The action's been heavy so far in this one. Loops right now leading all teams in damage in the lobby. And that, for me, is what I wanted to see out of them early on in this one. Remember, this was a team that was in trouble in the water. They were pinned down under a boat early on. They have rebounded forcefully from that state of being, and now we've got Black Mamba in the kill feed, taking down Execute. Execute trying to survive. They do a trade, and Casper's going to take down Bishop as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1-1, and the problem right now is, we look at the zone time. There's 3 seconds left on the clock. You're going to have to start driving in. This zone, when it connects, it's going to start eating out. It's going to start taking that HP down and making you, a free kill for these teams that are already in zone, like Hyper, Execute, that are posted up, essentially, just dead sight straight onto you.
And listen to those shots. They sounds like the 4th of July out there between Execute and Black Mamba. Cat God just about eliminated, and it's up to 7 get this dub. I don't know why there's so many 7s in his name. Can somebody inform me what is going on with this man's name that he's got to have so many 7s? Is he that lucky?
I mean, he's got to be lucky because he just got 2 of them on Execute the nade.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, what I thought was going to be a complete wipe on the Mamba. It sounded just Casper now, the player that got the opening knock and kill on the Black Mamba, but I mean, 7 is feeling himself right now, I think. And Bishop too, hitting that dodgeball of a grenade, and Bishop taking the 1, he's jumping at him. Oh, Casper gets 1, he gets... No way!
They're going to get a full reset. Are you kidding me? Casper not letting Execute go down early in this one. Maybe they don't get the full reset. Zone, unfortunately for them, is going to move in, but are they in? They're trying to buy as much time as possible. Aslo, he's gone, but Telly, it's just going to be ticking too hard here. It is unfortunate. Casper almost got the save. That could have been so clutch, but unfortunately the action happened just a few seconds too late.
I mean, we're going right to the next action. Netflix on the nade! Doesn't matter. IU clutching it up for his team, but getting wiped instantly by, I believe, wasn't C4. It was Max Split pushing out of the compound and onto the coast. Pitless getting finished instantly, but we're down to just Pinda on the coast. Not sure if there's more on Max Split out there, but that coastline spot, reaping rewards right now for some of these teams that are able to see it.
Man, I still can't believe the timing on that Execute fight. That guy was so close. Casper had the whole team ready to be revived, and the blue zone was just like, I am not going to cooperate with you guys. And unfortunately, that might be the way Execute's days goes. We'll see. Casper will live to fight another day here as we check in on the status of the action. Just a few squads remaining right now with a full team. C4, the Zombie Boys! We had Ruck up there. Man, I'm telling you what, maybe I should have gone with the Zombie Boys instead of my pick.
Yeah, I mean, they got a few heads left and Hyper. I'm not sure what happened if they were looking to push loops, but it looks like on the map, Kindness is knocked outside of the compound. So, really would like to get the Kindness back up. He was the
This is very Zombie Boys-esque right now. Just chilling in a fort, just looking. Yep. Not shooting, just looking. And we got sandbags piled up. These men have tanks? What is going on?
And, and they're seeing in the kill feed, possibly, Rex getting knocked in the back where there's, oh my goodness, he's going to see the Jaguar player pull up. Sees another team coming in, down. And this might just be free points for Zombie Boys right now.
But they're not shooting. They're just looking. Do they know they have guns? Those aren't telescopes. You guys can actually shoot projectiles. Instead, Ruck and Jaguar are going to get into it. I'm still waiting for this third party to pop off. But it hasn't happened just yet, so let's get into it. We got Ruck Crow trying to get his Everest man back in the fight. Zombie Boys gets knocked from Butterfly Effect. Now they're in trouble. Simple goes down. Mercy goes down. It's up to Seba now. He's the last stand here besides Victex. They get good angles. This blue zone's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to end up like a Black Mamba and Execute fight. They're going to be fighting this. Some team is going to come out, and then Zombie Boys is going to be free farming. One shot in the guy in the head. Zombie Boys getting a little free elim point there, but Jaguar having to essentially just run into the open into Zombie Boys. Same with Run Esports. And this is not looking good, PB. I would not want to be staying in this compound a second longer.
I don't think they want to stay a second longer either, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be just a few more seconds. That Molly is close, but no cigar. But this grenade, I'm smelling bad things for Jaguar.
Oh,
how did that
miss?
Didn't
get him. He's got another one. Oh, on the feet.
Oh. Eliminated. Ruck is gone. So welcome to the Premier Division, boys. And Jaguar trying to make it his own. Zombie Boys, though, still sitting on a full team. I'm impressed, not gonna lie. They have made it thus far without losing a member. And N-Hyper has been eliminated as well. They'll go out with 2 elims. And this one picking up 1 rank point. Not the start they were looking for, old N-Hyper. They don't have quite the same padding that they did after 3 weeks of qualifiers. They got a little bit of a cushion there with that 10 bonus points, but so far, N-Hyper hoping that game 2 goes a bit better for them.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're looking at the points right now on the live teams, Loops having 9 kills, wiping out N-Hyper on that southern side, and I believe they were the team that was the note I had made earlier with Kindness being knocked. N-Hyper must have made a push or something onto Loops and just completely butchered it, because Loops right now, I mean, top frag in the lobby. Gotta be top damage, of course. Zombie Boys starting to take shots, hopefully towards them, because if I'm any team in this lobby and I'm seeing Loops pop off, I'm trying to focus them over any other team right now.
I agree, especially knowing that Loops is going to be shorthanded at this stage in the game. That's just how they play. I mean, you got to know that they're not pulling off massive numbers on their squad side. And there you see the damage right now in the lobby. Loops still in it. 1,226 damage tops the lobby right now, and they're doing that with half a squad. So again, tipping the cap to Loops. They've come out aggressive, and once again, blessed are the Zombie Boys. They get the zone, and now, finally, C4 will have to come out of hiding and fire up those weapons.
C4 Lib, I'm looking at Execute. They still have a solo player alive, PB. Just proning on a rock, and I believe it's just Car in the middle of zone, essentially. Max Split holding that edge spot on that north side, just out of range of C4, but both those teams are going to have to make a play in, either towards, I believe, Butterfly Effect, or towards each other, and try to play this eastern side. If there's any ridges or rocks they could just slam into to try to make cover for themselves.
You know what, I'm going to be pissed if Zombie Boys wins this game and I didn't stick with my pick. I just keep thinking about this, watching that full squad that they have up, moving into circle. They got the zone for their favor. They win here. I'm going to kick myself for not sticking with the pick. You know what I'm saying? Got Loops, though, playing big, playing loud. We got Cartizan and Chief still up for their side. And I really admire the way Loops plays. Even when shorthanded, they play loud, big, noisy. And teams are actually kind of intimidated to go up against them. You can see Cartizan putting out the pressure on C4. And that's a full squad over there coming into zone. And just one player is making it very tough on them.
Yeah, and I mean, for those sorts of players, if we're really thinking, you know, about the game state and stuff like that, let's say C4 was to be pushing Loops here, okay? Loops only need to get 1 knock each, and both of them need to stay alive to make it essentially a fair 2v2. If you're full HP, if you're 75 HP, even if you're half HP, if you're in a 1v1 situation with the DBS like most of these players are running, it only takes that 1 shot to knock you anyways. So if you're able to get those 2 knocks, those 2 crucial knocks, you're possibly able to just do a whole full 4v2 fight on some of these teams. And Loops having to make the suicide drive out, gets 1 knocked by the Zombie Boys, but still 1 player alive. C4, I'd like to see them possibly crest over the hill and try to get a little few KSs going on, but they hear Max Split rotating just to the north of them. Still having a bit of an overwatch from Panda Boy in the back. And I'm just going to, I think there's just only going to be nades coming out, but
Zombie
Loops!
Boys. They got zone again, too. The zone shifts over to the Zombie Boys, and they won't have to move far here. So it's going to be interesting to see this thing develop. We're down to our top 4 teams. It's C4, Max Split, Zombie Boys. Wow, we got a bunch of teams from Challengers coming in, and we got Butterfly Effect as well, still with a couple members in their lobby. I will say Butterfly Effect came into this game with only 3 players, and so the fact that they have a couple remaining right now are in a decent position in the zone, they got to be happy with their performance so far.
I mean, they've got a crate out there too, a few cars posted up, and they've got the shack of the century, I guess, because, I mean, you know, the nice thing about this shack play that they're holding right now is Zombie Boys, who's up on the hillside, essentially able to overlook anything that comes towards the Butterfly Effect shack, is essentially just going to be, you know, an extra player, 3-4 players, since Zombie Boys is a full squad, possibly spraying people that try running up on you. So if I'm Butterfly Effect, you know, I'd just be sitting in that shack, I'd be eating my little lunch, my little Lunchable to-go pack, I guess you could say, and just waiting for this next zone shift.
Heck yeah, dude. You're up there taking your Uncrustables down and just getting it done. You know what I'm saying?
Little snack.
We got Butterfly Effect trying to make a miracle here in this first game. Coming into it shorthanded. They got beat up vehicles here, the likes of it. But again, now they get blessed with a decent zone position. But it looks like it's Max Split that has control of the circle. Not only do they have the zone, but they have a beautiful off-angle player as well. And we'll see if they can actually hold it down here. We questioned their gun skills on Tuesday night in the Challenger Division. That was when one of their players pulled off a ridiculous 1v3 to win a chicken dinner. And the skills, in my eyes, were not needing to be questioned at that point. Max Split getting it done here. And they're holding all the cards here in this first game. I'm liking to see what happens here as we move forward.
Yeah, and a lot of this is going to come down to, you know, what does C4 choose to do? Are they going to just send to Butterfly Effect, try to wipe them out, get those 2 kills, and then an extra few placement points? Are they going to try to, you know, nade out Max Split on the right side and then deal with Pinda Boy at a later time? Is Zombie Boys even going to try to rotate on this northern side and, you know, like essentially sandwich Max Split that are all stacked on their smokes right now? Or are they going to choose, you know, just chill, let's wait for the next zone shift, let's wait for all these smokes to wear out? Because, I mean, you don't have an infinite backpack, PB. You're going to be running out of smokes at some point, and a lot of these teams, I feel, have started throwing a lot of them. We're only seeing 2 on the Skur right now. That's only essentially 30, maybe 40 seconds of smoke time, if that. So, I mean, for these teams, a lot of it's going to come down to just the time in the
an
zone.
infinite backpack, dude. Like, compared to mine, when I play, I feel like these guys just have utility for weeks. They're throwing smokes and grenades. Remember on Tuesday night, somebody had 15 grenades in game. It was bananas. So I believe that was on Dauntless, who unfortunately didn't make it through. But now we've got Zombie Boys starting to pop off again, and Butterfly Effect down to 1 member. Entity gets knocked from Max Split, and now C4 on the offensive. C4 back to a really threatening position here.
Oh, and they wiped them out on C4 on the Butterfly Effect. They're still 2 up. Max Split already lost the 1 through the smoke play. The little Kobe nade, not the knock on him. It was from Zombie Boys, but Psycho in a 1v1 situation gets the knock. It's a 1v1 on a rock with Texas. He's got an AK. Goes for the shots. It's even, and he hits the pre-fire. PB gets the knock, and Zombie Boys essentially gifted this free win 1v4 situation, and I don't think they're...
Don't count it yet. Don't count it yet.
He's pulling the
No,
name.
they're actually going to use utility. He's trying to get the deal off. He's going for the points. Probably smart. Did he throw it too far? They got it done! The Zombie Boys take the first game. I'm kicking myself. I wish I would have stuck with them. The Zombie Boys. Game 1 winners of the Premier Finals. This is so notable. I gotta say, this is just proof in the pudding that an undiscovered team can make a name for themselves, come up and just steal the show. Zombie Boys, you may not have been #1 coming into the day, but you're #1 in my heart. Nice game.
I mean, they're #1 now at this point for them. I mean, the kills, the placement, they're going to be shooting in front of N-Hyper and all these other teams. You know, Loops might be the team that's up close to them still with the amount of kills they pulled this game. But, I mean, Zombie Boys, you know, playing it slow. They played the placement out, and then at the end, they pick up their kills.
Why don't we throw it back to the desk and see what they thought of our first victory for Zombie Boys in the Premier Finals.
I'm hyped. I'm unbelievably hyped. That game 1 was fantastic. A lot of great moments, man. Zombie Boys, you should have stuck with them, PB, and maybe you will next time. But look, that's what I said at the beginning, right? You know, challenger teams across multiple esports. They surprise you. They really do. They come in, they might not be the fan favorites, but by the end, they are the fan favorites and the more dominant teams. But let's go back to the start, Neptura. Me and you were kind of going back and forth right while that map was going on. We were talking about that initial zone, top right. I mean, it was looking nasty.
It really was. And you know what? You know, as I said to you earlier, I love that. As long as it's not me playing in those kinds of zones, I love them. They're so fun to watch. and it really makes these teams have to think and get really, really creative, and that's always when you see the best of a team come out. So I always love watching them. It really is such a cool thing. And then it just went even further. I mean, it went to an area that we very, very rarely see. So a whole bunch of fun. Great way to kick off the first game, honestly.
Fantastic way to kick it off. We saw a lot of great moments. Enigma and Casper, right? We just saw him clutching up just a little bit earlier, nearly getting his team back into the fight. But again, when it comes to the zone, there was a lot of teams. They were very sluggish to rotate in. There was at least 4 of them. There was Black Mamba, One Shot, Extreme Slayers, Atone Esports, and Atone not having a good placement. Enigma, talk to me about why some of those teams might not have jumped on the opportunity to get into that top right zone a little bit earlier.
I think a lot of it just comes down to, we don't go against some of these teams in scrims and practice beforehand. We have these contender teams coming up, some of these international teams that don't scrim a lot with these NA teams. And if we get a zone like this that's not usually played this northeastern side of the map, I mean, it's going to come down to what you're comfortable with. You're going to be, okay, this is what usually works, and it didn't work. So for them, a lot of it's going to be being able to adapt and overcome. And a lot of it's going to be coming down to, are they going to be able to choose to just take the fight and get the placement or get the kill points and then just take the 1 or 2 placement points they get? Or are they going to try to rotate in as a 2-man if they're mid-fight and just try to, pull through some extra points later in the game?
Well, we saw Zombie Boys at the top. They will be in first. No surprise there, PP. Well, big surprise, but no surprise after watching them. Now, Atone Esports, though, right? That's huge to me. They finished way outside of at least top 10, or excuse me, I believe top 7 or top 5 in Hyper as well, right? The bonus points, that was a big storyline, PB, but now things are already looking a bit topsy-turvy for some of our talented teams throughout the Premier Qualifiers.
What's going on here, Reflections? I'm seeing the Zombie Boys on top of the Premier final standing.
Love it.
That's what's up. They took their telescopes and spotted their enemies all the way to victory there. Zombie Boys getting it done, man. I love to see it, and honestly, I hope they continue to prove me wrong this whole night long. And again, close as you mentioned, those bonus points, really kind of everything at this point. C4 right there near the top. They didn't have any bonus points, but who did was Loops had a couple. You see them kind of hanging around. Jaguars hanging around. Even though they had kind of subpar games, they're still in the mix. And obviously in Hyper, only scoring 3 points. They're just a few points out of first place right now on the strength of their qualifying performance. So love to see that. And we'll continue to keep an eye on all these teams going into the next game.
Yeah, coming into this, a big storyline was about Team Jaguar. Where were they going to land? Second place throughout the 3 weeks of the qualifiers, and Hyper being in first. In Hyper, they have a habit of losing to the second place team. You go back to season 0, they lost to YKG. You go to season 2, season 1, they lose to C4. That was the challenger team that came up and ended up surprising everybody. Now will they lose to Team Jaguar? Well, we've already had one game down at this point. I'm thinking Zombie Boys might be the most dominant team. They were blessed with the zones throughout the entirety of the game, and man, well done to them, and that just made at least our next 5 games that much more exciting. Neptura, there were a lot of great moments. What moment stood out to you?
Well, honestly, Reflections, the moment that stood out to me was this one, as it stood out to a lot of people, and it really is a big old throwback for me to the Panthers in Sanhok last season. It's this same sort of deal that we're seeing here, and it's just about the angle of that hill, right? Casper is using that to keep his cover. See how he doesn't even peek over that much to get that first knock, and 7 is out in the open. I mean, he is, that's fine, it's fine, but the thing is that he's way out in the open. He has no cover whatsoever. Casper has all the cover. It's all on his side. So he tries for that nade. Not going to happen. He pushes out. That was a really nice push, actually, but he does get that with the AK and then goes straight in. So it's a really nice use of that angle of the hill to actually get that done. So GG's.
Yeah, and Neptura, that was a great play, and a play that really excited me. He couldn't get the reses. Come on, like Neptura, for you, if he does get the reses, though, where does Execute finish?
Oh, top 3.
Top 3
pretty
for sure,
easily.
right?
I mean, the zone was very open, but I think with that kind of fight off the back of that fight, I think they could have gone very far in there.
I think so. At least for me, PB, it showcases what Execute can really do, even with just one player. I mean, with Loops, right? Loops came in 3 players strong and still had one of the top performances. And something we've seen Loops, do time in and time again. One thing for me, PB, what makes that game one so impactful is each and every team kind of had a moment to, shine. Well, not all the teams, but for the majority of the teams, they had a moment to shine, which is really nice to see. It seems like Premier Finals is off to a great start.
It really is. And I love the fact that we've got some of our challenger teams that have kind of come up and started off hot. Obviously, the likes of Zombie Boys, but we also saw Max Split there finishing third overall. Really strong performance from them. But what I really like about this is all of those teams obviously came up with no bonus points. And so to have the standings immediately tighten up after just one game, you've got 5 teams right now between 13 and 17 points, which is the tops in our lobby. And that means things are going to get really, really exciting.
Nigma, let's take a look at Zombie Boys because they were the winners coming in. They were 4th place in the Challenger Finals, right? 1st place to start out Premier Finals. These are the Stat 7 elims. You go down the list. Honestly, not looking too shabby.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about damage stats, for, a knock and a finish is essentially, 190, 200 damage points. So, they're right around the number I'd expect them to be. Obviously, I don't think they were the top damage. Loops had, I believe, more eliminations that last match, but only 3 revives is, something that a lot of teams don't know. Essentially, if you're not getting knocked, you're shooting your gun more. You're keeping pressure on people, and in that whole situation where it's 4 up, you're wanting every bit of pressure you can get in that late zone.
And for you, Neptura, I want to ask you because it seems like Zombie Boys were getting blessed by zone, constantly, right? So do you think if the zones didn't bless them, right, they had to work a little bit harder for it, would the outcome have been different? Do you think Zombie Boys are a mature enough team, an educated enough team to work the zones themselves into future maps?
Well, it's actually a hard thing to say because, going over to that fight against C4, I mean, they really had a really good reaction time to push that immediately as soon as they saw their opportunity. So it is a bit of a 50-50. I haven't seen enough of them, and seeing kind of what they did in Challengers, which was very much the same play style we saw for this win, maybe not. It would depend on exactly where they decide and what their game sense in terms of the map knowledge was, where that's at. So I think it's a kind of a 50-50 on that one.
50-50, fair enough, and honestly, 50-50 aren't bad odds, given the fact that there are 16 wonderful teams, right? Placing top 12 would be pretty spectacular. Map 2, Miramar, it's going to be a fun one, and maybe an opportunity for Zombie Boys to once again prove that they are the best team in the lobby, but also a chance for so many teams, PB, to prove that they're the best or they were the best, right? See, the 3 weeks that we had of the qualifiers weren't just a fluke. I'm talking about In Hyper. I'm talking about Loops. I'm talking about Team Jaguar. You can even go down to Atone Esports, who didn't have the best of performances and only are in their placing because of the bonus points. So game 2, PB, it's a game for a lot of these teams to shine and show what they're made of.
It really is, and I'm excited to see what storylines actually start to develop here. I don't fully know which team is going to start to stand out. One of these teams, maybe even a couple of them, are going to start creeping ahead, and I think that starts in this next game. We got to keep our eyes on who performs here going into Miramar.
I like that. So who does perform, PB? Right back at you, man. Who is going to take map number 2?
I had a strange feeling you were going to come straight back to me with ask for my prediction. So let's see. Who are we going to go with? Are we going to go with Zombie Boys and give them the benefit of the doubt 2 games in a row?
Heck yeah.
No, we are not. We're going to go with Intense Game. That's who we're going to go with.
Nice.
Not the Zombie
Intense
Boys.
Game. I was surprised they didn't get a vote in map 1, honestly, because Intense Game, they proved that they could really get a lot of points. Enigma, who are you going for?
Well, I was thinking Intense Gaming, but I don't want to do it now because PB chose it. So I'm going to have to go with YKG this game.
Okay. YKG, Intense Game. Hey, we got both of them. Solid rosters. Now, for the brains of the desk, though. We all know this. Neptura, who are you going for?
Honestly, I kind of want to go Jaguar for this one. That desert action, I think they're going to be really good with that. And also, shout out to C4 for coming second. GG's.
Yeah, I was going to point that out, actually. C4 coming in second, that was your pick. And you know what? They nearly did it. And honestly, not a bad performance at all. Plenty of good points coming their way. For me, though, I'm going to go with the season winners. I'm going to go with Hyper. I think they know and they understand. Look, we're tired of getting second place. We're tired of not winning, right, when it comes to the Premier Finals. This is the time to step it up. That game one was not good at all. Only 3 points. You add their bonus points, they're still not in first. So I think this is going to be their game to take it. Miramar, we'll see if Hyper can do it. We'll see if our other teams can do it as well, right? Because we got a lot of talented roster. But without further ado, let's head into map number 2. And to call the action, we've got Hot Jukes, we've got Enigma. Boys, take it away.
Let's go, baby. What's up, everybody? Man, you know what? Enigma was so cool to see you on the desk. And it was awesome to see you so wrong, dude. Enigma, wrong. Okay? Reflections, wrong. Power Bank, wrong. Natura, wrong. The answer is Zombie Boys, okay? The best team in the lobby, Enigma. Game number 1, champions. These guys are going to win the whole thing. You watch. Let's go. Let's get into the game, bro. How do you feel about that, huh?
I'm feeling all right. You must have taken Dave's, little tinfoil cap he made on Tuesday and worn it today, picking the Zombie Boys. But, maybe you'll make me eat my words. Maybe it's the back-to-back. Maybe they just win all 6 games. You never know.
I think so.
Just a complete blowout. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either, dude. I mean, first game, I knew it was going to happen. I had all my money on Zombie Boys NA, so I just doubled up. I'm feeling good. 17 points to start this one off. They have beat C4, Loops. This is a squad from Challengers, guys. From the Challenger division, right? They had to qualify to be here, and they're starting off with the chicken dinner. That is absolutely insane. Look, we got some UC at the bottom, guys. Look at that UC giveaway. Ooh. Get it while it's hot. That is how you do it.
Get the drip, baby, down below. Bloop, bloop. I gotta ask though, Hot Jukes. I gotta ask. Right here, we're going into Miramar. Are we thinking it's a South Zone? PB and I were praying on it on Tuesday, that it's going to that southern island. Are you thinking the Botation's going to be coming out from anyone?
Dude, I would love to see that southern island finish, man. It's been so long. I told PB it's been over 2 years since the last time I saw that. And I would be so stoked to see it again because you know who does well in the water? Dude. Zombies, dude. They're dead already. So they don't got to worry about drowning.
Yeah, but can they swim though? Like, do they know where they're at in the water? Or they just send it? Do they just free ball it?
I guess it depends on the kind of zombies we're talking about, dude. I have a feeling like if Michael Phelps was a zombie, I have a feeling that zombie could swim, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What if you run into like a Mike Tyson zombie? Like, would you be fighting back like that?
That's honestly the Zombie Boys we're seeing right now, because they are just.
They're slaughtering
everybody, dude.
They're messing some people up in that last game. This game, though, we'll have to see where they drop, but we have a plane path south to north. A lot of people essentially able to get to their drop spots unless you're going to something like El Pozo or Monty. I think a lot of these teams, are going to either be fighting off drop or, they're just going to take cars and go on their little merry way.
Yes, sir. Nice little center plane path. I hate these plane paths on the grounds that you don't really have El Pozo as that instant spot drop.
Yeah.
But yeah, YKG, that's got to be what they're going for here. It always makes me question that as well because we saw YKG when they played in PNPL Americas, they gave up El Pozo. They gave it up till Alpha 7. So I wonder if with a plane path like this is a really good opportunity for them to kind of put in some reps and try something different.
Yeah, and if you're always preparing for the next tournament as well while you're playing, so for them, I'd like to see them, go to El Pozo, fight it out if there's anyone there, and then keep doing that for the next few months to build up that confidence for when you go into Americas, you're not afraid of taking fights with these teams. Because we see, even in PMGC scrims and stuff like that I've played before, we were fighting over Monte Nuevo on XFET and back-to-back. And with that sort of play, it comes down to, are you confident in your level of play? And you reach at some point, Reflection said it the best, a maturity in the level of the gameplay you have. And are you mature enough and are you confident enough in yourself to be able to take some of these fights that could ultimately result in you getting 0 points in a small game pool sort of tournament?
That's right. Well, you know what? We're already starting to see Jaguar lose 1 player. That's Vicdex down to YKG. So YKG looking like they're going to park themselves right in the middle of Los Leones, the Lions. The Lions Den. And
Lions.
Yeah, well, Jaguar just got bit by one. That's going to hurt.
Well, what wins in a fight? A jaguar or like a lion?
Oh,
it's a Sex's player actually that Jaguar had killed, so.
Oh.
Oh, that's tough. I didn't realize he got ran over by a buggy trying to run in. Jukes. That's kind of tough.
To see it so close, yet so far. He saw the door, but it just wasn't quick enough.
There.
Wasn't quick enough. Yeah. Let's take a look here at the rest of the map of the lobby. So far, so good. We're seeing Execute. How do you feel about Execute coming into today, Enigma?
You know, the performance that they had during the qualifiers is a little lackluster, but them playing with Kill Switch on Tuesday really just proved that, you know, some players with their experience are able to make that big of a difference. But unfortunately, he's not playing today. We're back to Casper right now, or I believe it's Azov upstairs in the 1v2 situation. Gets one with the knock. It's a 1v1 situation. Goes for the pre-fires.
They're both lit to craziness. You can see Azov there. Going to go for that reload. Maybe he's possibly calling on for his teammates, too.
Yeah, and I think they're going to beat out Azon's Execute teammates to be making to the compound. You see him on that southeast side, just basically running it to one shot. And he gets him! Too slow! Again, another player trying to run around the corner and just gets caught out. So, really big win by One Shot Spence, picking up that knock. If he lost that 1v2, that would have been a disaster.
Well, here comes the rest of Execute. So, they were able to get there in time. And I believe they should be able to save their teammate. Here comes Fate opening things up with a Molotov. That's really nice. It's going to just buy some time. It looks like they're really going for that full reset. Now, the rest of One Shot isn't too far away. They actually have a really disgusting off angle here. This next knock is going to be huge for either one of these teams.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is going to come down to, you know, we see Telly and Fate having buggies. Are they going to try to rotate around? Do they think there's other players in the back line for One Shot? Or is One Shot going to be able to hit the shots on Execute when they're pulling up into the compound and give some cover fire for their teammates?
Let's see. Keep.
Ooh.
You're going to open up with the Molotov. Right now, he's just trying to buy time. Hopefully, One Shot can get some kind of crazy off-angle knock, but it may be too late. Here comes Execute.
All four of them!
Full sending it on in.
I think it was only one knocked on the Execute.
Yeah, they're going to get that last laugh right there, because now it's a 2v2.
Vigilante, he's got the double barrel. Just one shot! Oh, he gets him!
He gun switches. Oh, wait, no, he actually got that knock. Okay, so this is huge. It's just Fate and Telly. Again, JC.
Oh, he doesn't have the HP!
1v1!
He's got a vest too. I don't know if Fate has a vest and helmet. It's a 1v1 situation. Oh, and he gets destroyed by Fate. Another, you know, thankfully in this zone, they are in it, so they're not going to die trying to revive. So actually getting the full 4-man wipe, 4 free points essentially, not losing a single player. And I think they're going to be able to loot essentially this whole southern side and rotate into whatever part of the zone they want.
Huge. Lucky for them too, right? They don't have another team nearby, so they don't have to worry about those crazy third parties early game. They are big chilling. So 4 eliminations for Execute. Nice start. I mean, that was really close. Probably a little too close for comfort there, but man, that was huge especially for Fate to clutch that up right there at the end.
Yeah, I think the main part there is just all 4 of the players. One of them was definitely just screaming in the comms, push, don't stop, because the main problem you have is when they push that first doorway going into the long 2-stack church-looking building, is that when you go through the doorway, if you're first knocked, you don't want to be blocking your teammates, because then they won't be able to shoot, and then you either get finished or your teammate gets shot because his elbow's poking through the door. So good work by Execute, just full throttling through both doors and just getting the knocks onto them.
Beautifully done indeed. There's Luke with that golden Marauder. Only one of those in the game. Let's take a relook at that fight as Azov doing such a great job.
In. This is the 1v1. His teammate actually got shot in the back by the double barrel. I thought he was the one that got laid out, but this is Fate's POV. Nice shots with the hipfire UMP. One of the guns that isn't really used much anymore, but was one of the top close range weapons people like to use. DBS now is filling that space with the shotgun changes as of a few months ago. And the nice thing though, with those sorts of guns like the UMP and the DBS is you don't need a lot of ammo because you're not really using it much, and that results in you being able to either carry more 5.56 if you like using the M4, if you like using the DP, if you're on Erangel, 762, or if you just like having utility. Any sort of flashes, smokes, all that sort of stuff is just, it's in its weight in gold essentially in late game.
Oh yeah, especially in Miramar. Miramar is that one map where you want to be kitted out to the teeth because you're going to use all of it in that late game. Especially if your vehicle gets blown up early on, you may need those first aids. I mean, this is what we like to see here. This is what we like to see. Getting
The
kitted up,
zombie
looted up,
boys.
and crazy. Switching to FPP driving just to get a different perspective. I like that. I like that, zombie boy.
That actually used to be the play that people used to do back in the day. You'd be driving uphill and you'd be FPP, but we'll have to put it on that because Aton getting worked at the compound by Extreme Slayers, already losing one. Remix trying to get some cover fire their teammates, but the drive over doesn't get the knock, but Baby Bray getting the opening essentially on Aton, and I mean, this isn't looking good, Hot Chicks. This is just a little all over the place from a team that we thought would be, dominating this portion of the tournament.
Baby Bray taking some more shots as well. Onto a thorn. Will she be able to get this finish? It's so close. That monster truck's on fire. Almost explodes. Now they finally got it done, but Athon able to survive for a few moments longer. I wonder if we're going to see the rest of the Extreme Slayers full send here.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you knock one and just go for the thirst. Maybe two, if you're lucky. He gets the 1v1. Bop! The thirst! Oh, man, you're hating yourself if your Extreme Slayer's making a play like that.
That's the worst thing you could do right there. Is just full send it as one player. Take your time, right? Utilize your whole squad, and you should be set to go. But, man, yeah, simple mistakes seems to be the thing that really just hurt Extreme Slayers there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he was just standing in the molly on his screen, but, I guess it was a little bit of a visual bug with it being, with the door closed and all that, but still eating the nade. They know exactly where he's at. I'd like to see them just run straight in and take the fight, play it safe with the nade, and he's gone.
Great job there from Remix to clean it up, but again, simple mistakes could cost you so much in these kinds of tournaments here. I mean, one player lost out. It'd be the difference, right? From first place to second, or even qualifying to the next stage. I know this is the finals, but still, we saw that happen yesterday. Or just the day before yesterday, actually. We saw the difference from qualifying and not was 2 points.
Yep.
Literally 2 points. Dauntless, if they would have gotten one extra placement, they would be here today. But unfortunately, they're going to be spectators, and I want to see teams tighten things up. You don't want to be losing players very simply like that.
Well, I mean, losing players too. Lubes picking off, while we were dealing with that fight, picking off an N-Hyper player on rotation. So, really just unfortunate stuff to see from them. Lubes must have done their homework or something, because they are all over N-Hyper today. And even then too, Mazex is wiping out Jaguar in Los Leones. So, really shocking thing from them. Wanting to see, some sort of either like mental change or maybe even a roster swap, like some sort of, sub in. If someone's, just kind of throwing the vibes off, because, I mean, we only get 6 games in this. And if you're already out in the first 2, like Jaguar's been, it's not looking good for you.
Let's see what YKG is going to do. This is the team you predicted here.
Yep.
Enigma. So let's see if YKG can make you proud.
I mean, they got one. Thankfully, they got 1 kill already, but
that's true.
Let's see it.
They do have 1, so we'll take that to the bank there. Still 13 teams alive. We're only in stage number 2, so a lot of action here to come up in the next few minutes. While we look, Mazexis did end up getting 3 eliminations. Pretty great for them. Here's a intense game, right? Intense game. I think at all these squads, they have a ridiculous pop-off potential, especially in Miramar, because I think they hold the record for like the most eliminations in the Titan series. When it comes to Miramar,
this has to just be their bread and butter. Some maps, my favorite was always Erangel and Miramar. I didn't really have a preference on the two, but I mean, this team was just absolutely slaughtering in the qualifiers on this map. I mean, I think it was 16 kills or something. Woo. Outrageous. But we do see the map on the right side of the screen. Execute the team that was fighting on that south side, and look at that. You fight a team early on, you essentially get free real estate into a lot of these zones if you get the right shift. So good for them, being able to at least recognize that and move in. But Tense Gaming possibly going to take a fight with Loops or vice versa, depending on who gets the opening knock first. more
Both
just a
these teams are in really
standstill
good
right
spots,
now.
though. Yeah, they're really in good positions in the zone, so they don't really have to fight right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them decide to be neighbors for just a little while longer. Unlike, teams like Extreme Slayers, Zombie Boys as well. Zombie Boys, they're coming into the hardship side of the zone through the blue. And, we're starting to see them, get
Oh no.
into it with Butterfly Effect. And Butterfly Effect only has 3 players, but they're going to lose 1 on that rotation.
I mean, 3 is not, a number that scares them that much. Last game we saw, top 4 placement out of Butterfly Effect. Only, getting a few kills. They were forced to play that Shack. And a lot of those situations, if you take the Shack early and there's other teams that are holding power positions, you're not really going to be picking up many free kills. A lot of it's just going to be, those free placement points you get. You get maybe 1 or 2 kills unless you get lucky on zone shift. But, Zombie Boys, unfortunately down to 3. I'd like to see them as a 4-man still. Getting a little bit of blue zone, but...
Well, there ain't a lot of blue zone right now because look, they are so lit. Julio cannot take 1 more shot. Oh, only a couple more in that vehicle, and that's gonna do it. Wow, so Zombie Boys are gonna lose 2 just like that. And the other 2 members of Zombie Boys, they have nothing, right? Utility-wise. They are beat up like crazy. And we're starting to see players drop like flies here with Max Split. He's gonna make a push on the YKG. Here comes Pinda, opening up some fire.
He's got the Scar and the Tommy, a little bit of a pre-nade. Fear's trying to smoke it out, but I mean, we see in the back too, Execute might be hearing this fight and could third party. Same with Extreme Slayers and Southside. And I mean, there's a lot of people eyeing you right now. This compound fight is going to be deadly for one of these teams.
Here goes Entity looking for some more angles. Chico trying to pull off a crazy off angle, gets caught in the process. So that is a rough play for YKG, and now YKG just so split up.
Oh wow,
getting picked apart piece by piece.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of question it. For me, it's a lot of just like what's going on with these sorts of team comms. We know someone should be off angling. We need someone that's pushing in the front, someone next to the guy pushing to get the trade. And it's like, yeah, that's all good and great, but we're just not putting the pieces together, guys. Like, what's going on? Am I needing to like choose someone else and then flip a coin to see if you're going to be the one that's going to be the saving grace win? But at least Joey being able to pick up some sort of points for his team, getting a kill. But I mean, if you're relying only on one player, it's not going to be ending well in any sort of tournament.
Let's see if Joey can stay alive for his squad, get some extra points on the board by himself. All the rest of these teams are looking really good. Ruck still has all 4 players up with 1 elimination. C4 as well. Loops, dangerous squad of Miramar. Also going to be repping all 4. Next zone about to pop the next 40 seconds. That's going to definitely spice things up a bit. As, yeah, we see Joey just with a vehicle and a dream, trying to hold it around.
Pray for the zone shift. I mean, it's not too bad. He's got the car still, but, I mean, it's not looking great for him.
Skrrr. Bring that monster truck up on top of the hill. Looking good. Hayuya, I think he did spot a vehicle. And he was looking at it right there from that 3 peak.
Maybe your Execute behind him too.
Oh, if Joey gets in that truck, it's over.
Yeah, he just hawking it. He definitely knows. He's got to know. A little bit of revenge with the Zombie Boys, maybe?
Crazy with a crazy angle. Right on the rock. Ooh. Oh, he sees Everest. He's waiting. Crazy does not want to give away his position. Did his teammates take shots?
Ooh. No, I guess not. I think they're maybe just trying to pick up teammates to drive.
I think they're trying. That's a really smart play from Zombie Boys because they're trying to get into this next zone, and they know the second they shoot Ruck, they are screwed. So they are really taking their time right now, and possibly this may pay off big time because now all of Ruck is focused there up front, unless.
Oh, they hear the car though.
Oh no, yeah, they did get spotted. So now here comes Crow. Looking for the last 2 Zombie Boys while they head off away, but they do end up moving to safety.
The timing though is kind of in their favor because Ruck's already made this plan to Black Mamba. They're having to make some sort of either split 2v4 v2 play. Crazy losing his teammate Revis on the rotation. I'm not sure if he just got beamed out of the car or what, but Ruck may be able to save themselves in this position as long as they're able to get the knocks on the Black Mamba squad up on top of the hill.
Crazy at the bottom of a hill, just completely screwed out of his way. He got nothing, no kind of positional advantage at all this spot. Let's see this fight though between Black Mamba and Ruck. Who's gonna win this fight? You can see Baton's going to throw that nade out there, trying to catch one of the players. It's really tough to land nades in this position.
Yeah, you don't know where the ridges are either when you throw it over this. You're basically just blind throwing it, or you have some sort of intuition, maybe a spidey sense in some people. Just seeing how far you need to throw it. But I mean, Black Mamba, you see two on the map. Some of them have already rotated back. They're gonna give up the top of the hillside. Maybe just go for an opening knock and just go for it. But look at that. Well, goose egg at the bottom, on the bottom right, Jukes. Zombie Boy's not what I was expecting, at least.
Look, they are just giving false confidence to the rest of the team. That's how confident they are, all right?
All right.
They are saying, you know what? We only need one player. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy to see a team nerf themselves in the Premier Finals coming from the Challengers. Not something I would have expected to see, Enigma. But
no, they like to keep it close, maybe.
Wow.
They like keeping it close. And, I'll just let you have it. Whatever makes you sleep at night, Jukes. But, and they're gone. Never mind. They got wiped.
Wow.
So I'll get you some tissues or something, maybe.
Some interesting strategy from Zombie Boys. Not one I would have done myself, but heck, they won game one, so who am I to question them, right?
Yep. They're playing, not us. So up to them. But the zone shift kind of, favoring every team. It's essentially just a smaller version centered up on the zone. Ruck finally taking shots on the Black Mamba. I'm really questioning Black Mamba's choice in backing up there and choosing to just give them all that sort of real estate and eventually just biting him in the ass.
It sure did.
X is about to bite someone in the back. Oh, doesn't get the knock on a max split up in front of them. Essentially, maybe three teams fighting.
Oh my gosh. And he caught the reload, but I don't think it's going to matter. Pinned up. Bop. Oh, out of there.
3 limbs, but Zex is out in 12th place, Jukes. Not something I'd want.
Loop's still in the fray with only 2 eliminations, but here they come, and they are coming in hot with this next rotation. Intense game, looking to do the same thing. Adrian trying to look for some angles. Loops, Cardozen, Chief, full city with that SLK, clearing the building one by one.
And Hyper getting cleared out right now. They're clearing house. Look at this, 2v1 on both the remaining N Hyper players, and you just hear the DBS spam go off. N Hyper, at this point, you might as well just be going on the complete opposite side of the zone. Oh!
GK first knock too. Oh, it's only gonna be in a second though. Yeah. Oh, through the window. But heck, nice effort there from GK first to get a double knock. Now, unfortunately, there's not any other teammates. Well, actually, fortunate for Loops, no other enemies nearby that heard that fight that were willing to third party that. So they will get everybody up with 5 eliminations. Loops starting to warm up here in the end game.
Yeah, and they're warming up against essentially the best team in this tournament, N Hyper, just having their number both maps, just absolutely slaughtering them. I'm not sure if you're N Hyper, if it's just, doesn't matter what team it is, but at the same time, there's gonna be that subconscious thing of, is this Loops? Like, are we, like, every peak, am I gonna just get beamed? Like, some players are that caliber where if you get knocked by them multiple times, you start being rent-free in their head on this is the team, so. And Hyper gonna need to go back to the drawing board, but in terms of drawing, this guy making an arc, and this guy with the nade on a butterfly effect didn't hit it. Actually is close enough to hit the nade, but they're just gonna go for the little buggy drive-by. Tense Gaming trying to just spread out, getting some free kills, but it's really, a bit of a standstill other than the southern side of the zone right now, Jukes, on who's gonna be fighting.
Tense game, Adrian looking to get some more information for the rest of his team while the rest of his squad is getting into it, and wow, we just saw Erangel and SSJ just run into Ruck and got rucked up.
Yeah, he got rucked. But Ruck is holding a very interesting spot in zone. Execute not taking any shots on them just yet. And essentially taking a free 4v4 fight for possibly a game-winning northern spot in zone. And we see the zone shift. Ruck definitely has the best spot in this zone shift, looking all over every ridge, nook, and cranny that anyone can hide behind.
They got all the high ground in the world, and Adrian's just trying to drive away. Getting beamed, though, man. Intense game, getting punished hardcore. Ruck doing a great job of holding this hill.
6 kills. Execute's the only team next to him in terms of kills. C4 and Loops only 1 back from that. Possibly see a change in that. But Ruck was one of the teams I mentioned that they didn't perform well during the finals portion of Challengers. we'll say that the bonus points helped them a lot, but that last game showed that they were able to take on some of these teams like Execute that were in that lower finals portion and, really start to show that they have the gun skill to hang with these teams. And this game, 6 elims against a lot of these big name teams is now 7 kills is really showing that you're able to hang with a lot of the best.
Gotta be huge for your confidence too. As a squad, now that you're here and right off the rip, getting a couple good games in, that's gonna be even better for this whole tournament. So hopefully Ruck continues with that momentum and finish off strong here as we see Baton trying to find an off angle, but he's being a little bit too cocky here. As Adrian, oh my gosh, gonna beam him like crazy. Wait,
he's got an off angle though. Someone's all the way down in the bottom of the roadside, just pinning him onto the rock. I'd like to see Baton try to just drive up and maybe take the 1v1 even on the rock on Cielo that's down in the very bottom. And look at Loops already rotated in, essentially just going to be a sword in the back of these people's back.
See what a tense game's going to do. Adrian forced to take that off angle. His vehicle's getting beat like crazy. Oh, he's got to be able to spot somebody now. They're going to have his number. He's got to be really careful. He knows it. He's going to throw that smoke down to help support him for just a couple of more seconds. But Ruck continuing the domination on this hill. Baton does get knocked. That is going to slow things down a little bit. Oh, knocked here. That's going to be really rough. Ruck has to bounce back strong.
Yeah, that second knock is not what you want. Baton, got a little bit caught out, just messed up his driving a little bit, but Everest is needing to either, tank blue zone or whatever the case may be and not let that happen, because if Loops decides to push Intense Gaming, they already know Ruck is down a few players. Loops might just go make the whole, world rotation on this eastern side up to the north and to the west and just completely just slaughter this lobby in this match.
Ruck needs to buy themselves some more time. They need it bad because Loops is coming. Loops is coming for sure. Intense Game is completely sandwiched. And it's going to be really hard for them to survive this. But Ruck needs to get set up here. They have 8 eliminations and they got him on a good fight against Loops.
Oh, they get one on Loops though. Intense Gaming helping out Ruck.
That was a huge finish.
The nade. Cartizan just misses, but Ruck shooting Intense Gaming in the back. I'd almost not even shoot there if I was Ruck. Let them live, not let Loops get this sort of, position without losing maybe another player. But Ruck, up to 9 kills. Loops essentially taking Intense Gaming spot. We see Execute kind of quiet on the southern side. Already have 1 knocked on the road. I think they are 4 players up on the southern side. And C4, one of the teams that we were looking at, got second in the last match and possibly able to just take these crates as hard cover and force Ruck down the mountain.
C4 really sneaky so far. They do have 5 eliminations, so they definitely made some noise. But again, really consistent. They're poised to get a pretty high placement here as well. Ruck with a beautiful nade onto Cardozo there. Was brutal.
Another one.
What's on? Gonna have to win this fight against Mythic. He does, and now it's just Ayala up for Loops.
Yeah, but another player had gotten knocked. Luckily, Ruck with 4 players alive, almost beaming Ayala. And at this point, I think if you're Ruck, you send it down the mountain.
100%.
Go for Ayala.
Oh, that nade.
Kobe.
Oh, off the mark, barely. Mythic getting finished out, and Mythic also just let him know exactly where his teammate is.
Yeah, y'all trying to just, he thinks he's him, I guess, with the nades, forcing himself to take the 1v3 now. Waited a little bit too long on the res, and Ayala gets caught out. Ruck really, playing almost close to perfection on this mountainside, Cheeks.
They are dangerous, and this is well earned here. They had to really defend that spot, and they've been doing it very well. Hayuya takes out Casper. That's another player from Execute that Hayuya has taken down. And I think that is Execute out of there. Top 3 teams remaining here in this Miramar match.
C4, is in a great position since they have 4 players up. They're sprinting out. They know where the Extreme Slayer's solo is proning, I'd assume, somewhere on that western side of zone. And you can have all the high ground in the world. If you're having to come down it, it's not pretty, Cheeks.
See what Skur's doing, looking for some angles, trying to catch somebody. Hayuya just playing it very, very sneaky here on this ridge line, right below the mountainside. And Hayuya, if he times this right, he could definitely be a thorn on both of these teams' side. Let's see what he opts to do. Oh, looking cool with the bad boy sniper rifle. The crate sniper, the 50 cal. That's going to be dangerous here this time.
Yeah, I mean, you hear that thing when they start shooting it.
Wow.
That's not one of those guns that you want to really be messing with. They found Ayuya, later on. I was expecting him to almost get away with that position. I would think C4 would get a little too impatient and push Ruck, thinking that, hey, maybe Ruck's a 4-man. Maybe all 4 of them are up the mountain, but, we're watching kill feed. Solo on the left side somewhere. Let's just clear him out real quick. And look at the zone shift. Ruck, I believe, has essentially no spot on the mountain to really play. And C4's got every angle covered from the left to the right.
100%. It is definitely C4's game to win. And this is going to be a huge win for them, especially considering how they performed in match number 1. Let's see what Ruck is opting to do here. It's basically going to have to be by force. They're going to have to push this down the hill. Here come the smokes now. And here comes Skur with that big off angle. That's going to make it even harder for Ruck. Husky gets spot from the side. I think that was a headshot as well. Psycho going crazy here. And these nades are going to make things that much more difficult. But they do end up getting a return fight. Psycho cannot get knocked here. Has to win this.
Yeah, he's up front. He's got the S12. Ooh, only a few shots.
The Gross
win that. Wow, that's not what you're wanting. And look in the back.
Got him.
Insane match from C4, though. I mean, they were playing quiet, and then they slaughtered the rest of the lobby, Jukes.
Oh, beautifully done. C4 sneaking up at the end with a 50 caliber rifle. Popping to get the chicken dinner. Love to see that at the end there. That was a very nice fight. And honestly, a big game for Ruck, right? Putting so many points underneath your belt in match number 2 in a tournament like this, that is huge for your squad.
Yeah, I mean, I believe, Ruck possibly hasn't gone a lot of these teams, even the international teams. We saw how they played against Loops, even though it was, a 3v3 situation. You had the uphill advantage and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of that doesn't come into play for some of these players. They're able to take the ego fight in the open. Loops is one of those teams that has players capable of making those knocks. And Ruck, showing that they're able to hit the shots, they're able to hit the nades, and they're able to make the right plays on the mountains when they need to.
Let's go. Let's go. Ruck, really hype. Execute got some nice eliminations here. It was a great game, too, overall. Why don't we go ahead and bring back the desk to see how they felt after that one. Reflections.
Yo. Hey, Jukes, great to see you, man. Hey, always killing it on the desk, bro, especially you and Enigma. Game 2's done, isn't it? And C4, they end up on top. They, like you guys said, masterfully, they stayed stagnant for a while, kind of figuring out when is going to be the right time to attack. And they found that when they were in that 1v1 against Ruck. And Ruck, despite their good effort, second place, but honestly, not a bad placing, Neptura, given the fact that game 1, right, they were towards the bottom. They didn't have the best of placing, but this time around going in to game 2, second place with nearly the most points.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a phenomenal performance by Rook, honestly. I think Enigma and Jukes, they captured it pretty well there, but it's such a really, really good team. I think I've seen this team before in other events, and they've been pretty good, so a bit surprising that first game, but you know what? You get caught out, don't you? And they really came back fighting, so a big GG's to them. They had I mean, it really just comes down to that firepower because they're so coordinated. They've got that laser aim to back it up, and they're so aware of that hillside and who was where at what times. There was really no chance for those teams trying to come up there. I think if the teams had been a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more coordinated in their push up there, a little bit more spread out, it might have gone differently. But honestly, they had such a good hold on it, and it's a difficult hill to keep a hold of. So yeah, just a big GG's. And also C4, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
No, yeah, Neptura. So Neptura, go ahead and unmute there.
Are you serious?
That's okay. I was trying to send messages
every week.
That's all right. Hey, look, it's okay because I know you were breaking it down like a shotgun.
I
okay.
Was.
Hey, and you know what? the chat got a chance to hear you. Okay. I agree
with her.
I agree with her completely, right? Even if I don't hear it, I know she said the right thing. Like, hey, it is what it is. Now, Jukes, this was where I was really excited for Ruck because Ruck had played incredibly well against Loops just a little bit earlier. It seemed like they kind of like held back. They didn't want to fight Loops early on, and then they decided to attack in the right moment whenever they had that high ground. Because I really thought Loops at that point in time was going to be the team to potentially win it all, but then it ultimately ended up being Ruck and then C4. But hey, Hot Jukes, for you, for C4, what does this victory mean moving forward?
It's huge. I mean, it's huge, right? I mean, getting in a chicken dinner here, especially after having a nice, consistent performance in game one, this is 100% winnable in C4's eyes. They have to think that too, right? Only a few more matches left to go, and you can easily have the crowns on the top of your head. I will say, though, I think it's a bigger win for Ruck, right? Coming all the way down from the Challenger division. I mean, part of this whole thing is just believing that you can win, right? And now that they've done it, that is now broken. Anything's possible.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it, for a Challenger team's Enigma? Because you got Zombie Boys, who is first place map one. Now you got Ruck all of a sudden. They're tearing it up. The only two teams really to kind of not stand out. Well, Max Split did stand out in map one, but they didn't get a victory. But then you look at Execute. Execute's a team that's been showing great life. Casper with the wonderful play in map one, but map two, where were they at?
Well, you know, they had a few kills early on, but for them, I don't know if it's just the sort of like player synergy they have, or if it's just, you know, the players in the lobby are just, you know, maybe just tilting them in some of these plays these other teams make. But for them, you know, I'm really wanting to see them be able to come out and perform on Sanhok, one of the maps where if they get that Western Mountain Zone, they could be slaughtering everyone.
Good point. That's a great point indeed. Neptura, we take a look at our standings. We already know C4, right? Your prediction for game one, just a little bit too late, but you know what? You're not missing out. They get second place game one, but first place game number two. They're in first. But I want to move on to the next page, right? Because this is where the conversation starts to get spicy. Atone, Jaguar, In Hyper, three powerhouse rosters who have yet to make an impact in the first two games.
Yeah, this is odd, honestly. I don't think anybody expected these teams to be kind of quite so far, especially Team Jaguar. They had such a great few weeks there that they really did a really good job, you know, catching up to In Hyper. And in fact, we do see Jaguar beating In Hyper by 1 point. So, you know, they're still kind of doing the same thing, but it's just so drastically different from the qualifiers. This is very, very odd. This is weird.
It is. You know, we talk about that curse for In Hyper, not to single them out. They're a great team. You know, they've won at least the qualifiers 3 seasons in a row, Hot Jukes. But can they win a Premier Finals? Well, the question is still up in the air. 7th place, though, around there isn't too bad, Hot Jukes. So a chance is always there as long as they stay composed. There's still 4 maps to go, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can do it, but that is In Hyper's biggest struggle in my eyes, right? It's just clutching it up at the end, right when it counts, so they can put that belt around their lap. That's where they seem to struggle the most. Early game tournament, late game, you know, league play, they dominate. But when it comes showtime at the end, it always seems to fall just a little bit short. So I want to see them bounce back, but in all honesty, they have to do it right here, I think, in this next game if we want to see it.
That's it. Map number 3 is going to be Sanhok. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, map 3 will be coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Titan Series. This is Season 2 Premier Finals, and on the desk, we got Big Mustache Dave joining into the mix. Dave, I missed you. You're looking great. Loving the shirt. What is it? Is it floral? What is it?
It's rock and roll time, baby. That's why I'm here. I'm ready to get this chicken. I was talking to the zombie boys. They're telling me, Dave, we're rising from the grave here tonight, and we're taking the first place prize. So I'm a believer. Zombie boys, let's see what you got here in the next 4 maps.
I love that, man. So coach, analyst, caster, a little bit of everything, right? You do it all. Well, we're about to hop into map number 3. It's going to be on Sanhok. And let's go ahead and do our predictions, little rapid fire section. Neptura, of course, I got to start with you. Who you going with?
And Hyper. They're going in for a Sanhok. Yeah, that's them.
Okay. I hope so, because in Hyper, they've really been non-existent, besides the bonus points. I think they've scored 3 points in 2 maps. Dave, fresh on the desk, baby, who you going with?
Some nights you just gotta go with your gut instincts, and for me, it's gonna be zombie boys all night, man. I'm gonna live and die by them here tonight.
Let's go.
Hey, I love it. You can't go wrong with zombie boys. Love the name and love their performance. Hot Jukes, what about you?
I am going to go with execute, okay? The reason why is because I have a feeling that zone's going to go towards Camp Alpha. That's where they like to land, and they should be able to pull out chicken dinner in match number 3.
All right, I like the chicken dinners. For me, I gotta go with In Hyper. I've tried this already today. I'm gonna try it again. Let's see if me and Neptura can at least get one under our belt. I don't think I've had a prediction correct all season long. This is the time to have it. We're hopping into map number 3. It's gonna be Sanhok. Who's gonna show us live? Chat, let us know your prediction. Hot Jukes Dave, take it away.
In Hyper. And Hyper. All right, come on. I want to see it. I want to see that prediction happen correctly because honestly, they need to get in it. Dave, they need to show up and pull up. It is now time to do so. It is Sanhok. And you know what else it is? It's UC in the house, baby. Put in the code PUBGMobile.com/redeem. Put it in quick because if not, it's already gone.
It's gone, man. It is gone, man. You know who got it?
Ooh.
And Hyper, man, because they're already dead.
Great to see that. Oh, they're already out the plane, too. Look at that. They are out of there.
Let's get into it, man. Yeah, and Hyper really in the struggles here tonight. Only 3 points in 2 games because they came into the lobby with those 10 bonus points that it's keeping them afloat for the time being. You know, they're still in it for now. 8th place, I believe, overall, but they really need to bounce back here, I believe, in this game, Hot Jukes, to really get that confidence flowing. But we'll get back to that because talking about confidence, we got 8-ton and Loops.
Uh-oh. You know that Loops want to win this one because they are really high up on the leaderboards. They want to keep that lead here, but Athorn needs those points, and they need them a gacho bad. They need it real bad here. So let's see if they can possibly take one of the best teams in the lobby. Nice shots there. Putting on some pressure with that iron sight. M4 and UMP. One of the Loop players from Loops did get knocked and finished. So now they're up to a 3-man.
Yeah, that's a big one right there. And it looks like 8-ton are getting a nice little wraparound, kind of surrounding Loops, keeping them pinched down. But Ayala with the Tommy gun, the bag on the head, going for that spray down. Cardozo about 1 HP right there with the SK-12, able to get 1 slug out here. But the trades are just going back and forth right now in Painan.
See what Athon can do. Can they bounce back here? You can see Choco forced to kind of find some cheeky off angles. Cardozo's going to go ahead and loot up one of these players from Athon. Milos is going to end up peeking out here fully. While Ayala is hunting down this off angle. Athon in big trouble, but Loops knows exactly where they are.
Looks like it's going to be a 2v2.
Oh. Thought he was going to go for the thirst. He didn't.
This is it. This is the play.
Nice 12.
Descent.
Here comes.
This is
Here
it.
comes.
Let it rip. That
off angle through the window
just a little bit right there.
That off angle is huge. Choco cannot go down here. Gotta be able to make a play, but man, Loops with that kind of in and out play style is just being so brutal. Athon can't catch a break, but Milos with that shot right there. And those extra little help from Hyper, that is going to be them done for. So that was all Milos. 3 eliminations for him.
Yeah, GG's, honestly. Loops, of course, that's not what they wanted, but they are in 2nd place. You know, I believe they have like 25 points, so they can afford a bad game. Now, if this happens again moving forward, well, they're going to be losing some cash money here at the end of the night. So hopefully they can use that as a learning experience and just not tilt, not tilt moving forward here. But Aton, they needed that. Jukes, 13th coming in this game.
Ruck. What happened to Ruck? He got rucked.
Ruck got rucked, man.
Dude, that's the worst thing that can happen, man. Especially after having such a great game number 2. They had all the momentum, Dave. The momentum.
They still got one.
What about the momentum?
The momentum's done. At least in this game. At least in this game. They were another team, kind of similar to Loops, right? They came in this match in a good position on the overall leaderboards, 3rd place. 22 total points, but of course you don't want to have a solo here this early on, Hot Jukes.
You definitely don't. Well, that is going to be a bad thing for them. Another team that I'm looking at is Execute, the team I predicted.
Yeah.
They didn't land near Cam Alpha. They didn't do that spread out play. Intense Game actually did that. They decided to land towards Ruins. I wonder why.
My question for Execute is, where's Killswitch? No shade on anybody else, but where is Killswitch? Because I really feel like Killswitch was the standout player, or at least the glue for that squad when we go back to the Challenger Finals. And looking at Execute, I thought it was all planned. I thought they wanted to compete in the Challenger Finals just to kind of get some more reps in with the team, because they have been swapping different players here and there. And they finished the finals looking really good here. But where is Killswitch tonight, Hot Juice?
I don't know. Maybe they said, you know what? We got to sit them down. We got to sit them down because we're confident. I don't know. There's so many questions. In my eyes, you're putting Killswitch on all day long, baby.
All day.
That is a previous, finals MVP right there. So, I don't know. I love to see them stats there at the bottom, too. Look at that YKG. Look at all that. Damage per game, 977. So, they definitely put in some work.
Average points. Bridge camp.
Yeah, they are. Looks like that's exactly what they're doing onto Jaguar.
Mm-hmm. They are investing a lot of time right here on this bridge camp. Hopefully it pays off. I mean, Jaguar right there on the outskirts of circle number 1, so they will have to move here. YKG just need to make sure not to overextend and kind of expose their trap out here that they're laying down. And also got to keep in mind, we got that solo from Rook behind Jaguar. So maybe we'll play spoiler from behind and try to get some points to help offset the fact that they lost 3 early on here.
Let's see what the play is going to be. While we look at Mazexis' full lay down snake style gameplay. Very interesting, intense game. They're going to have to rotate on into this next zone, possibly have to do a bridge cross, even some water crossing here. But they got to play this very carefully because these are the kind of rotations that get you knocked out.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Jaguar, will YKG's trap, will it pay off in their favor? Because looking at YKG, they're in 10th place right now with most of their points coming from bonus points. So we'll tune in with them over here because another team that is on our radar. And Hyper, only 3 points here tonight.
Wow.
Looks like they're trying to make a move. And that's 3 points that they acquired tonight. Now, they came in with bonus points. It's helping them. But let's see. It looks like One Shot Esports NA are going to be right at their doorstep.
How did Koi survive that? I do not know. Now here comes N Hyper. Looking to find some angles. Kindness. Actually, it was Mazexis that catches Tasty. That's going to be really tough for One Shot. Vigilante is down to 10 HP. Okay, he does get a nice first aid off, but that's not going to make things very much better. And Hyper is just in their vehicles. It's like sharks just trying to find their next prey.
Yeah, look, they're playing a little slow here. I want to see them make some moves happen, honestly. They got their prey in their sight lines. Now it's just a matter of time. There we go. There's going to be a knock. I want to see them just collapse in on this compound and just take advantage of the situation because Mazexis, they are going to be across the way.
Oh, got knocked!
I do believe and Hyper have plenty of room to work with right now.
Shifan getting knocked too is not good. Koi is going to get thirsted in the next 2 seconds. So GK first has to make some shots to save his teammate. Does Koi... I think Koi does get behind a vehicle that is going to allow him to crawl his way to safety, I think, for a little bit longer. but the rest of Hyper has to make a play quickly.
Mazex is not moving a muscle, by the way, after just watching this unfold in their scopes. Really feel like this is a missed opportunity for them here, Hot Jukes.
See what the play is going to be is Peep does get a shot onto Kindness, and that is going to be, 2 knocked for them.
Ooh, the bridge
24K, the bridge camp. Jaguar opted to go.
On.
Oh, they're waiting. They're
What?
waiting. And
Why
3,
wait? Why
2,
wait, though?
1. Yep. You want to make sure he's
that long?
completely. You want to make sure he's completely out of the water. Easy, couple of knocks. That's 2 of the easiest points you could ever ask for YKG.
Let's see, 24K now.
Oh, I'd be
1v2
pissed.
situation. They do have their teammates behind them, but the DBS lock and loaded, 14 slugs ready to go, looking to jump on top of the boulder, maybe get the high ground advantage. There's one bump right there. Now there's only one more Jaguar player on the run right now, trying to avoid their ultimate demise.
I would be so pissed if I was Jaguar crossing that water and getting knocked from the same position where your teammates are in between them. Oh, that's got to be brutal. And Jaguar getting picked apart. Diego from downtown applying some pressure to YKG. Victex actually hits that nade on Fears. That is insane. Now YKG is down to just Joey once again.
See ya.
See ya. Out of there.
Interesting. Wow. Very interesting. So we essentially have 3 solos over here. We got one from Jaguar, one from YKG, and then Ruck. So it's up to IG with their 4 up to really just clean up these solos and get these 3 elim points. We see them investigating, so they're definitely on the hunt. They are definitely aware that there might be some points just hanging out here, snaking it out.
Snaking it out indeed. Just playing it ever so sneakily. Classic intense game. Back at it again. 2 eliminations. Full team up and running. Zombie boys. Not looking too good.
Yeah, Aton, they are feeling themselves too, you know, after the early game fight up against Loop. So love to see them start to ramp up as they are going to be out right there. But hey, they're ramping up, Hot Jukes. 5 elim.
They're ramping up,
took
baby.
down a zombie boy before going out. All right, relax.
That's true. That is true. And that's all it takes, man, because Zombie boys telling you best team in the lobby. Julio.
Best team, and hey.
7K with Voss. Gonna have to make.
You're saying that like it's a joke, right?
I'm not saying it like it's a joke, dude.
They're
These
ahead
guys
of
are no
Hyper.
joke.
They're ahead of YKG. All right, these are some heavy hitters right now. Zombie boys, 4th place overall so far in the lobby.
Nutty. These guys are insane. All right, they're gonna hop in their Murata and take off to this next zone as it does go deeper into the mainland. That is gonna force them to make a crazy rotation, and they are getting pieced up, trying to get off an energy drink. Are they gonna make it here to safety? No!
Leave him!
Oh,
no zombie left
Telly?
behind. Ooh,
Goodbye,
nice
Telly.
little spray down. Telly getting taken out by the play zone though.
get turned on, Telly. I'm sorry, I love you, brother, but zombie boys are on another
Don't
level.
mess with the zombie boys, Hot Jukes.
Too clutch. Oh, Hayuya with the easy beam. Looking really nice here. Cielo. Oh, about to get DBS his face off, and he does. You got to hit those, brother. You cannot miss. Hayuya getting beamed from the hill. Uh-oh, that's C4, and C4, they are on a tear right now.
Yeah, they're feeling good. When you got the M249 though, Hot Jukes, I heard them. They stopped firing it, man. For me, if I got that, I am just holding it down the whole time until I'm out of that magazine, and that's not what we saw right there. And well, they paid the ultimate price. So now C4 on the high ground, on the edge over here in the west. They're going to be playing this one nice and slow because, as we see, a couple teams in boot camp right now. So C4 are going to be playing the ultimate gatekeeper.
Oh, Robert down to half a HP. He still peaks it though against Adrian.
We got heals, Robert.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go ahead and get that first aid in, buddy. Then we can see you peek again. And you have to peek against C4 because 5 eliminations so far for C4. Feeling really good. And we're gonna see a Gremlin catch Baby Bray and get the instant finish. Looking good.
Got him. IG still out here, just gaming, man. Just gaming. So they did have to swim across the channel. They got Extreme Slayers ahead of them. They got C4 on the high ground. Oh, tuning in with the zombie. Oh, the last one getting pumped. right there from Kindness, the back-to-back MVP.
Brutal and hyper. All right, starting to make some noise. They do have 3 players still up, and they have a pretty good spot in this next zone as well. So in hyper, definitely not out yet. C4, the team to beat right now, as Adrian's going to have to push right into them. C4's waiting. Ghoul, and to peek at him here any second now. Oh, yeah. Looting a box should instantly let you know that there is a team looking right in your direction.
Throw a molly. Or just take them out with this press 10-4. That works too.
Easy points, easy points. Intense game eliminated. Gone in 10th place.
A lot of teams really underestimating the play zone this game, I feel like. You know, rotating in late and just getting stuck out there in the blue and that pressure getting the best of them. So now I do believe Vitex, the solo from the Jaguars, we see them strolling on in. Joey from YKG still alive. Next circle does pop. Paradise Resort is where we shall be heading. And guess what? The butterfly effect. They've been big chilling there since the drop here, Hot Chicks.
Been a while since we've seen a nice Paradise finish. That's going to make things interesting. Let's see what Max Split can do. A team from the Challenger division made some noise in match number 1. They still haven't gotten a chicken dinner here, though. And it's going to be tough to do here with this last and final zone when it comes to these early games. So stage number 4 is where that blue zone, Papa Blue, really starts spanking you if you stay in there for just a little too long. And you can see in hyper, oh man, just trying to get some intel. They got their Lambos ready to move at first sight, but maybe move into a tree perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe that's been their issue here tonight, the driving. As GK first now doing some scouting over here, just sending it right now. The horsepower straight through the Black Mamba.
Tried to drive into a rock, but he actually drove really clutch. Oh my gosh, Serpentine driving into the blue zone. GK first, man, this guy can drive.
Totally agreeing. You know what they're saying in the team column? Say there's a team here.
Get the Ronnie.
There's a team here.
That's what he's saying. That is what he is saying.
There's a
100%.
team here. Yeah, hey, I found a spot, guys. Come to me.
Yeah, good luck getting there.
Come to me.
G-Fun is just going to wash and smile and wave, baby. No way he's getting to him. But heck, I mean, that's definitely going to open up the opportunity to get some more, placement points possibly. We'll see where he ends up landing at the end of this. Completely split away from his squad. DK first. Still driving with that smoking Murata, and he's doing it in style.
There you go.
Oh, he found a nice spot.
Yeah, pretty much dead center. So
blow it up, dude.
Yeah, blow it up. If anybody sees this, they're gonna take the shots out of here.
He doesn't want to give away his location either.
Butterfly haven't moved the muscle still, which I understand. They're playing for the late game. They're looking to capitalize on their position here and get as many points as possible. Butterfly 11th place overall, so they can definitely use some placement points. I would like to see them start to kind of peek their heads and at least gather some intel, start to get away the land here.
Let's see what the play is going to be. His next zone about to pop. Are we going to see a Paradise Resort, a full-fledged, pure Paradise Resort finish? That is what I'm hoping for, Dave. And it looks like we might just get it.
There we go. So we got C4 on the west side of the circle playing the edge. We got a butterfly effect inside Paradise. Max Split now, they need to make a move. So Black Mamba, Max Split, they might get into a skirmish, and that might give that window of opportunity for N-Hyper to group up with GK first. Oh, they're already sending it. That's the difference between all these other teams and N-Hyper. They're always prepared for every circle shift here, Hot Jukes. And look at that. They're able to group up.
They learned big time in America's Championship because those Brazilian squads rotate so much faster than North America. So you could see them already starting to adapt to that new play style of just having to get up and go as soon as that zone pops. Mazexis on the edge, gonna have to try and creep their way in, but you gotta have to watch out because there's those snakes in the grass waiting for you. Remix is one of them on that off angle.
My boy Blue, level 1 gear. Just rolling.
2 first aids, and that is about it. So
Remix saw Blue run across the field right there.
He's waiting to catch the straggler. Will he do it?
There's going to be a whole squad ahead of him, too. So this is going to be quite the challenge.
He's waiting. He's waiting for the last final straggler.
So
okay, there it is. It's
we have
Tempo.
the intel. a whole
Tempo's the
team.
squirrel. He wants him. He wants Tempo. I can see it. Remix. He's trying to lean away so he can get a good ADS away from that grass. He's going to have to take the shot. He has no choice.
Oof.
There's no way he's creeping in. There's no
Crawling.
way.
Still crawling. We
Get
got
the
this.
point.
We got, ooh, healing. Ah.
Wow. Use the
I
last
love it.
first aid. Try to get as many
Got
placement points maybe as possible before you steal this one.
Keep going,
Nice.
popping up.
Oh, he
popping
might get the whole squad
Here
wipe.
it is. Here it is. Take the shots. There's one. Get the confirm. Get Tempo as well. Might
He
as
doesn't
well.
see him. Tempo was on the other side of the rock. And
Gotcha.
Remix. Ooh.
We in. We
First
in.
aid? He's hoping there's a first aid here. And he's in the next zone. Remix played that perfectly.
A lot of help, though. A lot of help with the third party. But yeah, Remix, I mean, just being able to time that one perfect, the discipline right there, definitely going their way. So Black Mamba, 4 up. No elim so far. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. Looks like they're trying to hold out Max Split, who going to get the reset over here outside the play zone. So this is very interesting. So Black Mamba, they were able to get a couple knocks on Max Split. It seems like the call was made to regroup on them, at least the duo that was up in the north. So they're going to be pulling back.
See what Max Split decides to do here. As you got Butterfly Effect just fully set up with all the angles in the world. And you can see Debo with on the roof trying to catch some information on a Butterfly Effect.
Oh, C4.
DK first. Uh-oh.
They are rolling up, man.
No.
Oh,
This
no.
nade? This nade? Oh, if he hits it perfectly, it could be brutal. He hits the laydown again. Oh my gosh, the plays. DK first going down at the last second, though. That's got to be brutal. Chiffon up on top of the hill. Gonna have to try and survive for a little bit longer. It's not looking good, though. These nades are coming in hot.
Yeah, C4 playing awfully grouped together, so one grenade could have been the nail in the coffin, but looks like they were able to take them out. So now it's just Chiffon on the hilltop, trying to retreat here, trying to survive just a little longer. Does have the UMP lock and loaded. They'll be avoiding those sight lines, but C4, they're not letting this one go anytime soon, as they are still just trying to throw out some grenades and catch Chiffon on the retreat.
Chiffon able to kind of creep his way in through Paradise very safely. He's going to find a nice little hiding location right here. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him hit that laydown and just try and survive for just a little bit longer. He's trying to look for some creepy angle. But there are battles going all over the place. You can see that feed lighten up. Here comes Butterfly Effect against Black Mamba. DBS.
Yeah, looks like
A
Butterfly
turn.
Effect trying to defend their Paradise that they've been holding down all game long, and it doesn't look like it went in their favor. Is now Cloudy, the last one alive here, trying to pop some heals with the M4 DBS, but the Black Mamba is just taking them out from above. But here comes Joey with the third-party grenade trying to get involved right now.
Let's see what the play is going to be here. Chiffon making a lot of noise, not trying to play it safe at all. While Cat God and the Black Mamba look to have seen... Oh, that nade. That's Papi Triste onto Joey. So that goes YKG in 6th place.
Love it. I love the call from Black Mamba moments ago to pull back and just play this position instead of getting caught out there on that east side up against Max Split. They're still feeling themselves here, but Chiffon still alive, still in the zone. Let's see what we can do here. Taking shots at Ghoul with the UMP. Ghoul knows exactly where Chiffon is now. As Skur cooking a grenade, looking to toss it. Looking to cook it to perfection here, Hot Jukes.
This next nade is going to be brutal. Skur's going to throw it. Oh my gosh! The bank is open. Bye-bye, Chiffon. And here comes C4 coming in hot.
Let's see, what can Cat God do here? Next zone looking pretty spicy here. C4, they are just a wrecking ball this game. C4 with 60 limbs, Extreme Slayers with 9, Black Mamba with 5. So some heavy hitters here.
Dude, C4 especially. They're in 1st place. Cat. Oh, wow. Skur getting knocked. That is not going to help out this team.
Remix is still alive, too. Remix is still alive.
Say what?
Remix?
Oh, he's gonna
just playing spoiler.
7-7.
I know.
7-7.
Playing spoiler right now.
Oh my gosh. Ghoul now coming out the woodworks. There goes Remix down to Papa Blue of all things. That's Extreme Slayers eliminated. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Black Mamba versus C4. C4 looking to hold. They're going to hold that first place lead just a little while longer, but this kind of performance.
There we go. There we go.
Cat God.
The drop shot
Finishing
from
him up.
God.
Beautifully done right there. Wow. C4 Esports coming in second place after having such a great day. And it's Black Mamba winning match number 3. How do you feel about Black Mamba, Dave?
I'm feeling good because you know what? The other night during the Challenger Finals, I saw Cat God in the chat studying their opponents. They were studying Execute, studying Max Split, and Zombie and Ruck. So I saw them taking notes, man, and those notes are definitely going their way here tonight. They got their eye on the prize. They're looking for that first place finish, man. They're looking for that cash money here tonight, Hot Chick.
Well, they're going to have to be C4 because I'll tell you what, C4 is popping off today, all right? I think it's his top 3 finishes, all 3 games in a row. That's ridiculous.
They're doing good.
Yeah, they are doing real good right now. So, man, a lot to talk about. Here. So, I think it's time we take it over to the desk, Dave. What do you think about that?
You know what? Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, let's bring it back. Bring it back.
I think so too.
Why was this so dramatic? You didn't want us to come back. You're really hesitant. I'm glad we're here.
I was wondering. I was like, should we? Shouldn't we? I don't know.
Depends.
At that point in time, you truly held the power in your hand, Hot Jukes, and I'm glad you allowed us to come back, baby. Hot Jukes, you said it, man. Top 3 performance from C4, and even better than that, there is no number 3. That's second place in game 1, first place in game 2, second place in game 3. In my opinion, Hot Jukes, kind of giving me a little bit of in hyper vibes from the 3 weeks of qualifiers.
Oh my gosh. I mean, they're coming out on an absolute tear here. I mean, they've already, top 2 finishes the first 3 games in a row. I mean, this is pretty much automatic victory for them. All they got to do is just coast it, right? And they should win this tournament. So C4 putting their stamp off right off the bat.
That's right, Neptura. When it comes to C4, you've been hyping them up since last season. Come this season, you've been trying to give them some life, right, when it comes to your predictions and your conversation. They haven't really been there, to be honest with you. But when it comes to Premier Finals, where it all matters, C4, they are alive and well.
They really are, and it's so nice to see because I was like, dang it, what happened? You know, last season they were so strong, just coming in, getting rid of everybody. And they are finally back to their old selves. It's so nice to see because when they perform, boy do they perform. I mean, just as we've seen, I mean, I know you've already mentioned it, but like top 2, not even top 3 all 3 games, top 2. It's just fantastic. I love watching them play so much because they're so coordinated, so good. I could just go on and on about them, but yeah, I'm super happy with how they've been performing tonight.
And I think we're going to continue to go on and on about them because the fact is they continue to be a talking point, right? Mustache Dave, though, when it comes to C4, they were the new additions into Season 1, coming from Challengers and making a massive impact and ultimately winning, right? Last season, this time they're looking to replicate that. But from one Challenger team to another, Black Mamba, they enter into the mix from Challengers into Season 2 Titan Series. They finally get a victory here in Premier Finals and at exactly the halfway point. That's got to make them feel good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, congrats to C4. They're on a steamroller here tonight. But Black Mamba, really impressive. And Jukes and myself, we were kind of talking about one of their plays this last game. They had 2 decisions, or they had 1 decision. Either take the fight and move outside of play zone onto max split, or pull back play within the zone in the north over Paradise when they were holding down that 2-2 split, and they just made the perfect call, and they showed up in that late game looking stronger than ever. And meanwhile, max split, they were just taken out. So if they would have taken the fight with max split, you have to assume Black Mamba would have also been in those sight lines for the third-party potential. So I am impressed with their IGL in here in this game.
I am as well. I mean, whether it's Black Mamba or C4, there's some good play calls out there, and teams are really playing strategically. But Dave, I'm actually going to go right back to you because you mentioned something in your commentary, and it was right at the beginning. You said a lot of teams are, underestimating the zones. They're being quite passive with getting inside and establishing themselves. This is something me and Neptura were talking about offline. Why'd you make that comment, and why do you think teams are playing so passively as opposed to previous weeks?
Yeah, good question. So why did I make that comment? Let's see. Because I think we had like 10 players getting taken out from the blue zone. Papa Blue right there. So once when you start to see that kill feed pop off and it's to the zone, it's like, man, what's going on here? And we also saw it on the map too, and we made a comparison with N-Hyper. N-Hyper, they're in vehicles, they're ready to go, their engines are heated up. So when the new circle pops, they immediately send it. Meanwhile, some of these newer teams, they're chilling. They're sitting in the back, and then they get gate capped because they're not fast enough to react to the new zone. So there is kind of a difference between the skill levels here in the lobby for sure.
There is a difference, Jukes, and for me coming into this, I didn't know what to expect from our Challenger rosters. You've been watching since Season 0, Season 1, now Season 2. Challenger teams clearly can perform well. C4 is a great example of that. Black Mamba as well in current Season 2. These Challenger teams, it's hard, right, to come into the Premier League, right, to come into the Premier Finals and perform well, yet we're seeing that performance right before our eyes.
That's a great question, Reflection. It's probably one of the best in the biz, man. I mean, it's crazy to see. I think this is the first time we have seen, right, Challenger teams do so well. I mean, it's crazy. Sure. I mean, they have come out so hot. I mean, even Zombie Boys, right, put some nice points on the boards. They've gone quiet for the last 2 games, but, you know, it's still cool to see, right? C4, you know, doing really good. They're not a Challenger team, but they are doing really good here. But another team, of course, that I got to also mention, right, is, let me think. Who should I mention here? Who should I go? Well, you know what, dude? I'm just going to talk about Zombie Boys, dude.
Zombie Boys!
Because I want them to come back hot.
I think they will, man. Zombie Boys, where do they stand? Well, we take a look at least our ranking so far. That's from, of course, map number 3, Black
ranking.
Mamba in first. And man, that's a good performance from them. C4 in second. And honestly, the first time, Neptura, we've seen live from Hyper.
I know, isn't it just? It's, again, so nice to see. I mean, they know they have to step it up if they want to have, you know, a shot even at maybe even top 3. But yeah, it's really nice to see. Not so many rank points, but I tell you what, they've tripled their points so far. So we'll take the win and we'll just move on to the next game and see how they do.
And there's Zombie Boys 11th place. This definitely wasn't our best game, right? But hey, there's still a good conversation because of that game number 1. Dave, we take a look at our overall rankings. Overarching storyline, 19-point lead for C4.
C4 at the top, you know, looking really good. Will they slow down? I don't know. That's a question that Hotchicks brought up. The momentum meter, all right? Trademark pending. So C4 with the 27 elims. That momentum meter, it's not topped out yet, but it is getting close here, Reflections.
It is getting close, and Jukes, I want to bring up Extreme Slayer, second place, right? We saw Remix just holding on for dear life, playing the outer zone. Great place from him, and that nets them second for now.
Huge for Extreme Slayers. I think that it's a battle for second place at this point, to be honest. I mean, with how C4 has performed, unless they absolutely just goose egg the last 3 matches, they should have this in the bag. So Extreme Slayers, especially with Remix, how he's been playing in the rest of the squad, I think it's just about holding on and just doing the best you could do, right? I think second place is what you're hunting down at this point.
You know, that was the first time, at least in my experience, because I'm relatively newer, right, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, that I've seen someone really utilize the zone, right, try to heal off and then really sneak behind enemies. And that was a phenomenal play, because when it comes to BR, sometimes you got to make that call. It's stressful, but if you can make it pay off, it will pay off. And that was great to see from Remix. Neptura, though, Butterfly Effect was also talked about quite a bit when it came to map number 3, but they really weren't existent when it came to the points, and I think a large reason is because they stayed in Paradise. They didn't move at all, and by the time they started to get, show some life, they were getting pincered between 2 rosters.
Yeah, it's a thing you see all the time with teams, and it's just, it's one of 2 things. First of all, you have this thing where you're so passive just because you have zone or whatever. You're so passive, you don't end up growing with the rest of the game, and then you just get kind of blindsided by all these teams. All of a sudden, you go from A to B way too quickly rather than getting that mentality. The second thing is that if you're staying in one place too long, unless you have a really good hold, you're allowing teams to sneak up on you. You can't do that. Don't let them sneak up on you, and that's kind of what Butterfly Effect had going on.
Neptura, perfect point. That also goes with what Dave was saying a little bit earlier, the passiveness, whether it's rotating into zones or staying inside zone a little bit too long in one POI. you play too passive, you're going to get eaten alive. We kind of saw an example of that, not only from teams on the outer zone killed by Papa Blue, I think we're calling it at this point, right? Papa Blue zone, or of course inside those POIs. You gotta play with some oomph. You gotta get out there. You gotta get those guns flowing. Vikendi will be map number 4. So we have passed the halfway point. Going into map 4, Vikendi, we haven't seen it today, but we have seen it throughout the qualifiers. So I go to you, Jukes. Vikendi, what are we gonna be looking at on that map?
I think we're going to be looking at N-Hyper's map and chance to really make a tear and run at it because, Vikendi love that high ground, and that's what N-Hyper is really going for. So if they're able to hunt it down, secure that nice position early on, I think we could see an N-Hyper dub. And honestly, after that last match, watching GK first, the plays that he was making there, I mean, he has been battling it out like crazy. I think it's only just a couple little micro mistakes. If they can fix it, they should be able to do pretty well in this next one.
N-Hyper, so this could be their map, and if it is, could they jump up to first place? It's going to be hard. C4, they've been holding on tight, super consistent. Neptune, no. Dave, let's go to you, man. Right in the middle, okay? This is really unorthodox. Don't let it throw you off. Rapid fire prediction, who you going with, Dave, to start off?
This is a tough one. This is a tough one because I'm looking at stats and I'm looking at a team that does have a chicken in their pocket. They do have 10 elims in their pocket. They're looking for one more chicken to put them right back at the top, baby. I'm talking about Zombie Boys.
Okay, Zombie Boys, the default pick. I like it. Neptune, real quick, who you going with?
I gotta go with N-Hyper, man. They were really wanting that win in the Sanhok, so I think another kind of weird kind of map. It's not one that's usually played. I think Vikendi's for N-Hyper.
All right, we got N-Hyper, we got Zombie Boys. Jukes, who you got?
Gotta go with N-Hyper. I mean, I was talking about him earlier, right? I think it is their chance really to make them show who they are, and I want to see it because, like I said, they struggle at the end. So come on, N-Hyper, do it when you need to.
I like it. So got 2 N-Hyper, 1 for Zombie Boys. For me, I'm going C4. That consistency speaks volumes. Hey, they're going back to back, and they're proving that they can based upon their placements. We're going to be hopping into map 4 for Vikendi to call all the action. Let's bring back in PB, joined by Day. Boys, take it away.
Is it? I thought Hot Juice was with me. Yeah, there we go. We got some Juice action. I got Dave coming up in a bit. I'm excited about it. And all this talk about N-Hyper, I'm thinking we got some more cut out for us. Because here's the deal. N-Hyper, through 3 games, could come out and double their points this game, and they're still going to fall many points short of C4 where they're at right now if they get a goose egg. So they got to get some work done here. Whoever's casting with me, I think Hot Juice. What do you think?
You know what I think? I think that they need to go drop some UC at the bottom, baby. UC giveaway. Come on, guys. Put it in the bank. You're right, man. C4, have we seen a team dominate the finals like this? I don't think so, right?
Yes, we have.
We have? Top 2 finishes every game?
C4 Esports Season 1.
Wow. Okay, that's right. Oh my gosh, you're not wrong. Yeah, C4. So having a little bit of a repeat, right? Can they finish strong here? I mean, they have, it's on a silver platter at this point, right? All you got to do is put top 5 finishes with some decent points. And as long as another team doesn't go bonkers, you should have this one in the bank. So C4 looking good, starting off strong. And man, their confidence has to be at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, I kind of like the strategy of play one safe game here and then watch to see if any of these top half teams go crazy and get like a 25-point chicken dinner here. And then if they do, just drop on them the next game and make it hard for them to catch up. You know what I'm saying? Like, really get wild with it.
I agree. Well, let's
That was a very stupid strategy, Hot Jukes. You shouldn't just blindly agree with people making absurd claims, but I'd still do it.
Why not? I mean, why not at this point? I mean, if you're C4, you can do almost anything. I mean, it'd be crazy to see them get second place at this point in my eyes.
You know, I got to tip my cap, though, to Extreme Slayers as well, man. Who would have predicted Extreme Slayers sitting in second place right now overall, coming into the back half of the Premier Finals? They're only 19 points out of first. Here's our hard-shifted first circle, per usual, on Vikendi. Looking centered up down there around Miramar and the southwest of the zone. So another team I got my eye on here, Cardozan and Loops. These guys, I didn't place my prediction for this map, but I'm picking Loops to win this one.
Well, let's see if Loops can do it, man. They're gonna have to start off with a fight against Ruck, and Ruck was the other team I was thinking about, right? Ruck, they came out of the Challenger division, right? They had a nice start in match number 2, but you know, Sanhok is Sanhok. I mean, it's really tough to consistently get points there, right? They did end up having, I think, a goose egg in the last one, so I want to see Ruck. Can they bounce back, right? Can they bounce back after a bad performance? That's gonna be the question for me.
We'll see. Ruck
Be hard
has
going against Loop.
continued to surprise. Yeah, I mean, I like the angles that Loops are holding here. They're setting up basically a trap. They've got people on angles. They've got Chief way out on that off angle there. And here's a grenade. That was actually really close. And you can see Baton over there like, bye. See ya. He went upstairs and he chunked him. Good Lord, Mythic on point with those grenades early on. He has no idea, though, that he actually connected.
I would be scared as hell if I was Baton, to be honest.
I know.
I'm like, dude, how did they see me? I'm getting naded like crazy. So, yeah, I'm on high alert if I'm Ruck. That would have destroyed my confidence. And you're right. I mean, Loops with their position right now, I mean, it just looks like an absolute pincer trap. They're just, oh, no.
Oh, the trade.
Jaguar
and Butterfly Effect into it early. Kubi goes down up on the ridge. But Jaguar in a bit of danger down in that shooting gallery down below. Debo is also down from Butterfly Effect. So not the way these two teams wanted to start off. But Jaguar really going to try to get back into this one. Oh, grenade. Huge from Simple. And this is really a tough spot right now. 05 is on the retreat, and he's going to have to clutch one up here.
Let's see what 05 goes down, and Jaguar going to clean him up. Cloudy just forced to pretty much watch that one from the sky as his team just gets decimated. So Butterfly Effect, another tough start here for them. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to bounce back from. Huge for Jaguar though.
It really is. Jaguar needed this, finishing second overall in the qualifiers. Jaguar in position still to strike. If you check the overalls for this time around, they're sitting in 5th, so not far off right now. Only 6 points out of second place. They got a ways to go to climb the leaderboards for first, but they could be that team here to pop off for that massive chicken dinner. Gonna have an eye on any of these mid-tier teams right now in the standings. If they pop off and go crazy, they could be the team to challenge C4 right now for the crown. And, you know, going back to Ruck just a moment ago, you can see Baton still running around trying to loot. I don't know that Mythic has made a move here. He's really not trying to give his spots away. And this is almost a replay of just a few minutes ago. But I don't know about you, Jukes. I've been in a few spots looting up. And when those grenades just blow up on you out of nowhere, it is so scary because you have no idea where these guys are. And the angles Loop's holding here, this is getting absolutely crazy. They're setting up a massive trap.
100%, especially running into another room, just thinking like, yeah, I'm totally fine, and then just getting half health chunked. Oh my gosh, I'd be horrified. And I think Ruck is. That's exactly what they are, because they are trying to find a beautiful path away from Loops, and it's working out so far, except
for right now.
But and especially for Baton, right? The one player that got naded, and now they're gonna know it's Loops. I expect to see Ruck full send it as soon as they saw it was Loops.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Ruck on the defensive now. Cardozo playing Overwatch, and this is tough. You gotta feel like if you're Ruck here, is Zombie Boy's getting beaten up right now by Max Split in the feed. We'll keep an eye on that. But you know, if you got grenades blowing up on your person, you gotta wonder if your Baton, like, did he ever even see the enemy? Like, he just got knocked, you know, out of the window, and this has got to be a bit scary. But the Overwatch position taken down by Crow. This is massive here, as he's going to have to fend off the other 3 from Loops. You're going to try to play support.
And that's the Overwatch angle, too, so that's going to be tough. Yeah, and Cardozo does get finished out, so Ruck getting a little bit of revenge there, evening things out. So it is a 3v3 at this point, but unfortunately, one of their teammates is completely out of position. It's going to be Crow, and it's going to be really difficult to get away from Loops, because these guys, when they smell that blood in the water, they come quick. Crow's got a DBS though. That's dangerous.
Oh man.
Oh, he got
Oh
jumped.
man.
Run, Crow, run. Fly away.
He stopped watching that window at the most inopportune time. Somebody was just about to jump through. He left, ultimately gets chunked down to 1 HP. Now Ruck on their back foot right now. And I gotta ask Hot Jukes, is it even possible for Loops to make it through an early game without losing somebody? I don't know that we've seen it yet.
Don't think it's possible at this point. Yeah, it's definitely almost a guarantee. As Loops loses one early on, at least. So And it happens at every tournament. We always see that happen here. So Loops, hopefully they can break that curse. But at this point, it is definitely a curse.
I feel like they're going to win the fight, though. It seems like that happens every time, too, where they get into it, and ultimately, they win the fight, but, you know, they lose a member, maybe two. That's just the way it goes.
Angles are disgusting. Here comes Husky. Throwing the Molotov. Chief now knows where he is. It's up to him. DBS in a dream, Husky. Can you make it happen? Oh, wrong door. Bop! One! It's DBS out again. Chief has to make a play. Chief has angle priority. He's peeking right. Husky speaking left. Yeah, Husky realizes it. He needs to jump out. Oh, can he, though?
Oh, wow, look at this.
360!
Backside angle. He connects on Mythic. What a highlight reel play this is. Husky going back up the stairs. I guess that's Sky. Looks like Husky, but Sky going back up the stairs. And here we've got the angles once again. Chief sees him. He's going to have to back off quick here. I like how Loops is alternating the revive priority here. And we got a third party, ladies and gentlemen. Young Kings have stepped onto the scene. Fear's on the push now.
Husky was dominating, and now with YKG coming in here, you see him popping out the smokes. Loops in huge trouble now with YKG. And this is going to be a battle here. Two of these teams are going out, and it's going to be rough.
I feel like there's too many squads in this building, Hot Jukes. There's too many in here. This is overpopulated in my eyes. And now we've got Intense Game moving in as well.
Yeah, the Fire Marshals is going to definitely have to come here because population has definitely have been exceeded. Let's see what Loops can do. As Chief does find a little bit of an angle and does catch Joey there with a beautiful spray. And 24K gets beat up. That's dangerous. YKG's got to be real careful here.
They really do. You know, I got to say, Chief continues to impress me. I think this is going way out there.
No way.
But I think Chief may be the most talented player in the lobby. Continues to just absolutely own people 1v1, make crazy plays. Let's see what he does here.
He has great awareness of his body, and he always puts himself in the perfect right-hand peak. He does have tried to apply more pressure by himself to YKG, but it's not going to be enough. He needs the rest of his team. Here comes Ayala finally. Husky's just sitting back, listening to it all, saying, hey, you guys have fun with that. I'll come into the end. But Chief trying to catch a nade here on a Joey. I think he's going to get it, too. It's cooked perfectly. It's delicious. Goodbye.
Chief's ridiculous. He's ridiculous. Ruck has been eliminated. Sky finally taken out by Fears there, and the DBS. Telly gets naded by his teammate, and back to action here with YKG. Here is the grenade coming out. Doesn't connect just yet. This is quite the stalemate going on. Wondering if Intense Game is going to enter the fight from afar. We also have One Shot pulling up as well. This compound here is getting a lot of play. We're looking at Movatra, one of my favorite spots to kind of fight in on this map. And it looks like a lot of these guys' favorites as well. Young King still trying to get the upper edge here. They need it really bad, Jukes. They got 4 alive. They got to make something of this opportunity.
They have to. They have to, because the longer that this goes, it's basically just an alarm system for all these teams to come and absolutely destroy you in a third party. So let's see what the play is going to be. Chief still alive. I mean, surely YKG can't lose this, right? I mean, with all this time, though, I mean, Loops has had enough to just full reset. Chill.
I just love the angles they play, though. They always have somebody on a random off angle, and it seems a bit goofy, like as far as like being exposed to, you know, again, the third and fourth party that seems to be closing in here. But as far as the fight that they have at hand, they always have to have a great like defensive angle being played, and it makes the teams really hard to push them, and they actually punish. And there it is. That's exactly what I was talking about. Who expected that from Young Kings? Absolutely no one. Mythic tears him apart as he jumps off the balcony, and now advantage again. Back to Loops.
Absolutely mind-numbing. Chief gets knocked, though, and that is from a different squad. So Loops, yeah, they did get that advantage, but I don't think they expected another team to just push up on them like this. I mean, you should at this point.
Here comes the pull-up. We are not done, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to stay right here in Movatra for the rest of the game, and all the squads will come to us. You're welcome, production, for the easy spectating we got in this one. This is fantastic. 4 squads now have piled onto this fight, and we still have Intense Game lurking nearby. It looks although they have prioritized zone. And here we go. Ayala versus Chico. Let's see who's going to take this one.
Somehow, Chico... Oh, okay. I thought Chico was around that angle, but he's in a different room. Okay, so Ayala is going to have a left-hand peek here. It's going to be pretty difficult for him. But meanwhile, YKG so focused on the other end. This is against, I believe it's One Shot Esports. That's right.
Ooh, Ayala did pick up the knock on Fears there. He used the assault from One Shot to his advantage. The second YKG draw back. Fears takes the knock, and Ayala continues to put out pressure here from Loops. It's a 1v3 inside. Does still have 2 of his teammates up, but not able to support just yet. And he's got that wall of one-shot players on the other side. You can see them through the wall here. Got Tasty, Vigilante, and Spence starting to assault. Vigilante goes down again with Mythic on that off angle.
Oh my gosh, and now Ayala just stealing those points little by little. YKG can't do anything with that kind of sandwich. Meanwhile, Mythic is just big chilling. Ayala putting in some work, though. Doing one heck of a fight here against One Shot.
Where's the rest of his team? Ayala's been in here 1v7 for like an hour and still somehow alive. He's knocked now, but let's see if Chief can get in there and get some revenge.
Just a little too late. If the rest of his team would have been with him, Loops could have definitely taken advantage of it. But I mean, it's so crazy. If Loops wins this, I don't even know what to say. I mean, that is just ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
Chief's not done, man. You know, I understand why Mythic was on that off angle and he wasn't able to join the fight. He was very, split out wide, but wondering if Chief got cut off from his teammate there with One Shot crashing into the vehicle. Didn't happen to see the positioning there, but was wondering why the 2 players from Loops didn't join up and ultimately Ayala getting isolated by One Shot and removed from the lobby. Unfortunate for them, but Loops still shorthanded and still, in my eyes, has the upper hand in this fight.
Oh, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, Chief getting knocked. That is going to hurt big time. Mythic going to have to make a monstrous play from the bathroom. Ooh, he actually does get that shot off. Can he get another? He's going to have to reload that DBS soon, and I don't think he's got enough bullets. Jump shot! Oh, he made a cheeky play, but just wasn't enough.
Wonder if he ran out of ammo there. I didn't happen to see it, but you could see him spray down the first player, Spence, here, down to literally like 2 HP with the UMP. He switched weapons to the DBS. I mean, you got to wonder if he just clips the first player on the way out of that room, a quick spray knocks the second one, and I think he might take that fight. But I don't know what the ammo situation was. All I know is Loops has got to literally have broken a sweat right now. They've been fighting for the last 15 minutes straight and finally have been sent back to the lobby.
Oh, man, absolutely insane. I mean, you couldn't ask for any more work than that. Loops were just, like you said, this is like a battle for half the match with all these teams. They ended up taking out Ruck, YKG, and it ended up being One Shot Esports that ended up catching them there at the end. That was a crazy jump-off play, though. Look at that from Husky. Ugh, get bodied.
That was awesome. Nice shots there for sure by Sky. You know, how interesting is it to go out in 11th place and still have 1,529 damage?
Woo.
Oops. Leading all squads right now, and they didn't even see the top 10 in this game.
Unbelievable. And Hyper, big chillin' in the center of the zone. I believe one of their players is knocked, so that's going to be interesting to see. As you look at the bottom right screen, here comes Black Mamba, winners of the last game, looking to make a mark here in this one.
Is this do or die, Hot Jukes, for N-Hyper? Do they have to take this fight, or are they just going to, skedaddle and get out of here?
Well, I don't think skedaddling's the play. I think stay-addling. You know what I'm saying? Straddle these players and take them out.
Stay straddling. Got it. Black Mamba down 1 member right now. Cat God holding the angles internally. We got a third party, though. Mazexis has joined the lobby, and they have crashed onto the scene. Now things are getting dicey for N-Hyper. They thought they had control here of Cat God, and now Tempo and the crew from Mazexis have rolled up deep, and they are looking for a fight.
Skedaddle time. Goodbye.
Now it's time to skedaddle. Yeah, you're looking at a 5v3 here. It's time to roll.
That is right, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're looking to play this smart here. Cat God, though, he's stuck. No choice. Has to make a play against Mazexis. Can he do it? They found him. Jumping through the door. That ain't going to get it done. And down goes Cat God.
I feel like N-Hyper right now is like, that dude from The Simpsons that, like, is pointing at Cat God, just being like, yeah, exactly. Leaving him there all strung out to die, and die he did. So just like that, yeah, got back to the lobby, but that's not the end of the road for Black Mamba. They still got a couple of members hanging by a thread here, but the third parties are real as Papi Triste is on the run, but he will live to fight for at least another few moments.
Let's see what Black Mamba can do placement-wise, because they need to put some points on the board here. The team that does, though, above all, I think it really isn't Hyper, right? They have to get a chicken dinner here, I think, if they want to really finish in that top 2. But it's going to be tough because they do have a good position. Oh, this next zone, actually, hard shifting down south. That makes things real interesting.
It really does, and I just figured out that Hyper is actually going for the pacifist achievement this game. That's winning a chicken dinner with no eliminations, and really, Hot Jukes, they're making a great go of it so far. No eliminations just yet, and they are cruising towards the top of the leaderboards at an alarming rate. What do you think about that?
Oh, that is insane. I mean, and Hyper coming out with this pacifist strat this late in the tournament is mind-blowing. And will it pay off for them? I mean, it's possible because they have been skedaddling, but Tempo getting up close and personal with C4, taking out Psycho. At least C4 down to 3. What a shot there from Ghoul, though, to help turn things around.
Huge for Ghoul. That's going to put a 5th point on the board for C4. Again, coming into this round with 19 points margin between second place. And again, trying to secure their 2nd championship in a row. Look at this. Black goes down. Daddy Payne gets the heal off, confirms another. And that is 6 points on the board for C4.
Wow.
They're running away with the Hot Jukes.
C4 is going nuts again. I mean, I said all they had to do is just put up some decent points on the board. This is it, right? I mean, they can pretty much cruise here. All this now is just putting a little bit of a bigger nail into the coffin of the rest of the teams because C4 is looking to take this tournament.
They're taking it by storm. They are making the pushes. Daddy Payne holding this rock. Trying to sneak around, see what he sees. Oh, there's somebody. He's not able to make.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ghoul's on the Overwatch. He's going to jump down and get the DBS knock there. Finishing off Blue, get the quick wipe. And just like that, another point in the column of C4s. They lead the lobby right now in elims.
Dude, that scur off angle was disgusting, and it just paid off yet again. So, I mean, it is absolutely mind-boggling to see this kind of performance from this squad. They're doing so well, and the crazy part is that they're just not done yet. They're still going to
look at Loops's damage. Look at Loops's damage. They're still far out in front of everyone else, and they've been eliminated now for a while. That is quite funny to me. It was a heck of a prolonged fight for sure. Here's the hard shift on the zone. Look at this. You got to like Execute's position here as they own almost the entirety of the circle and all of the compounds in it. Love their position. They're going to make it tough on some other teams here. I think this is their game to lose with all 4 up, but they really have to watch the 2-2 split that they're playing to make sure they don't get taken advantage of by one of these other squads.
That is always their struggle, is those 2-2 splits. That seems to be always the start of Execute's demise. So I want to see them put it to good use and actually win this game because they desperately need these points. A tense game, gonna have to move. They got 45 seconds left on the clock. They're one of the farthest teams away from this next zone, and I don't see a vehicle in sight.
It's a great point. You know, when I look at this this map as well, another team that I'm liking a lot right now positionally is Hyper again. Still struggling to get the momentum going. They have gotten a couple elims now, but they're rocking a full team. And the 2 teams that have 4 are sitting the best in the zone. So this is going to be, I think, a fight between Execute and Hyper. We'll see how that develops, but, you know, Hyper rolling up right now, grabbing that high ground.
I don't know, PB, because you know what else? There's 2 players from your favorite squad. The Zombie Boys, still alive on the other side of the zone. Who knows? They could take it away from all these teams anytime.
Nah, I don't know. If the zone doesn't go to them, I don't like their chances, you know? They got to be able to sit in the spot and keep their head on a swivel and just look through their telescopes. And if they can't do that, how are they going to discover, new lands?
Hopefully we can see them plant their flag here in this match, though. Remix, he's going to have to do some discovering of how am I going to figure this one out, because he has to get this elimination on a Diego real fast because this blue zone is chunking him. Oh, my goodness.
You're playing for a kill at this point. He is going. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
3 point.
Free one.
Nice.
Free one. Can he keep it going? Does he have time? I think he does.
That was all Papa Blue right there.
Yo, look at this. He might be able to get one more here. Somebody's going to be prioritizing healing. And it's the Zombie Boys. You know they're prioritizing healing.
They're prioritizing.
Extreme Slayers. Hey, yo, Jukes, this is huge for Extreme Slayers, too. I got to say. Still in it. Confirming some more elims. Sitting in second place overall coming into the game. They got 6 points right now. So I like what they've done.
They are crushing it. But, I mean, right now with this position in this zone, it should be all Execute. Finally, Koi catching out Remix. And it's Remix again, right? All the way at the end here, getting some more placement for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks like it is down to nearly Hyper and Execute. Kind of saw this starting to develop, and the zone is getting ready to move one final time. I can't imagine it will favor anyone other than Execute here. They have full control of more than half the circle, and once again, Fate right on top of it. Telly right on top of it. The other two have to move in here, but they can actually play a gatekeeping type of position. You know, Hyper's got to rotate through Zombie Boys. We'll see if they stand the test here.
Can they do it? Zombie Boys, one of the deadliest teams in this lobby here. You know, best team in North America, according to Dave. One does go down, though. That's not looking good.
Absolutely not. Koi's got that Overwatch here. Fate's going to try to fire some shots, and there are the Zombie Boys. Sita is out of here. Fate connects, and the Zombie Boys, well, they're one man less. They're still number 4, though, in the lobby. I don't know how, but they're here.
Crazy is rotating behind Fate. Fate, you better watch out. You better watch out, because if Crazy spots you, that's going to be deadly. He's finally looking in this position, so he's a little paranoid, but he's got to pay attention.
Absolutely. Casper has been one of the more impressive players in the Execute roster so far. Not only today, but also on Tuesday. Really, really putting the team on his back in multiple scenarios, helping him secure that Challenger Finals victory. And I like his contribution so far to this squad. So, again, these teams just need to get rid of one shot, which they do right here. GK first, confirming that elimination. And they need to get rid of Zombie Boys. And once that's done, we can have a good old-fashioned 4v4 for all the marbles here in Game 4.
Well, let's see if we're going to see it here. Zombie Boys with the top 3 finish. That's got to feel pretty good. Crazy's still up in this one, and he is on the thin side of the zone. So he should be creeping up on a Fate any second now. And Execute hold it against Hyper. Both with some really solid positions. It's anyone's game.
Absolutely. Ooh, good shots through the window there from Casper. Almost connects with Koi. Interesting positions right now from Hyper. It seems like they may be a little disconnected, but look at this. It's a knock from Hyper. I couldn't tell if Zombie Boys actually poked him in the back there. You can see him up the hill on the right of Kindness. And speaking of Kindness, this man just continues to be a beast as he gets knocked. I was just going to talk about him being the MVP now for 2 seasons in a row. And here we go. Can Zombie Boys win this? Jukes is the question I have.
It's possible. It's possible with this next. Actually, the zone. If it would have popped towards him.
Who cares about the zone? These guys are going to thin each other out. Forget the zone. Zombie Boys are taking it home. I'm switching my pick.
Let's go. Come on. Crazy. Go crazy. Go nuts. It's all up to you. He's got a rock. PB.
That's all you need, man. He's got a machete he can throw. He can probably get a collateral, I'm sure.
Oh, he doesn't have his own,
right?
Though. He doesn't have Papa Blue.
No, he's going to have to haul ass. But the thing is he's got a little bit of hardcover here. This man better get the William Wallace for Scotland, out of the hillside.
Oh, my God.
Look at this.
Telly's about to get
the
Scotland.
shots! You have a freaking telescope! Thank you. Finally. This man has been watching players all day long. It's getting creepy. You got to start using the weapon. Get the finish. Let's go. There we go. All right. 1 in a row. Jukes, over to you.
Throw it a smoke now, and Crazy. Full eyes on the Fate. Fate's 8. I can't even afford to look in this direction no more. We got to pay attention to Hyper as Koi has a disgusting off angle on that rock. Execute. That Telly getting knocked here is just brutal. Hyper looking to take the dinner. Crazy's got a Tesla.
He's got a car! No way! No way! Who's gonna think? Oh,
he's got a rock,
brother.
He's creeped
What's
in.
happening, right? Jukes, he still has a shot. He does. Has a shot.
Koi on the off angle is the only one, but I wonder if Koi has all the first aids.
Maybe. He seems like he's hanging out there, getting ready to pull off the med strat. Maybe. Zombie Boy he does not care that there's a fight going on.
Oh my gosh, he drove off. What are you doing?
He's out for a joyride.
He's crazy. Koi's got to see him. Yes, Koi finally catches him. Down goes Zombie Boys, and now it's a battle. But did Koi make a mistake with this off angle?
Uh-oh. We are down to a 1v2, and it's all about Koi from the outside. Can he land this grenade for the dub?
No way. He don't got it. No, he does not. It's Execute. It's Execute's time to shine, unless Koi can pull off a 1v3.
Execute did own this zone. They owned the position. Casper's going to try to clutch this. We'll see if these guys can stack. This is a good spot here. You need to play better support. Execute, honestly, Ooh, they risked that one. They did get the dub there. They're going to shoot some boxes. I don't know, man. They were zone blessed for sure that whole time. But I like the fact that they got the dub. I really do.
Way to go. Way to go. It was honestly way too close for comfort right there. And I think N-Hyper could have taken it. But if it wasn't for Crazy, dude, Crazy is insane.
Man, what I got to say after that one to execute is good job. You guys were great. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
We're
sir.
dancing right there. Let's bring back in the desk here what they thought about it. Taylor, reflections. I'm going to throw it back to you, my friend.
Job on the desk, man. Yo, honestly, crazy stuff. Okay, coming out for the side of Zombie Boys, right? Zombie Boys, man. You know what I like about them, Hot Chooks, is the fact that they live up to their name. Okay, even if there's one last alive, if you forget about him, right, you don't track where he's at. Just like in typical zombie fashion, you're gonna find a way to make your end game pretty miserable.
Yeah, I think they bit Dave. I think that's the problem. You know, that's crazy. What a crazy game towards the end. They almost bit N-Hyper in the butt right there.
That's right.
Koi with that off angle was pretty crazy. I mean, that was pretty heads up to do it, but I think they made that play and it worked out against Zombie Boys, but I think it hurt them in the long run.
It really
but
did.
You know
what's interesting?
Yeah.
I gotta add this for Zombie Boys. If one or two nades fall differently there, Taylor, do they even attack though on the opportunity? I felt like there was so much watching going on there on the end of that one. It could have gotten really messy really quickly, and it just didn't. And I was so excited for it.
I just love that. There's too much watching. I feel like they're always watching. Like, again, like true zombies. Like they're just always hanging out and just watching you, right, Neptura? That's one of the jokes we were kind of saying. It's like literally they're always in the shadows. I mean, I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan of Zombie Boys, but let's turn our attention to Execute. Finally getting a W. PB said it best, right? They were blessed by zones. But what does this win finally mean to Execute?
I mean, I think Execute have been a team that surprisingly have been struggling all season, honestly. They've had their ups and downs, but mostly it's not been the team that we've been used to seeing in terms of performance. So this win's a really, really nice, just a nice boost for them, for their fans, you know, for the people watching, going, dang, what is going on with Execute? Yeah, it is a really nice thing to have them come back in style like this. You know, they had a great boost from the Challenger Finals, and then coming in here today, it's been a little bit harder for them. But you know, a good Vikendi win is all you need to boost that morale up. So very nicely done.
Yeah, without question, Challengers. Well, one of the discussions we were having earlier, PP, is that these Challenger teams, this might be the best, I think, group effort, the best performance we've seen as a collective unit from the Challenger side, and I think that's because of the Titan series. We've had Season 0, Season 1, now Season 2, so collectively 3 seasons technically, and you know, these Challengers, they're wanting to get involved. They're starting to try harder and harder. The rosters are becoming more solidified. This series has truly elevated, in my opinion, the gameplay of not only NA, but Latin America and Brazil gameplay.
Couldn't agree more, Taylor. What a great plug here as we check out the stats of Execute this last game. 2,400 damage and 11 elims. That's huge for them, as it should rocket them up the standings. Again, remember, a pretty close cluster of teams throughout this one, and they have actually put a pretty big gap between them and everyone else this time around, including Zombie Boys. Zombie Boys somehow finishing the top 3 once again with less points than teams below them. I don't know how it continues to happen, but it does. So you got to wonder where they're going to land on the overalls. I'm keeping my eye on you, Zombie Boys. And here is the 9th through 16th. Taylor, what are you seeing here on this bottom half?
11th place loops, right? 11th place. And why is that so impactful? Because they had the most damage. And that was something you guys continue to allude to. I don't think they finished with the most damage, but they had the most damage for a long time. Jukes, let's take a look at the overall standings, because does C4 hold on? They do. And in fact, their lead, I think it even grew a little bit. It went from, I think, a 19-point lead now up to 20, 58 to 38. But the big news, right, has to be Execute sitting pretty in second.
Execute looking real good. Now, Execute still has a chance of taking this away from C4. It's going to be hard to do because C4 is putting up constant points regardless of the situation. But I think if Execute can pull off a nice top 3 finish here, then we'll see a battle for first place. But if it doesn't happen, I think it's C4's win all day long.
Could be in Hyper though, right? Can in Hyper come back in Neptura? They're a team that's been performing a little bit better. First 2 games very shaky. Game 3 better. Game 4 looking really solid. What's Game 5 going to look like?
I think it's gonna be a little bit better. I think Erangel's one of their strongest maps, and so you can always kind of tell when a team is really wanting to go for a win, and you can see that building up, that need to do better and better and better. So I think we're gonna see some good stuff from them in the next game.
We might, at least I hope, for their sake. Can they finally get a premier win? That's been the biggest talking point since we started the show. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, Game 5 is going to be coming your way. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series Season 2 Premier Finals. Only 2 more maps to go, and the standings are starting to heat up and get tighter and tighter up at the top, minus C4, who has a 20-point lead. But you know what? It's still possible for anybody to catch them. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dave, once again, Enigma, and Neptura. So, Game 5, we got Miramar. All right, things are starting to get serious, Dave. Teams want to catch up. And also, thinking about it, teams want to break into top 12 so they can get that guaranteed spot into, Titan Series next season. So, a lot on the line here. We take a look at our maps, and man, we have had 4 different winners so far. Will we see a repeat?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. If there was one team that might be able to repeat here, to answer your question, it has to be C4, just because they have been dominating here. And that would actually kind of help everybody else on the hunt when it comes to trying to acquire like the top 12 to get the automatic invite next season, and even open it up a little bit for like that 3rd place where you are going to be in the money here. So C4 right now, they're kind of like the lobby sponge.
Lobby Sponge. I like
Lobby
that.
Sponge.
Lobby Sponge. And Enigma, for you, man, 2 more games to go. If you're at the top, nothing is guaranteed. What's the mindset like of a competitor like you if you were going into it?
Well, I mean, if you're C4, you're feeling really good about it. You got that 10-point or so gap, 10 points or so in terms of just kills alone as well. I mean, with that sort of team, they're feeling it today. They're getting that consistent placement. I mean, for them, I think they're, full throttle in every game.
Full throttle in every game. That's the way to go about it. Keep sending it, and don't play passive like PB was saying, and see what everybody else is doing. You are the one who needs to be proactive and really choose that destiny, right? But when it comes to you, Neptura, we've seen some great plays. 2 talking points. First off, one shot. They had the best game we have seen yet in game number 4, setting themselves up nicely to potentially break into top 12. But also, Zombie Boys, going back to them, that great play coming out from Crazy, seeing the competition from afar.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they? That was interesting. There is such a thing as trigger discipline, and I think sometimes they do take it a little far, but you can what they're going for. So far, it has been working with them. Let's be real. However, there's also some questionable things. I would count that car push as a questionable tactic there, just because they are so aware of where they are and they're so quiet, and yet all that watching didn't give him the info he needed to make an accurate push, because he pushed right in between the off angle of Enhyper and Execute as well. If he had been a little bit more aware and used that time more efficiently, he would have known there's an off angle there. So it's just that kind of thing. Just get broader scope, not so tunnel visioned, just broader scope.
That is a great point. And you know what? It got at least a viewpoint, right, of just extreme passiveness, and then all of a sudden they're full syndicate. It's like, where's the balance? You got to have that balance if you want to be a great overall team. And you make sense that, Zombie Boys might be having some adjustments. They are a challenger team after all. They're getting accustomed to this top level competition. So growth, right? That's the big thing we want to see. And this is just the starting point. This is not the last time we're going to see Zombie Boys performing in the Titan series. It's prediction time, and you love it. And Neptura, going to you to start it off. Who you going with?
C4. I'm going with C4 because I thought it was Erangel next, and it's not. It's Miramar. So I'm going to leave Enhyper till Erangel. I'm going with C4 on Miramar this one.
All right, fair enough. Back to back for Miramar. Enigma, you going C4 as well, or somebody else?
Call me the train conductor. Everyone on the C4 hype train, baby.
Heck yeah.
All right, there it is, on the hype train, but not in Hyper. Dave, Zombie Boys has been your pick. Is it staying Zombie Points, or you going somewhere else? Neptura wants you to pick someone else.
Listen, Zombie Boys, their brains might be mush. They're taking a little longer to rotate because, their eyeballs are hanging from their faces. So they really need to lift them up and, really see where to go. But I'm going to let them cook a little longer. I'm going to go with Enhyper, back-to-back games with, I believe, 6 elims each game. So I feel like they're really heating up, and this could be their map to try to catch up to C4 Esports and take that first place spot.
I like it. And short and sweet, I'm going to go C4. I think C4 is going back-to-back. They've been highly consistent, and they want to continue that lead. If they can have a great pop-off game in Game 5, Game 6 might be a consolation prize for second on down. But you know what? I like the Enhyper pick, Dave, and I like the fact that you are different. Enhyper is a team that wants to win this, and they want a chance to finally not only be season champions, but also be premier champions. So without further ado, let's hop into map number 5. We're going into Miramar. Call the action. It's going to be Dave and Enigma. Boys, take it away.
Let's get it. Miramar, we got some C4 fans on the desk in the chat. We got Enhyper looking to show up here this evening. I mean, do it for Shifan. Shifan finally popping off here tonight. I'm feeling good, Enigma. How about you?
Feeling good. I mean, the games have been anything but normal, in my opinion. We're seeing a lot of, these challenger teams make their way up. The Zombie Boys, of course, you were probably loving that first match, Dave.
Yeah.
But no, like Enhyper, a team that I thought was going to come in here and really just, do like how they were in the qualifier, be, that pop-off team, have that huge lead, but, they're struggling a bit. Now, thankfully, that last game, let them, get a little bit of wind blowing in the sail. We'll have to see if it keeps going this game.
Yeah, let's hope they can kind of just continue on with the slow momentum that they've been building up. So they didn't start the night super strong, but they are building up here in just in time as we have 2 more games to go. And then after that, we are crowning a champion here of Titan Series Season 2. Looking forward to it as the players are going to start to drop out the plane. I believe Execute, another team who kind of a slow start to the evening, but now currently finding themselves in that second place position.
For sure. And I mean, with them too, it's like, I guess the story right now is going to be which of these two teams, Hyper and Execute, is going to be the team that keeps that momentum going. We saw Hyper at the start was kind of, getting a little botched up by loops each first 2 games. They were actually just getting slaughtered by them, and it ended up resulting in them getting eliminated fairly early in the matches. But Execute, being that team that I feel is going to maybe be able to pull through with a few more kills. That ending in that last match was a little bit scary going against Hyper. Thankfully, they had the Zombie Boys player swing out in the open, so they're able to determine exactly where Koi was on that off angle, and it resulted, I believe, in them just, taking that fight in the building and winning out.
Yeah, Execute, another question that we were kind of posing earlier on, at least looking at this team from the qualifiers and the challenger finals to here, is they don't have kill switch on the team tonight. So that was like a big question mark for a lot of people. And they somehow, some way are still managing it. So they're looking pretty good. Another team that has been a surprise for me, and they really haven't been in the conversation for a hot minute now. YKG. YKG. Like, what is, I got to get your take. Like, what's going on?
I'm not sure if it's just them having a little bit of an off week, maybe month, if we're really stretching to that point now. But I have been seeing Joey get a few kills here and there. He's been the one that's, trying to be that last standing pillar that his team can lean on. But, like, pillars will fall eventually with people leaning on him. His teammates are needing to just show up and, show out in the last 2 matches right now.
Yeah, 2 more games to go. YKG used to be one of the top dogs here in the Titan series. And then this season, of course, we introduced another region. But we'll get back to that because Rook, they're in a standoff right now with One Shot Esports NA. We got some Winnies on the battlefield right now. Looks like Rook have a little 2-2 split.
The Winnie
between the squad down here in the low ground, but also the Zombie Boys, they're over here too. There's 3 teams.
The boys.
The boys.
I mean, I'm not sure if it was the plane path or what, but all these people one shot right next to a player. Wonder if he's just going to force the 1v1, not let his teammates come up, just say, screw it, I'm that guy, I'm him. But Ruck is one of those teams from the previous Miramar and stuff. They were popping off on kills. So this is one of those teams. I'd almost even compare him to Loops at this point in the tournament with being one of those teams that would be scary to fight, and saying that, Baton on the off angle with the vector of all guns, getting the knock. One shot now, just down to 2 players. I mean, at this point, Dave, do you think they just back out?
If they can make it out right now, there's so many Winchesters on the battlefield here because that's just one of the early game weapons that you have a good chance of finding straight off the rip here. And well, you got to hit your shots. You got to hit your shots, and if you do, I mean, it packs a punch, and it's the only gun in the game that comes equipped with the scope, lock and loaded and ready to go here. So One Shot. They did lose 2 members here. Oh, that one hurt. They lost 2 members here. Let's see if they can get the revenge play.
I mean, he's got 57, 59 shots left in that, so
yeah,
I don't think he'd be running out of bullets, but what's the chance Ruck, just makes it down to you in time? You're actually going to be able to hit the shots. The earlier ones were a little bit of a, I guess, warning shots for him, don't come this way. But Crow, you see, looking straight down on him. He ain't. Yeah, Rose is definitely not making it out of there.
Let's see if we could avoid the little fence right there. Oh, Zombie Boys! So this is the question that I was looking at here. Zombie Boys, if there was ever a time to try to third-party early game, that was the time, Enigma. But instead of opting to do that, they all piled in a vehicle, and they are just sending it up north. I mean, that's just their play style, and we'll get back to that because now here comes the final push.
Pistol.
One Shot Esports, a pistol and a dream. Not going to be helping them out here.
Crushed. Crushing them. I mean, Ruck, playing that closer perfection there with that last player. I would have liked to see him come at a little bit of a different angle so his teammates could overwatch the front side, but ultimately, the guy's got a Winchester. Like, what much is he really going to be doing? And there goes the last player. So One Shot Esports out with 0 eliminations on Ruck. Ruck getting 4 freebies, and they're one of the teams that, is sort of up there in points right now, Dave. They could be passing up C4 in terms of that first place.
They did a really good job in the Challenger Finals as well. So that was one of the teams from that lobby that we really had our eyes on, just to see if they can kind of continue on with that momentum from that lobby to here, as they did get thrown in the mix with the Premier teams. But going back to the zombie plays, I know we were harping on them a lot here. I feel like if they don't get a good performance this game, they're definitely going to be out the running when it comes to top 3. But going back to just their playstyle as a whole, because it is unique, Enigma. Look at the other teams in the lobby. They tend to take the fight. They tend to third party. They tend to favor elimination points. But when we look at zombies, they're the complete opposite. They avoid all the fights. You know, they snake it out. They go for replacement points. It's just night and day between them and everybody else in the lobby when it comes to playstyles.
And like with them, you know, it's kind of like a weird aspect that you start to question, you know, are the players just really passive individuals? Are they a little maybe intimidated by these other people? Are they scared to take the shots? And, you know, I'd assume that a lot of the players, if not all the players in the lobby, aren't afraid to shoot their guns. But for them, you know, it starts, you know, leave that little seed of doubt in my mind that's just, okay, like, is it really like them playing passive, or are they not confident in themselves? And that comes, you know, right back to the maturity point reflections made in between game 1 and 2 of these players. They need to get comfortable in these situations, and you're not going to get comfortable in scrims. It's a completely different atmosphere when you go into something like this, you know, the Titan series, when you go into stuff like PMPL. I mean, the whole mood, the atmosphere changes with every team.
Oh,
there's
atmosphere. We got a little drive-by over here. Looks like Telly is going to be popping out with the UMP, letting that magazine run low. Swap it to the Scar, the spray down. There's Blue down and out, but
the K9.
Yeah, from Tempo, able to save the day. Respect to Telly right there. Popping out.
He got one there. I mean, if I'm a Zexus, I'm like, if I'm driving the UAZ there, it's like, how'd you miss your shots, bro? Like, what happened? He's like, you know, I just didn't hit him. Because if you're ever driving by a car like that, there's no reason that guy should be living that long. And getting a knock onto you, if anything.
Just gotta hit your shots. Gotta hit your shots, as looks like Blue was able to get picked up. So there goes Mazexis. Back to 4. 1 point going their way here. We are going to get a nice little visual of the map right now. Zombie Boy is going to be right there. Jaguar right beneath them. We got C4 in the south. Execute kind of all intertwined with Mazexis down here.
Ooh.
Execute very comfortable, though, playing from the blue. What are you seeing here? IG?
The West zone shift. I mean, everyone looking away right now. IG's on the edge right now, looking to fight Black Mama, but oh my goodness. Getting caught out on a little cheeky roof angle by a cat god. And Fate, I mean, I think that's 2 games in a row now. He's knocked himself. Or was this game he's been knocked himself twice? I'm not sure what's going on with the Execute, but
twice this game. Ball damage.
Yeah, that's a little rough. Someone gonna need to check his car or something. I don't know if he thought the airbag was in there or what, but definitely not looking good. Ooh, the headshot angle on a cat god. Tense Gaming still trying to get the shots on the Black Mamba, and Black Mamba is just, screw it. We're just gonna go center zone.
Here we go. Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, they are just sending it, man. I believe a couple squad mates from IG are on the hunt, as now Black Mamba getting intertwined here. What a clown fiesta.
Oh, jeez.
On this rotate over here. They're going to be losing 1.
I mean, they're just chilling at this compound. They lost 1. They've been a 3-man this entire tournament, unfortunately. Losing Cloudy early. You know, he did get 1 kill, so, you know, an extra point on the board for them, but definitely not something you want, especially being a 3-man in a lobby.
Have this little dip to work with for the time being, and I do appreciate how, although they're only a duo now, but like you said, 3 to join, they're not, you know, scared to take the shots. You know, they're looking to be proactive here. They're looking to get some points on the board here and really puff out their chest here, as they don't only have 1 but 2 different teams kind of looking in their general direction.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 teams as well, you know, you just start to wonder, do we leave this spot? And, you know, if you're Butterfly Effect, you just got to play it like as if you were a 4-man. You're obviously a duo now with having 1 player not even show up and 1 player dead. But, I mean, you're wanting to take these spots at least for practice. But in terms of teams getting smoked right now, Daddy Payne getting knocked out of his buggy.
Big
at
smoke.
this compound. C4 really or Mazex is really catching out C4 right now, and I think Mazex is hunting all of C4 right now.
I love to see it. Blue going to be popping out here looking for the confirm. There's one.
Wow.
This could be a massive moment for the other teams in the lobby if C4 continue to lose players here this game, because that's just going to make sure that they aren't able to acquire any points to kind of widen their gap in that first place.
And, you know, teams that are needing points right now, I can only just think of Aton Esports. They haven't really done much in these last 4 games. This game, you know, you'd see on the right side, a few of them tagged up. Have one elim though in the game already, so you know they're not cold. They're on the board at least, but I mean, for some of these teams too, if you're at the bottom and you're not thinking you're going to be able to reach that top 3, you know, we're looking at top 12. We're looking to qualify for the tournament next season and just try to, you know, become prepared for that set of the tournament.
Yeah, top 12 gets the invite for Titan Series Season 3. And then we also have like other storylines as well. We got first place, second place, third place inside that cash money. We have an MVP getting UC. Top eliminations done today gets UC. So there's a lot of individual storylines to follow as well as the night progresses. But IG over here looking to do some scouting. Butterfly Effect 05 still going to be hanging out here. SK12. Oh, Mazexis might be able to kind of help him with a third-party off angle.
They're stopping in the open. That's Gaming Sung, but it's in a 1v1 right now. A little hay barrels. He's swinging around. He's not ready for it, and he gets one.
Now it's up to Debo in the monster truck, and it looks like Debo already getting lit up out there. I believe that truck was smoking as well. So, not the best Miramar game or Butterfly Effect, but Debo's still alive for the time being.
You know, maybe they're just still like a caterpillar or something, and they're in the cocoon, and these 5 games of them, you know, taking the time, and in the 6th game will be when they turn into a butterfly and pop off.
Beautiful butterfly attack.
Beautiful
Butterfly. So we'll see. We'll see as you still have Debo, but going back to IG, one of the most active teams this game, at least when it comes to getting involved. I mean, looking at their current numbers, they got around 700 damage done, so they are going to be at the forefront so far this match when it comes to damage done.
Well, this is their bread and butter map too. I mean, IG was a team that had that pop-off Premier Series Miramar match in that last week, and really just showed everyone, you know, what's the capability of some of these teams and getting, you know, these 15, 16, 17 kill wins. And I mean, we see even now still, like, they're getting kills in the kill feed. Mazex is getting knocked by him. One of the teams that was actually looking to third party behind IG, coming behind him on that Butterfly Effect fight, but ultimately losing most of their cars and getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge here, and what makes it even more difficult is like the terrain here that Miramar forces these players to traverse with their vehicles. As we're getting a nice glimpse, and here comes the pull up with the monster truck, the blow up right there. 3 points going the way of Execute, I would say. I mean, that was a delivery.
Yeah, I mean, by Execute, they lost Telly early, and I believe Fate just bled out after getting knocked by fall damage again. So, you know, you start wondering, you know, well, what if there was 4 players here? Like, can they maybe get a few more kills? C4, even as them being a 3-man, they're in a spot that's looking down on them. Next zone shift is going to be an absolute disaster for Execute if it's not on them.
Yeah, I do not like this position that Executor in, just because as we see the skylights right there, C4 can look right through there. So Execute, they do have some hard cover, but they need to be cautious of their angles. Meanwhile, Netflix still going to be just snaking it, using Execute kind of as their bodyguard. But we're getting a nice little glimpse over here. Looks like Jaguar finally going to be taking some shots at the zombies. As the next zone pops, the zombies are going to be holding down 2 buildings in this next zone. So you have to assume someone's going to be crashing at least one of them. And the zombies really haven't showed us that they have what it takes to defend their compounds here tonight.
I think that's the farthest split I've ever seen the Zombies boys play. You know, they have someone, all of them in that 2 stack on that north side, and then 1 player in the south comp or in the south warehouse. So, you know, there's always room for improvement and you know, trying new things out. So, you know, Zombie Boy's in a great spot. They've been finding some rat spots in this game.
They know all the rat spots, man. They got the notebook. And talking about the notebook, hopefully you're ready to jot down the UC giveaway. Type it in game, claim the UC now. You're welcome. I saw PB in the chat as well, spamming some codes. So you got not only the opportunity to win UC from watching the stream, but also participating in the chat. You'll love to see it.
UC gang. The trip. And Hyper, though, I don't know what happened this game. 1 kill, but they're down to just 2 players, Dave. Not the game I was expecting from him on this Miramar.
Yeah, what happened is I picked them to win. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Chiffon, right when we look in their direction, taken down. Now it's up to the back-to-back MVP Kindness to hit these grenades.
Oh!
This is going to be up against Loops here. Ayala is going to be catching one of them. Kindness whopping to the Vector here. Cardoza with the UMP sitting behind the bush. Oh, Kindness, though, with the initial shots right there and the knockdown. Can Kindness clutch this one out here? Kindness is going to be making the aggressive push.
Over the top.
Vector in hand. Oh, so close. Not able to seal the deal. Kindness taken out.
And that wasn't even, Cardisan or Chief up there. That was the Overwatch by Mythic, taking over the 1v1. I really wanted to see, that 1v1 play out, but look at this now. It's never just a 4v4 fight day. There's a third party now from Intense Gaming. This is their map to win if they're able to eliminate Loops right now.
Yeah, IG really showing up here on this Miramar map. They are not snaking it out. They are looking to take all the fights right now. DBS, Slug getting wrung out right there. And then they got the off angle as well. So I have to assume Loops, they're just getting their backs pushed against the wall here. Let's see.
Actually, against the wall,
like
but they got one.
Up here.
They got one on IG. I mean, they're all looking just for that little opening nade knock. Artisan trying to get one himself, but Loops, are they getting the full reset right now?
IG pumping the brakes. Pumping the brakes just a little bit. Loops. You are correct. They were able to get fuel, and then from behind, a little backstab action on the retreat. So IG kind of it's like they're running away with their tails tucked between their legs almost after that very aggressive pull-up.
Yeah, I didn't think Caster's Curse worked in, fights as well, but, I did teach their own with that. I mean, Jello's trying to get the off angle, gets one for his teammate, the insta-thirst. Try to at least get the thirst this time around, but he's in a 1v2, a 1v3 essentially, and he just gets smoked. Loops showing why they are just the team to be scared of. And we looked at the damage stat there right before it went away. Almost 2,000 from IG. Loops reaching just over that 1K mark, being underneath, and they have 3 up. I mean, I say it time and time again. 3 is the magic number with Loops. And they got it. So, I mean, this could be their match to win. But YKG finally, showing up. Joey, unfortunately, knocked inside the building, taking this fight on Ruck Esports.
YKG have another point.
Well, they
might be able to acquire here. YKG, they've played this position I've seen multiple times here in the Titan series. So they are definitely comfortable here. Chico looking to hit the heel before making the push with the UMP. A little jump shot action right there. Oh, you got to watch out for that one. In the back lines, looks like 24K is trying to get the pickup on the Joey, but now here comes the push. Essentially the 2v1 here.
The little dance.
Little dance.
Oh, he watching him too. I didn't know we were watching Zombie Boys here. The plays. The 1v1, he's getting them. He's
pulling back to the broken wall, getting the reload here. A little lean peek action. Now Chico definitely second guessing the push here with 50% HP. Both players just kind of trying to get the jump shot on each other right now.
I mean, Joey got picked up as well, so it's really a 1v4 right now at the compound. He does have the one. He gets the second. Oh, man. Lay him out. Lay him out. Oh, man, Baton's feeling it this game.
Oh, my goodness. And now is going to be getting the heal. Joey picked up alive. A couple heals trying to get the med off. Is going to be tossing a Molotov. Not looking to take the fight with Baton. But my goodness, I mean, how the tides have turned. Now Baton popping in the buggy and saying, see you later, trying to get on out of here.
Joey's going to have to just do the same thing himself, unless he hits the shots.
Oh,
he's not going to keep going for it, but maybe they chase him, a little rundown on this west side.
You got to. You have to.
Go for it. Let's see it, Joey. Oh, he's going west. But the Zombie Boys, though, Dave, they're down to just 2. They do have a kill on the board, but team pushing him right now on the outside. Oh, Jaguar. Down to just one player, but making this a pain for Zombie Boys to make any sort of move, getting the reses.
That Molotov looks like it hit that door, and that is going to be spreading in their direction as well. But Simple, cooking it, looking for the ricochet off the door. No damage done. Zombie Boys, like you said, they know every crack. And as both players just tossing grenades at each other's heads right there. Crazy.
And he ran upstairs.
He ran upstairs. How? More grenades in the hand.
Oh, another one.
Zombies. Not like this. Simple will be connecting onto one of them.
This is the push.
This is the push. Still with the pre-fire through their doorway. And finally, Zombies able to take out the solo right there from Jaguar. They will be able to pick up Crazy if they don't get third-partied out there in the distance. But my goodness, the grenades being used here, this match from the Zombies is just insane.
Never doubted. Never had a doubt in my mind. Knew they had it in them.
I did. I doubted this, though. Drop shot, that was nasty. I didn't think that was going to happen.
24K's got the buggy. Like, what? Why did we go around? Are we all just looking to just start watching from the outside? We took notes from that Vikendi game or something, because, I mean, 24K, I definitely should have just drove up in onto him and been up in his face for his teammate to peek the wall. But, you know, I don't know what the comms were. I'm not the IGL or the pro player there in that situation. So maybe, you know, it was just a little bit of an unfortunate series of events.
Comms were he's 1 HP, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody thought he was 1 HP, and they kept getting knocked out. So
For sure.
For sure. But, hey, 2 YKG members still alive here. They're not down and out quite yet. 24K with the mini. Oh, going to be second-guessing that peak right there. Popping back behind cover. We'll be getting the heal off here. Looks like they were taking shots at C4, but loops are also in the area.
I mean, talking about the area, though, right to the south of YKG, I think they have no idea about it, but Execute creeping up right behind them. The edge of zone. They still have a minute and a half left, so they could honestly just wait until the blue zone connects, proning up onto YKG and then just shoot them in the back.
I don't think they know. I think you make a great point here. They are not aware. Now they are, as now 24K swapping to the DBS, getting a nice trade right here. Casper with the AKM trying to reposition here. Nice little
flashbang.
24K. Yeah, I do like that. There's a
underrated item. Underrated item. Flashbangs. You scare him to death if it hits.
Oh, nice little trade right there for points. Casper, AKM, 25 bullets. Should be able to get the reload here. 24K looking to hit that crate. Looking for some meds possibly. Going to be picking up an M4 themselves.
Yeah, but now YKG somehow allowed Execute to wrap in front of him into the zone. He's got to just play a guessing game now of which ridge Casper's really on. And, I mean, if Casper hits the AK headshot, you're taking, 90% of his HP out. So 24K is really needing to be careful and play this right if he's looking to actually, win this 1v1 clutch out.
Oh, got him. Got him.
He went for the smoke peek, but, some people, some notable players like Spec were able to, Zfon are able to make that work, but working right now, Aton having to put in the work in the buildings on Extreme Slayers. It's a 2v2, I think, right now on Extreme Slayers and Aton losing another player. Baby Bray getting blessed with the third-party shots.
Oh! That one hurt.
Loops, though, I mean, even if you win this fight, Loops, I'm just thinking they're just going to be driving in on you. 1 HP in a dream. 1 HP!
Baby Bray making the push there. He's going to be taken out in that 1v1. So Aton should be able to get their 2 squad mates back up and in the game here, unless, you made a great call out, unless Loops look to get aggressive here.
I mean, I think they got a little bit of a blessing from Max Split or one of the teams on that west side, because Cardisan actually got knocked during that little peak on the engagement. But Loops, I mean, they're needing these sorts of wins. They're getting the kills on a lot of these games, but they're not getting that high-end placement. They're not able to just close out the games they need to be winning.
Yeah, Loops heading into this match, 5th place on the overall leaderboards.
Wow.
Currently, they have 8 elims with 2K damage done, so they are feeling it here this game. Mythic with the pre-fire through the window with the M4. Aton, gotta watch them angles here.
Oh.
Now we see Ayala trying to bait him out just a little bit. Almost got knocked out. But look at this. Mendoza at the doorstep. No helmet. Grenade in hand. Cooking it. Oh, they know.
Grenade. The bank. A little bit of damage. Now they're doubled up.
Oh,
the
Tommy gun.
headshot. Oh,
Oh my goodness. Look who's knocking on the door. It is Loop looking to get some more elim points, looking to get the squad wipe right now on Aton.
Three's the number, baby. That's all they need. Doesn't matter which 3 you want. You know, I'd like Chief to be one of them because, you know, I agree with PB. One of the best players in the lobby right now. But, oh my goodness, getting smoked by the DBS. And another, gets him to 1 HP.
Very close. Very close. Y'all are still alive right there. I mean, the desperation for points right now, they're pushing and face checking a DBS. I mean, that is how desperate they are for points. But guess what, Enigma? They got 11 elims here so far, and they still have some skin in the game here. So Loops, they are just dominating. But look at this little standoff, little 1v1 over here. 24K.
Oh, right.
Nade.
I think he knows.
Oh no!
20
Man, look who's above. Mythic from above. Oh no!
Is he gonna go for the nade? He went for it. He's just running out on him. Oh, the UMP. Oh, but Mythic in the back. Runs back in the shack. See, nothing happened.
Shack is safe. Shack is
Replay
safe.
it 30 seconds. Replay it 30 seconds. Nothing happened.
24K trying to get this grenade bounced off the door.
He's got it here, I think, with that angle. But
yeah, we have the angle. We got it. 24K with a massive grenade right there to add another elim to the bank.
Dave, I'm disappointed though because you didn't pick the Zombie Boys, and they are 3 up right now.
3 up.
Most on a squad right now. 3 up for Zombie Boys. Now, Ayala did knock one earlier. Didn't finish him, but Zombie Boys in a pretty good spot to maybe pull through this so they can find the spots. But 24K catching out Revis dead in the open. Not going to be able to revive him, but now we're getting down to, 6, 7 players up. And oh my goodness.
You know what I see, though? I see Zombie Boys with a rock. And Zombie Boys with a rock, man, there is just no flushing them out. So I believe Loops are aware of that. They're like, they got a rock, so they're not going to move anytime soon. So it looks like they're trying to concentrate on taking out 24K here, who has been popping off this match.
And I mean, I don't know if he's in the corner of that shack. If he's in zone, he's just 2 meters out. But I mean, he'll probably be able to run up because Loops is taking the fight with Max Split. He's got the Tommy gun against the Groza. Oh, a hip fire action between the two, and they each lose the 1v1.
Yeah.
Level 3 gear too. I mean, you can't beat it.
Can't beat it. Groza all day, and Max Split right there. Now the Kings of the Hill, they overthrew Loops. I don't know if they're aware of the terrain downrange because Loops had all the intel. They knew where 24K was. They knew the Zombie Boys were behind that boulder. So now Max Split looking to play catch up here from above.
Yeah, and I mean, the nice thing is they are up above, so they don't have to stress too much about exposing themselves and getting that info. They see, 24K with his own smokes. Hey, I'm not going to bet all my money on it, but there's probably a guy using the smokes on the left, and Zombie Boys having to just run up in the open now, and I mean, it's not looking good, Dave. It's essentially a 1v1 until he gets found out, and...
Hey, 3rd place, though, that is consistent points. I mean, that's 5 placement points going their way. If the Zombie Boys have shown us anything, is they're consistent. But now, 24K, 1v2, cooking a grenade. Does 24K have the arm to toss that all the way up above? Very close. Not going to be making the push here. This is going to be a challenge. We need to get a knock to make it an even 1v1. And an opening
7
knock with a grenade could be it. 7 grenades, like you mentioned, in hand. Now 6. So definitely has enough to go fishing. Also has some pretty solid level 3 gear to work with as well.
Yeah, but he's against the Groza. I'm not sure if he's feeling it against that. The DBS might do enough work, but the DBS might save him. He's 1 HP. 1 HP in a dream. Are they going to peek him? Oh, and he swings in the open. Max Split coming out with the dub that match. Kind of nice.
Kind of nice. Max Split right there. 60 limbs with the dub. YKG, 2nd place, 60 limbs as well. Zombie Boys, third place. Shout out to them. But really, for me, Enigma, 12. I believe 12 elims from Loops right there. Loops, they were just gobbling. They're the points gobbler here this game, honestly,
Yeah,
man.
Loops is popping off.
They're popping off, and that's my fear. Now that they are finally popping off, what does that mean for this next game? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, we're going to have to be looking at the leaderboard above all else. I mean, the numbers don't lie. C4 did pick up a few points there. It wasn't like they went out, bottom 8 in the lobby. They were up there in that top 8. They had a few kills, but, I mean, we're just going to have to see how it looks like.
Talk about seeing how it looks like. Let's bring back everybody from the desk here and kind of get their thoughts on that insane game.
Insane game indeed. I couldn't count how many times Dave, Enigma, you two are, oh man, that's crazy. Nades and just shot. Like, it was a great game to say the least. Neptura, we kind of questioned how would some teams be playing going into game number 5 and then heading into game number 6. Would they be aggressive? Would they be passive? Well, the question was kind of answered by Loops, who was hugely aggressive by getting into the mix. Now, desperation was kind of the word used, right? But desperation can have a negative connotation. In this case, I don't think it was negative whatsoever. They were desperate, they were aggressive, and it paid off with 12 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've kind of this a couple of times before in just that, how some teams like to perform better under pressure. And sometimes you see teams do it on purpose, like play badly on purpose at first just to get that pressure going for them. I don't think they're kind of team, but they do seem to be able to pull it together and get there and just come in as a full squad and be super aggressive when they need to be. It's such a good for a team because you never know in that situation. So yeah, they did a great. They'll be rewarded in that overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Max Split though, Enigma, what made them so special and how did they get the victory in the end?
Well, I mean, a lot of it just came down to, they waited and waited on that northern side. They were playing the ridges. They had a lot of teams kind of sandwiching them from that western side by Zombie Boys and stuff like that. But when the time came and the right zone happened, they were able to push up onto Loops and take a fair 2v2 fight. The Groza playing a huge part with the level 3 gear, being able to take out the Loops players. Because, I mean, those players are not easy to take out. We saw damage get done into both players. And like we can see here again, I mean, it's just like they're both low, but that gear advantage, that hill advantage is playing into the favor of Max Split.
Yeah, and Max Split, that hill advantage, as you said. That nade, though, Dave, man, from 24 was just incredible. At one point, I thought he couldn't lose any fight he got into.
Yeah, 24K, I mean, this has been a standout player throughout Season 0, Season 1, and now Season 2 of the Titan series. And if I'm not mistaken, Season 0, I believe they used the most grenades and might have even been in contention for the MVP role. I'm happy to finally start to see that player perform and pop off here tonight. But looking at this, Max Split, almost 1K damage done, but clutching out the winner chicken dinner just in time here, by the way, as we head into that next game.
Just in time indeed. Max Split, a challenger team that qualified for Tuesday's competition, now playing today, finally get their first victory. Bit of a narrative on the challenger teams in just a bit. YKG, though, best placing in second. Zombie Boys holding on, though. Consistent. That was the word used by Enigma, and they are highly consistent. You gotta appreciate that. Loops the big story, though, I think, in game number 5, despite them taking the L. We look at 9 through 16, and Neptura, we mentioned one shot with the great performance in Game 4. Game 5, not so much.
Yeah, that's a big shame. I mean, I think I went to go. I came back and he dead. So, not the best game for them, which is a bit of a shame. But it happens. It just happens.
It does.
It's not a great night for them. You always have bad days and good days, and fortunately, their bad day has landed on the finals, which is very unfortunate. But hey, 11 points overall.
It could be worse, and you know what? One more game to go. They can absolutely go up to 12th place. And why do I keep saying 12th? Well, because that's where you qualify for sure for the next Titan series. But Enigma, take a look at C4, still leading the charge. This is their tournament to lose at this point. But Loops, after that last game, they have another game like that, maybe even execute, right? They could absolutely catapult up. Let's even throw Extreme Slayers in there, who are all sitting at 41 to 43 points. So that top 5, right? Pretty close. Even though C4's got that lead, Enigma, can't take it for granted.
Yeah, I mean, there's the possibility Loops is one of those caliber teams that could drop a 15-plus kill game if they're watching the kill feed. Like, let's say C4 just dies 16th, or Loops even drops on them, goes for that hero play like we all want to see. That last game of the last tournament, we're wanting to see those hot drops from those teams in that contention and that top. And, I mean, C4, I wouldn't be too worried. I don't think Loops is really going to be dropping on them. But, I mean, for these other teams, like, I'm loving to see the contenders teams such as, Max Split pull out with the win. Rocky Sports being able to come out with the kills. Every single team is actually performing way above the standards I had for them coming into this day.
100%. And again, I have a talking point. I'll probably pass that to you, Dave, in just a second. But Neptura, a lot of great plays. Like I said, Dave, Enigma, they were screaming throughout the entirety of that map number 5. What got you screaming, even if you weren't on the mic?
Honestly, this play by Rook, we've seen Rook be a really, really good team so far tonight, and I just this from here. I mean, he's wiggling, right? You got 2 on this wall. He's wiggling around. He's trying to bait them out into that. Eventually, he does end up getting over here, grabs that, and then he runs back. And this is so clever. He's now baiting Chico in, following him out of the and giving him that knock as well. Fortunately for him, Chico did not fall for it. He went out a little bit, tried to get some shots, and went, nah, I'm going back to the wall, thank you very much. But still, it's kind of that bait move that I always love seeing in these kinds of fights.
Yeah, bait them out, right? Get them into the open so you can have a much more clear shot, and that's exactly what we were seeing there. Good breakdown, Neptura. Always love your analysis segments. Hey, I think I get better and better each and every time I listen because you know what? Hey, I don't know everything, so I learn each and every time. Dave, though, one thing that I wanted to talk about more specifically is our challenger teams. Coming into this, the narrative was, challenger teams, how would they perform? That narrative then changed to challenger teams are having the best performance we have seen so far in all the seasons. And reflecting back, we see Zombie Boys win Map 1. We see Execute win Vikendi. We see Max Split win Miramar just now. And then you want to throw in, 2 recent challenger teams. C4, Black Mamba, first time in Titan Series. All 5 games have been won by challenger teams. That is special.
Yeah, dethroning what some would say are the best teams in the lobby, YKG and Hyper. Loops, they are definitely showing up now, finally, as we progress with the night, especially with one more game to go. But Loops, after last game, second place, baby! Loops, they almost had 3k damage done that last match. And I have to assume a lot of their damage came from their grenades. I believe, look at the stats, they used 13 grenades that game, the most nades used on that Miramar map. So they're feeling themselves here, Reflections.
Hey, you got utility, throw it out there, right? You got it for a reason. Enigma, let's focus our conversation into Butterfly Effect, One Shot, Mazexis, Atone Esports. They are our bottom 4 teams. They made it here. They're talented. We give them their flowers for that reason, right? What do they need to do in Game 6 to break into top 12?
It's evident that their style right now that they're playing just isn't working out. If they're doing the same thing over and over and it's not working, I'd like to see them just bust out something new, just go all out in this last game and try to get those elimination kills.
That's fair enough, man. And that goes into the conversation of Loops, right? Loops, they kind of threw it all out there in game number 5. It paid off. I mean, they absolutely went up the leaderboard. They needed each and every point and kill that they could get. 12 kills is impressive heading into a map that they're familiar with. Erangel, right? But Zombie Boys is another team that won Erangel just a little bit earlier. They've been consistent. It's not like they've fallen off. So they can absolutely go back-to-back on this map. They'd be our only not back-to-back, but at least our repeat winner of the night, which we haven't seen yet. We've had 5 different winners across 5 different maps. Something to be expected, though, with the caliber of competition. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, the final map will finally crown a winner. It's going to be Erangel. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. right, Titan Series Season 2 Premier Finals, and we are on the final map, Erangel. It's going to be coming up in just a couple minutes. I know you guys are all waiting for it. Let us know in chat. Early predictions, who do you think is going to be our winner of Map 6? Who do you think will be the overall winner? If you're so bold, let me hear it, right? Because C4 still leading the charge. We bring in a new familiar old face, PB, back onto the desk. It didn't really work out, but I'm committing to it. PB, great to have you once again, man. You've been kind of sitting us on the side, at least for that map number 5. You saw some great action. Any key takeaways from you?
A bunch, actually. You know, one of the interesting things as we head into this final game, I saw an opportunity there last game for Loops, right? They had a great game. They put up some points, had 12 elims, 2,800 damage, led the lobby by far. But ultimately, it came down to 2 1v1s at the end that they ultimately lost. And had they won those, not only do they pick up a couple more elim points, they're likely in a position to win that lobby. And they probably left about 11 points on the table right there just because those fights didn't go their way. And now they're sitting 18 points out of first place. So it can still be done, right? I would say the top 4 teams right now in the lobby, we're talking Loops, Execute, and Extreme Slayer still have an outside shot at winning. What's that going to take, though? It's going to take C4 going out early and somebody messing with their mojo. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be one of these teams that's already eliminated? Who knows? But the top 4 still have a shot. And then the last thing, looking at the bottom, the cutoff. Intense game. We've got the others. Who is it? Jaguar.
Butterfly.
Intense game and Jaguar. They're right there on the edge of potentially being eliminated and not coming back next season. So I'm watching that cutoff as well to see who is going to make it through.
Yeah, you got the cutoff, you've got the top 5, you got 2 storylines there, plus you got the middle teams who are just looking to disrupt the flow. It's do or die at this point, right? So let's get into our predictions because this is our final chance for Titan Series Season 2 to put your money on the line. And who's going to start off this time? I'm going to start off this time because I feel like it's unfair. I'm always sending it to one of you guys, so let me start it strong, okay? And strong it's going to be. Coming out for game number 6, I'm going to go with the prediction of Loops. Loops showed me a lot in that game 5. They're a team that I've supported through and through. From America's Scrims, where I became a fan, to now Season 2. I think Loops is going to finish strong and might even catch C4, but it's a tall task. PB, what about you?
I'm also going to double it up with the Loops pick. I think they're starting the game a bit of momentum. Only 10 rank points right now under their belt. That's the equivalent of 1 chicken dinner. So I got to go with Loops. They got to put it together here, though, and go big or go home.
All right, Dave, give it to me real quick. Who you going for?
Real quick. Last game of the evening. I'm going to hit the zombie right here. Zombies in the chat. Let's hit the zombie emotes in the chat here for this last game.
I like you. You're consistent. Neptune, real quick. Who you going with for the final pick?
I'm going with N-Hyper because, you know what? They could still win it. They only need 30 points, so they could have a big game. So I'm going N-Hyper.
Only 30. Right during the qualifiers, it's absolutely possible.
Hey, exactly.
Let's get into it. Map number 6, Erangel, the final map of Titan Series Season 2. Without further ado, PB Dave, take it away.
Sing it, Dave. It's the final countdown. Here we go. Cue Dave.
I don't know that song. It's the final countdown. Titan Series.
Yeah.
GG.
All right, well, that's enough. Let's leave it to the original artist, huh, Dave?
Oh,
what are we thinking here? I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, this is the last game, Dave. One other thing I saw last game, massive win there for one of the challenger teams that just moved up. And why was it so massive for Max Split? They might have just locked in their slot for next season in Premier. Because remember, top 12 automatically guaranteed a slot. They might have done enough there on Miramar.
Yeah, and that's a massive come up for that squad in particular. I mean, looking at the Challenger Finals, they did really well too, just to even make it to this lobby here tonight. So GG's to them in that last game. I think they can still kind of fight it out and get some consistent points here this game. We do see them though up in the north, up against C4. So that to me, I mean, they got a vendetta here, in my opinion.
They've got to, man. Southern Zone, Loops goes military base. It's set up for him to win. The script has been written, Dave. We're looking at a Loops victory here. Calling it now.
They did get the circle. The only team down here, too. So I got a good feeling that it will continue to shift down there. I'm all for it. I'm with you. We got Mazexis over there out on the east side. They might look to center up. But over here, Loops. Oh, no. We thought they were the only ones here, PB. There's a team. It's one shot.
Ruining my storylines in 14 seconds of the game starting. What is going on
One
here?
shot. One
Oh,
shot.
on,
The
Ayala.
15th team. The 15th
Hey.
place team here.
Dave, we're still on script. It's fine. Loops has to lose one in order to have a shot at winning.
Oh, that is true.
Has to happen.
That is true. But they lost
Maybe not two.
They're
I
down
know.
2. It's up the Mythic here. SK12, we got the Molotov. We're about to toss that on to Peep. Peep does have the AKM, though. Peep looking to take out Mythic. I can't believe this is one-shot dropping Loops. This is insane.
I can't even believe this. This is crazy. And Chief was eliminated as well.
Oh!
That's not the guy you want down. And oh
Boom!
no, Partisan on the angle and Loops is out of here. Oh, now he's changed him. It's so bad. This is the worst Caster's Curse has ever been. Loops, unfortunately for them, number 2 is as high as they're going on the leaderboard. And I don't know if they're even going to hold on to that. Now they're hoping to just stay in the prize money, Dave.
Oh, yes. Yes, they are. And this is what we were kind of talking about on the desk, though. We were looking at these bottom teams who really need to do or die, you know, because although they're at the bottom, they're trying to get the instant invite to Season 3 here. So, One Shot Esports dropping Loops, by the way. This is impressive. Drop shot right there with the B-Zone. But this could definitely set One Shot Esports NA to qualify and make the cut for next season here, PB.
I'm just sad right now, Dave. I'm not gonna lie. Loops just got outplayed there. I can't really say anything else. One shot really coming through in the clutch. And you know the worst part about this, Dave, is
What's
One
that?
Shot sitting at the bottom of the tables right now, tied for dead last. And they take down the number 2 team, the powerhouse of Loops, out of here early. Well, let's go to the next in line to the throne. It is none other than the Challenger Finals champ, Execute, currently needing, well, a whole heck of a lot of points. They need 21 to catch up to C4. So now all eyes are on C4 to see if they go out early and if Execute can pile on a ton of points. But I don't know. I don't like their chances. We'll see.
We need Butterfly Effect to just go and crash C4 and just wipe them out too. Now, both these teams are complete opposites of each other right now where it comes to where they are, but there's always that chance. And going back to your Execute storyline, they're in North George here. Looks like Fate is going to be looking to scout shooting range. It is going to be close to C4, so they'll need to be cautious. But with Loops getting taken out this early on, yeah, I'm with you, man. That really opens up this game for Execute to try to claim. I mean, they're only, 3 points behind second place, Loops? Coming in this
Yeah, they don't got to do much, man. They either got to survive a little bit, get a couple rank points, you know, or just take one squad fight and win. And they're right there. Same thing with Extreme Slayers, though, too, sitting at 41 points overall coming into the game. Extreme Slayers just a couple points behind Execute right now, and they've honestly been the surprise of the day for me. They've been consistently hanging in the top 2 or 3 all day long, currently sitting in number 4. And, you know, they are still within striking distance. Again, some of these big finishes that we're seeing, it's not rare to see a chicken dinner in the low to mid 20s. Once you start approaching 30 points, that is a monster game, but it's still doable. And some of the biggest games that we've seen have been in the low 30s in the Titan series. So that's kind of the realm of what's possible, is like kind of low 30s in points. Reasonable would be low 20s. And they're going to need at least 21 in order to catch C4. So C4 basically has to go out early and do nothing in the process.
Yeah, well, the chance is pretty high. We do see Execute over here doing a little scouting. They might have spotted out C4 down range as they are going to be on the rotate over here. So we might have these two teams at the top of the leaderboards clash here very shortly. There's definitely a high possibility of that. And kind of drilling down a little bit with Extreme Slayers, one of the players who has really been holding down the team today has been Remix. But we'll get back to that because, yeah, this is a huge storyline right here.
They're hunting them. You can see it. Fate's marking them right now. He's putting his crosshair over them, and they are watching them, trying to chip away at C4. So I don't know if they actually got the rotation off in time, but I believe that they've scouted well enough to know that this is C4. I expect them to pursue here and see if they can get the jump on him. Psycho seems to know what's happening, and this is going to be decided early on, Dave. Oh, we got a tire!
No. Tire pop, Daddy Payne out in the open here. Here comes the spray down from Casper, trying to get the vehicle explosion, trying to connect the shots, but Daddy Payne with the scar taking down Casper, but we got an even trade right here.
Oh, that was such a missed opportunity from Casper. Unfortunately, misses the shots. The car blocks him. Execute has gone from being in a position of such strength with a stranded player in the middle of the road, and now they are in serious trouble as Skur has the high ground. And what angles C4 has is going to come down, Dave, to whoever can hit their shots.
Yeah, and going back to Execute, you have to full commit. You just have to right now as Talia looking to drive up, looking to take the gunfight with the AC Val 9mm onto Psycho, taking them down and out here. And here comes the full commit Skur, though, with the M4. Looks like C4, they don't want this
They're gonna
smoke
leave.
here. They don't want this smoke. If I'm Execute, I am chasing them down here, PB.
100%. You can see the wheels turning right now. They're thinking about it. They're like, listen, we can't afford to go out right now. We really can't. Unfortunately for Execute, in this exchange, C4 picked up 1 point. That is not what they were hoping to have happen. Casper goes out. Execute able to get back up in the fight, but C4 escapes, and now it is a matter of hiding for them. Can they stay alive? Can they just persist and pick up a couple of elims here? Man, tough break for Execute there because they got the jump. They got what they were looking for. I love the game plan here of looting North George, rotating early, and picking up C4 as they rotated out. But right here, this is where the shots just went wrong. Casper couldn't connect, and Daddy Payne ultimately able to sit him down.
Only 4 more bullets left in that scar from Daddy Payne, so Daddy Payne was not working with a lot here. But the drop shot from Telly, and you got to respect Execute as well for being ultra aggressive early game because they're risking their 3rd place. You know, yes, Loops did get taken out early on, but Execute, they could have just played the zones and played that late game, but instead they're being proactive here, which is also a risk for them as well.
Absolutely. Center of that map right there, you see those yellow icons. That is C4. They have actually out-rotated every other team in the East. So that's interesting to me because they're going to get a decent position in zone if they're brave enough to actually venture into that circle. And with that position, they're going to have the ability to not only last, but kind of watch everyone else on the way in get thinned out. That is really unfortunate, though, for Execute. They'll have to regroup. They're still up on the northern island, well into the blue zone. And they're going to have to try to figure things out. A little bit short-handed now with only 3 people left alive.
Yeah, definitely short-handed here as we look at all these teams looking to reposition. Oh, looks like they're going to be pulling up here, investigating where N-Hyper holding it down. Chiffon with the Tommy gun in the 2nd story position, already compromised right there from Ghoul. Nice angle right there. Chiffon is going to be cooking a grenade. Going to get the knock over here, but Chiffon, the last one alive for N-Hyper, PB.
Absolutely. N-Hyper getting into it a bit earlier on here. Trying to figure out with who. It looks like intense game, potentially. And, man, I can actually scroll down and check. It was intense game. Kindness able to get a knock there, and that is going to be a tough one now because now C4 has the opportunity to pick up some momentum. They can actually get this elim here. They have Chiffon singled out. Intense game has brought an intense game. They've already got 4 elims. They've taken down N-Hyper to 1 member, and they picked up 1 off of Young Kings. And look at their damage already. They're going insane.
They're popping off, man. This is just one heck of a final match here for the end of the season of Season 3 here as Skur looking to cook a grenade, looking to take out and end the dreams of N-Hyper, finishing within the money here. N-Hyper, 5th place coming in this match here. Chiffon trying to buy themselves some time here, but PB, there's a team 3rd party in this. That's going to be the Zombie Boys. So the Zombie Boys are right behind that 5th place spot N-Hyper team. So they're looking to overthrow them right there as Skur connecting on Chiffon. The Skur also going to be knocked down and out. So Zombie Boys, if they can get 1 shot off on the solo from C4, oh my goodness, that'd be something else. But they're in the area, PB.
They really are. Man, interesting stuff here for sure. C4 takes a knock, ultimately able to keep their guy alive. But the big story is they picked up another point, eliminated N-Hyper. And that'll be curtains for N-Hyper's season here in the Premier Division. They will not crack the top 3, unfortunately. Unfortunate for them, given the strength of their season. Literally dominated all season long, unable to deliver in the finals here. That seemingly is going to be C4. So hard to overcome this gap. Execute is the only team really poised to do it right now, given the start that they've had. They got to get busy quick.
Yeah, they're looking to get busy for sure. They got 2 elims and 3 up. And talking about getting busy, Chico with the DBS going to be popping out. Oh, seeing the Blair right there, but caught off guard and instantly flushed here as now IG looking to defend here. This is going to be a 2v2. Fears, this is just a DBS battle right now, PB.
Really is. Would love to see some DBS emotes if we can ever get all of our memberships credited to us. That would be amazing. But we have ourselves a nice little DBS fight. Both of these teams looking crazy, honestly. The shots that are coming out from both of them have been incredible. Intense game. Looks like they're just absolutely on the warpath. You can see right there, but the nades coming in. Is that a third party?
A third party. Tempo from behind with the grenade said, hey, you want to use DBSs? That's fine with me because guess what? I got a grenade with your name on it.
Intense game and YKG eliminated, and Mazexis having the last laugh. This game is wild so far. Mazexis sitting in number 14 slot coming into the game. They are laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, exactly. Mazexis trying to qualify and get that instant invite. You know, the top 12 right now. We'll see if they can accomplish that as Aton out here just running over Max Split. Max Split down to just a duo. So looking at who's still in this here. C4, still first place team in the lobby, still with the duo. They're looking to hold down that first place cash money for sure. But Execute, I love the storyline where you're going, PB. Execute have the opportunity to at least get second place.
Hey, they just put up another kill on Ruck, but Fate gets run over by Baton and finished. Execute's run may be nearing an end. And then beyond them, it is Extreme Slayers, who has 0 points and 2 members. Oh, man, this is going to be tough for sure, Dave. The other thing developing right now is Aton with just a couple of members left. They've got 2 points. They are number 13 coming into this game. The team ahead of them by 2 points was Intense Game, who was already out, but Intense Game put up 6. So Aton is looking poised to be relegated here. This is not good for them.
Yeah, not good at all. So we'll continue to see how that one develops as the kill feed is just popping off. It is non-stop right now. Here comes One Shot. Remember, One Shot, they got involved with loops very early on here. They are feeling themselves. As we're going to be looking over here, Jaguar eliminated Mazexis popping off onto Execute, taking down Execute. I mean, we are just losing teams left and right now, PB.
Execute's out of here. That'll be the end of their season as well. They put up 3. It was a valiant effort, but ultimately it came down to Casper, unable to land those shots in the road. I think if he takes down Daddy Payne there, that ambush is successful, and Execute walks away from that with a squad wipe and all of their members up. But unfortunately, unable for them to get it done. That's going to end their season here. But I got to tip my cap to Execute because they were relegated to the Challenger Finals. They came back and won it, and came out here today and made a serious run at the top of the tables. I don't think anybody expected that from them. So to be challenging for the win in game number 6 as we close things out, I think that's a major W for Execute.
Yeah, definitely going through the gauntlet. And not only that, all the different roster changes that they had to deal with as well. They really showed up here today, a well-oiled machine. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can accomplish next season. Again, back into this game here, One Shot. I mean, they are just looking to destroy everybody's dreams. That's going to be Butterfly Effect out there in the off-center position. C4, I believe they have a little shack, so they are just big chilling. But Aton, I love the aggression from the duo right now.
Man, Dave, this has been a real boring game. Nobody seems to want to fight. I don't know what's going on. People zooming around, playing go-karts. Just, I mean, look at this. This is madness.
I would not want to take the fight with Baton. We saw him last game just pop off up against YKG, and they're able to hit their shots. Looks like they're going to be popping in the buggy, looking to finish what they started. They did not appreciate the drive-by from Baton, and there goes Ruck. A couple more elims going their way.
Oh, that's tough for its own. They are on the cusp of being sent down. Now, the way the Titan Series works is the top 12 teams in the Premier Finals will guarantee themselves a spot in next season's Premier Division, which is great. Every team here tonight will qualify, but the bottom 4 teams, there is the potential that they get replaced. Every season, the Titan Series can invite up to 4 teams. So that means if, for example, Alpha 7 we invite next season, it starts at the 16th ranked team, and they are replaced by whoever one of those invited teams are. We can only invite up to 4, so anybody in those bottom 4 slots, they're not necessarily safe and a ton seems to be falling into that category. So that's a tough one.
Definitely. Risky business here, PB. Another risky business that's unfolding. I see the zombies, man. They're not telescoping this game. We see them in vehicles. We see them looking to take the fight crazy. They're just running out there with the AC Val, letting that bad boy rip. Then they got their squad mate with the B-Zone. They're trying to take out Rook right here.
I don't know, Dave. Rivas has got the nade cocked. Let's see if he can drop it here on Everest. Nope, not able to. It was close. Man, this is a tough one. We got zombies versus Rook, and there is the elimination. Got him with the grenade. Julio dropping the frag like it's hot. Zombie boys will live to fight another day. Dave, you gotta love to see what you're seeing with the zombie boys. 5 elims so far, all 4 players up. That's one of only 2 squads right now to have a full team remaining.
I know Zombie Boys looking to overthrow and Hyper. Yes, we still got Extreme Slayers in the game, if I'm not mistaken, but Execute taken out. I mean, Zombie Boys, if they can clutch this game out, PB, they will be disrupting the overall leaderboards without a doubt.
Brother, I'm gonna make a bold prediction here. Now that we've seen 5.5 games of play, Zombie Boys are walking away with money. They're gonna walk away with some cash money from the Premier Division. 4 weeks ago when they started this whole journey, joining the Challenger Series for the first time, I don't think that was on their radar. I really don't. But that's the beauty of this tournament. Any team can really put it together and start delivering at any time. And I think the Zombie Boys are about to be flush with some greenbacks.
And shout out to them as well, because we recently found out like the squad is just grinders, always making themselves available to be like that fill team. Say the scrims need an extra team, an extra hand to help out. They're there, PB. They're grinding here. So for them to show up in the finals and be where they are on the overall leaderboard, that's hard work, man, and I respect it.
I love it. That's a great point. Now, they haven't climbed. I was really going out on a limb there saying they're going to get paid, but hey, they can put together a run here. They might actually be able to pull that off, coming from the depths of the leaderboard here, but they're actually not far out from making that happen. Again, the teams they're looking to jump over are the likes of N-Hyper, who they've already done that. The N-Hyper's eliminated. They've got Execute ahead of them. They've got Loops ahead of them. Both of those teams are eliminated. The only team ahead of them that hasn't been jumped and is still alive is Extreme Slayers. So Extreme Slayers has won. And this is them in the shack right in front of us. That pan glistening in the Erangel sunlight. Look at that. Robert is really putting on a show there.
Yeah, and you know what? They've been trying to avoid the grenades from Netflix. And talking about grenades, Cat God trying to get one through the window in the shack as Bishop with the wild spray down through the smokes. Looks like Black Mamba trying to take this shack for themselves, but getting body blocked at the door.
You know what was funny about that body block? I'm almost positive that he put like 6 shots into that guy to finish him off and then run inside. I think he put all of them into the pan and didn't actually register any damage. And then when he went to ran in, it was just a big, train wreck there.
Oh my goodness, are we seeing some Molotovs burn them up right here? Black Mamba getting burnt to a crisp in that shack possibly. Yes, they are.
They are. Wow, incredible Molotov there. He was just out for a barbecue. Cat God goes down as well. 777 goes. Oh, man, this is absolutely nutty right now. Netflix finishes off Cat God, and it's down to 1 member, it looks like, for Black Mamba. Here's the grenade. This could be it for them.
Up. We saw Cat God crawling, screaming for meds right there. PB, though, quick takeaway. The only team with 4 up.
The only team even with 3, Dave.
The only team. Still pretty healthy, holding down the north right here, overlooking the field, by the way. I don't need to say their name. The chat knows. Let's see the emoji.
It's the Zombie Boys!
Zombie Boys!
I'm going to say their name, Dave.
The telescope on the screw right there.
Those telescopes have developed an uncanny ability to fire lead downrange here as Rivas is dropping it like it's hot right onto C4. But C4, again, I told you earlier, they got that rotation. They got into circle, and they have been, not blessed with zone. They made the rotation early and got that position, but they're still there, and they don't necessarily have to move quick there. Every single rank that they last right now is another point. They've already secured 1 rank point, and they have a few elim points now to their name as well. They've got 2, so C4 looks to be uncatchable at this point.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at holding down that first place spot to try to get as much money as possible. I mean, they had one heck of a night here. 6 matches, they gave it their all, and they're still in it with the duo trying to survive just a little longer, even though all the odds are stacked against them here, at least for this map. But Talking about the snake battle. Black Mamba's still alive. Everybody just crawling here in the wheat fields, trying to get another point before getting taken out.
Absolutely. So, I mean, C4 has clinched at this point, if my numbers are correct. So, I mean, I love it, but I'm looking at Zombie Boys right now because I want them in the money. That's what I want. That's what I want to happen is Zombie Boys in the money. Four people alive. Everyone else has a max of 2. So it's a 4v2, v2, 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 v2.
We converted, listen, chat, we converted a PB to a zombie tonight. Mission accomplished, all right? I'm just going to leave that one
I'm on board. I'm on board the zombie train, Dave. I like where we're headed here. This is great. Say we get a little zombie train, kind of like do some slow walking, you know, drooling a little bit, eyeballs hanging out of their heads like Hot Cheeks was saying. I got a real visual.
Zombies doing what zombies do best, and that's just big chilling right now with their numbers in the north. Just gathering all the intel right now. We got Black Mamba with the duo down south, Mazexis with the duo, Extreme Slayers, everybody with the duo, except for the zombies.
That's true. You know, I keep thinking about that early engagement that Execute that C4 had, and I got to give C4 credit, man. They got jumped, you know, they got punched in the mouth early. That somebody got the jump on them. They got hunted. Not only did they get hunted, it was by the number 2 team in the lobby, and they survived. They made it here later in the game. They just picked up another rank point by persisting to 6th place, and I don't think they're done just yet, Dave. I think with everyone else having 2 here, I like their chances to actually make it a bit deeper.
Yeah, I mean, they could even win because although Zombie Boys have the numbers advantage, you know what I'm saying? Zombie Boys are a passive squad. So really...
You know what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to say it, but hey, this could be... They did win game number 1. So Erangel could be their map as well. But C4 definitely has a good chance. Point.
I didn't think about that. This was their map. And look at that. Skur putting up another couple on the board. Max split is gone, and C4 now up to 4 elims.
More points. More
At least 3 rank points as well. So C4 is crushing it.
I'm curious, did they lose their vehicle, though, on that push? All these players kind of hugging the edge right now, waiting to see where this next circle takes us. Who will be favored? Ooh, Zombie Boys in the feed. You know, they're going to be connecting on to Cat God, a really strong player from the Black Mamba squad. Now Bishop, the last one alive for that team. Skur. Oh no, the zombies. Hopefully the telescopes are working in this direction here, PB.
Absolutely. They are on C4's end, that's for sure. They dropped a couple shots there right into the dome of the Zombie Boys. Definitely not trying to get shot in return, though. You could see him hop down really quickly, even though he had the angles, had the shots, had the player caught out. It's like, I just don't think it's worth it at this point. We'll take that fight late game here. Gotta give props to Cat God as well. That man was a cockroach. He somehow, some way, just kept surviving and, you know, made it pretty late game here. Now Black Mamba's getting into it with the Zombie Boys. Crazy is down, and we also have 1 down from Extreme Slayers. This is kind of crazy. Everyone is just thinning out with the exception of C4 and Zombie Boys.
Yeah, C4 definitely holding themselves together as the duo while Zombie Boys are getting a little risky over here, a little too thirsty for Bishop, and Bishop is getting the better half of them as Rivas now doing the same thing, trying to gather the intel, trying to run over the snake here in the wheat field. Crazy is going to be getting picked up, but the Zombie Boys might want to pump the brakes just a little bit as they look to spread a little too far apart from each other right now in the late game.
Robert needs some help, man. I don't know if Hayuya is going to be able to get up to him. He is stuck out there on an island, but he is crawling forward to try to get intel. And he got some, all right. Skur dropping some shots in, and now at least Hayuya knows where he's at. Skur knocked in return. Ooh. That is huge for the Zombie Boys. It's looking like they might be poised to take their second chicken dinner. If only they had more elims, Dave, I'd feel amped about them, you know, making a run at these top of the tables, but unfortunately, just been a bit too passive today. Good news for them, though. C4 out. Number 5. I think C4 is happy with that, man. That's the overall is what they're looking at. And now it's a 4v1v1. Zombie Boys poised to take their second chicken dinner of the day and get into the prize money.
Yeah, they need to take out Hayuya right now. Extreme Slayers are above them on the overall leaderboards, and I believe Bishop has just been the thorn in the side of the Zombie Boys down here as well. They know there's an enemy over here. They just have not been able to pinpoint the exact location. So Zombie Boys with the numbers advantage, but they really need to find these snakes in the grass here.
Absolutely. So right now, it looks like Extreme Slayers has a 2-point advantage on Zombie Boys. So if Hayuya's the next person eliminated, that is going to be a great thing for the Zombie Boys. But if he lasts a bit longer here, he might be able to gain enough rank points to make that chicken dinner. I don't know. We'll see. I think Zombie Boys are looking good. They got 4 players alive. And I mean, unless these 3 players team up and all of them attack that squad at the same time, this is Zombie Boys' game, no doubt.
Yeah, this has to be, right? And they have at least 2 vehicles to work with as we get closer to the end game. And those vehicles can come in clutch here to just try to get in there and run over the snakes. You know, it's the easiest way to find the snakes in the field here, of course. So, Zombie Boys, all the cards are on their end of the table.
All the cars, too.
All the cars.
I'm not sure about their formation here, but we are working our way through this stage 8 circle. We'll have the zone closing here in just a moment. It's going to, shrink things up just a little bit. It'll actually condense the playing field where they'll have a better idea, but I'm surprised they're not spreading out a bit more than they are. I wonder if they're not aware of how many teams are left at this point and just realize that they've got another 3 players alive and, with not a lot of fighting going on, maybe they think there's more than, less squads than there actually are.
They are looking. They are looking. They know Bishop's over here. Hayuya onto Netflix. Now there's just 2 more solos to find here.
That was massive for Hayuya because I picked him up 2 points for that elim. He got another rank higher and got the elim point.
Here we go. Hayuya popping up with the suppressed M4. Has 2 smokes to work with over here. Zombies need to look in this direction. Need to take down Hayuya. Overthrow him on the overall leaderboards. And there we go with the Bizon. Hayuya taken down and out here, PB.
All right, the call has been made. Bishop takes him down, and here is the run over attempt. He misses. The Zombie Boys. Dave, give me a Zombie Boys call. They just got their second chicken dinner of the night, the only team to do it.
Zombie Boys, PB, I need you to hit the Zombie Boys when we get back on cam, man. We need it. They got 2 chickens, man. This team came from the Challenger Finals. Nobody believed in them. They made it here tonight. 2 chickens. They might have just won some money after this match here, PB.
I think they're in the money. Who's in the money, Dave? It's the Zombie Boys!
Zombie
You're
Boys.
welcome. I had you from the beginning, Zombie Boys. Right. No, I didn't. But at the same time, I'm happy to be wrong here. I'm loving the story. I am genuinely excited to see if they made it all the way to second place with that win. Because they picked up quite a few elims there at the end, too. So Zombie Boys making a push at the end, the very end, to challenge C4 for that victory. So let's throw it back to Taylor, see what they thought of that game. My goodness. 2 chicken dinners for the Zombie Boys.
Yeah, I mean, really incredible performance, and like you said, PB, you might have not been backing them up from the start. Now, granted, there was one person on the desk doing so, and that was Mustache Dave, all right? Dave has been on the zombie train since the very start of this broadcast. I will absolutely give him credit for that. He switched up predictions once, but right after that, he went back to his bread and butter, and that was Zombie Boys. So, Dave, I hand it to you, baby. Heck of a job.
Hey man, I just love their play style. It's unique when it comes to all the other teams in this lobby. The only team that really, truly embraces the rat strats here, and it paid off. They were consistent when it comes to placement points, and when the moment strikes, when they have the numbers advantage, they're there. They're ready to go. They're ready to get the chicken dinner.
It's fun to watch them. It really is, Neptura, because they can get scrappy. They can get into the mix, right, and fight, but they can also be that team that rats up and just kind of observes teams from a distance. And we were kind of memeing that and making fun of it a little bit earlier. And granted, there are times their trigger discipline is a little bit too good, but honestly, they're a pretty well-rounded team after watching them throughout all 6 games.
Yeah, it's definitely, like Dave was saying, a very unique thing. It's a very unique playstyle that they've got going on at the moment. Definitely one that needs more analysis, more watching. They're definitely a team to watch because with them being as passive as they are, I would have definitely thought that they would actually go ahead and end up being taken out very, very early, very, very quickly, very easily by some of these teams, and yet they just aren't. They somehow slip under the radar until this last circle, and then they do their thing. And even in the push, as we saw in Game 6, even with that push onto Rook, they were still using a lot of aggressive tactics. So it is nice to see, but it's definitely a unique style that is, could it be the new meta? I'm not sure, but it's definitely something to look into.
I don't know if it's too early to call that or not, but I'll leave that up to you. PB, we started Titan Series Season 2 on Erangel with a field fight. We end Titan Series Season 2 on Erangel with a field fight. So well done, I think, to all teams. These field fights are always fun because it seems as if it's just everybody crawling around. Some people are trying to run you over. Some people are trying to gun you down. But I just think it's poetic that it ends the same way we started.
I love it. It's coming full circle for me. The Zombie Boys, as you can see, having a heck of a game, picking up 9 elims. I think that might have been enough to get them to that number 2 spot. We'll have to wait and see just a moment. I feel like they're the big winners here because ultimately, I think all of our teams that came up from Challenger, we're talking the Zombie Boys in addition to Execute and Max Split and Ruck. They did well enough to, I think, secure their spots next season. So I'm impressed.
I'm impressed too. Zombie Boys winning twice today is really awesome. Black Mamba as well. Great performance from them. Don't forget they won map 3, Sanhok. So that was a great performance from them. Now, of course, the elephant in the room, Neptura Loops. We tried to vote for them, at least me and PB did, and they were eliminated off the rip. I saw they were challenged over at military, at least off the rip. I was like, okay, but this is an opportunity for 4 kills. It turned out to be an opportunity for all 4 of them to die.
It really did. I gotta say, I missed that. I was in the middle of a bathroom break and I missed it. Came back and I was like, hang on, excuse me. They really left very early on, and it's, I think, telling of kind of the day they've had overall. It's been very, very up and down. They've had some good games and they had some dreadful ones. Unfortunately, the most dreadful one was the last game, which is never what you really want. But yeah, it's a big shame. But we know what they're capable of. It's just a blip.
Just a blip, man. Loops, they're a highly consistent team, so they messed up map number 6. It is what it is. It's okay. Now, granted, reality of that map number 6, that was their chance to break forward and pass up C4. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but it is what it is. We have at least one champion, right? Or for sure one champion. We have our top 12 teams who are going to be making it into Titan Series Season 3. Don't know who they're going to be just yet. But my question is, who is going to be champion? And I think Dave really it kind of has to be C4. I'd be shocked if anybody passed them.
Yeah, C4, they did a great job here tonight in their 6 matches. I mean, we saw them popping off almost every single fight they were in. And even when they were down to just a solo or a duo, they were still managing to survive and get those rank points. So C4, they had such a great lead heading into like the second half of this evening that they just had to be consistent at that point.
Well, PB, since this is your program, you created it, I'm going to let you do the honors. Who's the champion of Titan Series Season 2 Premier Finals?
With the back-to-back, baby, it is none other than C4 Esports.
Yeah!
Coming in with the Season 2 championship. They ran in the middle of the pack all season long, but they delivered when it mattered. And C4 coming away with the hardware once again. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations indeed. We take a look at our overall ranking. C4 on commanding victory, 72-53. But Zombie Boys, Dave, second place. Well done from them. Hey, their back-end games were phenomenal.
Hey, GG's to C4. Honestly, great evening from them. But Zombie Boys, just everybody underestimating them, and they just shot up in the ranks here. They gave it their all in tonight's lobby. Second place. I'm looking forward to seeing them in Season 3, honestly. So not only are they going to be able to acquire some money with this second place, but now they're showing up in the Premier League here. You'll love to see it.
Can we pause for a second on these rankings? Look at the left column here. There is literally, if you think about the Premier teams that were in for Season 0, Season 1, only one of them exists on the left side of that board, and that's N-Hyper. Every other team there was either a fresh invite this season in Loops, or every other team promoted through the Challenger division to end up in Premier. This is amazing.
When I was also looking, Butterfly Effect, One Shot, Atone, Mazexis, right? The bottom four teams. No guarantee they're going to be playing in Titan Series Season 3. And one team that was in 12th that rounds it out, Neptura, is Intense Game, which was very hyped up to join this season. And although they had a standout stellar game, 33 points, and that was like week 2 when we first saw them because they didn't play week 1. Other than that, Intense Game, where were they at?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the unfortunate thing is I don't know where they were. It seems weird because again, like you said, a very hyped up team, a very consistent team, a very good team, and they just haven't really been there. So it is an unfortunate turn of events because week 2, as you said, was super strong. They were kind of consistent week 3, but very much more quiet. And then I think honestly tonight has been a big finals of just bad days for a lot of teams, and that's very unfortunate. It's landed on the finals of all days.
Well, but the good news is they did make top 12, so they at least have that guaranteed spot, an opportunity to recover at least and have a good season 3. It's been a good season, though, as a whole, and it's been fun learning PUBG Mobile from my perspective. I know you guys all know it, tried and true, whether it be talent, analyst, or content creation. You guys do a little bit of everything, but it's been fun joining each and every single one of you. And Neptura, I'm going to pass it right back to you for your final words before we get out of here.
Well, it's just been a fantastic season. As always, might I add, the teams have been great, the panel's been great, and the chat's been great as well. So it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait for the next season and what all that brings. And yeah, thanks for having me on. It's been great.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure hearing from you and having those Neptura segments, right? I learn each and every single time you break it down. Dave, great working with you, brother. It's been years coming. I know we DM'd a long time ago. We finally had a chance to be on the same desk. What are your final words before you get out of here?
Yeah, and it's crazy. I was looking at our DMs, and I even texted you, Zombie Boys, and that was like 4 years ago. So, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah?
But all jokes aside here, I mean, this is the 3rd season of Titan Series. Every single season, the stats get better, the graphics get better, the teams get better. So just forged in fire. You'll love to see it. Season 4, I can't wait for it here.
That's right. I can't wait for it either. And it's going to be a bit unorthodox. I'm actually going to go ahead and do my closing thoughts. PB, I'm going to have you close out the show since this is your program. Hey, it's been great being with each and every one of you learning PUBG Mobile. Like I said, the competition is wonderful. And to competitors out there, if you're listening, I want to say good job getting into the lobbies early on. These lobbies flow very smoothly. That is not common for BRs and other titles. So shout out to you for making our jobs on the desk a little bit easier. But hey, like I said, I loved it, and I hope to be back for the next season. You guys are all wonderful out there. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. But that's it for me. PB, close us out.
Thank you so much, Taylor. You've been an amazing host all season long. The professionalism has bumped up a notch here at the Titan Series. Want to give a big shout out to everyone that's helped out production behind the scenes, all of our talent on the desk here, casters, analysts, hosts, etc. You guys have killed it all season long. You guys, the fans, thank you so much for being here. The players, not only the teams that have been participating, the challenger teams, even those that we've invited to come play, y'all have been absolutely amazing. But my final takeaways are, if you would have asked me today at the beginning of the broadcast who my top 3 are, I don't think that I would have gone with C4 and Extreme Slayers and the Zombie Boys. I don't think that's where I would have gone for my top 3 prediction, and I so love the fact that we've got unpredictability and a bit of parity here in the region. Anybody can do it, anybody can win, and I'm loving the challenger teams as you guys get promoted into this division, bringing it each and every time. That will do it, though, for the broadcast. Titan Series Season 2 comes to a close. We'll see you guys next season. Subscribe for more and follow us on social media at Titan Series GG. See you guys in the next one.